infrequency often leads to underestimate their risk. This workshop aims to address this by discussing India's vulnerability and exploring strategies for building resilience. Together, we will learn from global and national case studies on critical topics such as seismic risk assessment, early warning system, seismic retrofitting, policy and building code enforcement, and earthquake insurance. Esteemed guests, in our commitment to sustainability, we have opted not to print the schedule of events, concept note, and our profile of speakers. Instead, I encourage you to scan the QR code located at the back of your ID cards, where you'll get the comprehensive information about the schedule and distinguished profile of speakers. Thank you for your understanding. Without further delay, let us begin the inaugural session with a distinguished address from Shri Rajendra Singh, member and head of the department at NDMA. Sir is highly esteemed leader in disaster management, celebrated for his vast expertise and his strong commitment to enhancing disaster preparedness and response efforts. Please, sir.
Good morning, everybody. Esteemed guest on dais, Sri Bishwajit Sahaji, Additional Secretary and Financial Advisor, Ministry of Earth Sciences, Dr. O.P. Mishra, Director NCS, my friends, Sri Piyush Anandji, Director General NDRF, and man behind this workshop, the coder, the man who has started this whole system in NDMA, Safi Hassan Rijvi Sahab. Distinguished speaker and fellow participants. It's my proud privilege to welcome you to this Quarter 5 workshop on earthquake risk reduction, organized by National Disaster Management Authority in collaboration with National Center for Seismology. This workshop holds a significance as it brings together a diverse group of experts across India, including guests from Japan, Taiwan, Mexico, New Zealand, and Nepal, and other nations. Their presence, both physical and virtual, underscores the importance of global collaboration in addressing a universal challenge, that is earthquake risk reduction. By learning from each other's experiences and sharing the best practices, we can collectively strengthen our strategies and build more resilient world. Workshops like these provide an opportunity to assess our progress, rethink our strategies, our schemes, our future policies, future planning, and identify areas that need immediate attention. Although I am not the earthquake expert, nor I am the engineer, but briefly mention 5 key points for futuristic approach in preparedness and earthquake. My first point is earthquakes are among the most destructive and natural disaster, and even though they do not occur as frequently as cyclone and flood, but the impact and effect are massive and devastating. Keeping this in mind, we should ensure that we are highly prepared to tackle this calamity. Point number 2 I like to mention to you people is the Professor Anand Swarup Arya, the great earthquake engineer, used to say, it is not that earthquake kills people, it is the poorly designed houses which kill people. In India, every year 3% of new houses are built and various other public buildings, hospitals, schools, colleges, offices are also built. Kindly ensure that these new houses and buildings are earthquake resistant. If we do this in 10 to 15 years, more than half of our buildings will be equipped to withstand earthquakes and will eventually make our country earthquake resilient. My third point is, it is really important that we teach our children in school the basic understanding about what to do when an earthquake occurs. Additionally, we see that many people suffer when loose household or other item fall on them. Therefore, it is important that we try to secure all such loose items in our homes or offices, especially in buildings and houses located in Zone 5 and Zone 4. My fourth point will be, it is also important that we invest in earthquake education. We have to ensure that engineers who are pursuing the degree of Bachelor of Civil Engineering are also taught the basic of earthquake engineering, at least building codes. Currently, NDMA has prepared a course material and also ensuring the teachers and students in all engineering colleges across the country are well read and better prepared to handle such disasters. Nearly 60% of our country is prone to earthquake and about 75% people lives in this area. Hence, it is important that our civil engineers have a basic understanding of earthquake engineering no matter wherever they live. My fifth and last point is, in our country, we have the best building code. India is the first country to impart building codes for earthquake resistance in Asia. However, the implementation of these codes are uneven. Hence, it is essential to ask the architect or engineers to prepare an earthquake resistant house when you are spending your money. It can be done through Jan Bhagidari or Jan Jagriti. With that, I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to all of you for being here today. Together, let us build safer cities, empower our communities, and create a future where resilience is the cornerstone for development. Thank you all, and I look forward to fruitful deliberation. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful remarks and highlighting the gaps that are there in addressing the earthquake risk reduction. Now, I invite Sri Safi Ehsan Rizvi, Advisor Mitigation at NDMA, to provide a comprehensive presentation on earthquake risk reduction. Your insight into the critical issue will lay the foundation for today's workshop. We are honored to have you to anchor this workshop, sir. Please.
Thank you, Ranu ma'am. So, is the presentation visible? Yeah. Okay. So, thank you everybody for being here today, and thank you to our HOD for his opening remarks, and thank you so much for Mr. Vishwajit Sahai to help us initiate this important workshop. This is not a common workshop. It is an internationally attended workshop. We have people online as well. And this is an attempt by NDMA to scale up the issue. I'm not calling it a problem, I'm calling it the issue of earthquake risk reduction. It is a very deep science, and Mr. Sahai represents the finance of the science. On the stage, Dr. Mishra, he's the head of National Center for Seismology, he represents the science. Mr. Piyush Anand, DG of National Disaster Response Force, represents the orange suits, the response to any issues that arise, and let's hope to God they do not. Mr. Rajinder Singh is our leader, he commands us, he runs our ship. And Dr. Krishnavats is again the science of NDMA. Most of you know him very well because he's been around in this business for several years. So I will do this I've tried to make it a very short presentation. It is not targeted at the scientific community because the scientific community knows all this and they know it by heart, and that is where I've got all this material from. It is meant for the district administrations of the country, and our plan for this workshop will end with 5 points in which we want this workshop to also respond to those 5 points as well as others, in which how should we go forward on that way forward. So I mean, this is just a general structure for the administrative class of this country who needs to be prepared in the event that an earthquake happens. As our HOD said that we should not take these things lightly, this is where I am trying to begin. So these are the tectonic plates. The reds and the yellows essentially show how bad the reds are and how mildly bad the yellows are. Then these are the ways in which the tectonic plates are moving. The Indian plate is subducting, which means it's going under the Eurasian plate in a northeasterly direction, something that every scientist knows, but possibly some people on the administrative side may not be aware. You look at Afghanistan, it is impacted, the one just on the left of the Indian plate, and see how it is impacted by two different plates. So the number of earthquakes you see in Afghanistan is much more. So this is an overall global picture. Now we look at great earthquakes in the last 100 years. There were 4 very big ones in the beginning which set the stage for seismic disaster management in India. The first one was in Shillong, which if you see, most important is not the Shillong part, but the fact that the waves, the felt tremors went up to grade 2. So there's a grade of 1 to 12. So grade 2 tremors were felt as far away as almost southern India. That was the intensity of the Shillong earthquake. The second big one was in Kangra, and again you see that the intensity is so far away, it's gone right up to Puri and right up to Kolaba in Bombay. So the reason why we are trying to enforce these earthquakes on the minds of the administrative setup in the country is to show that this problem happens and earthquakes do not follow a pattern linked to climate change. They have absolutely no connection with whatever we may understand. There are a lot of attempts to try and forecast earthquakes, but they're all still in their stage of scientific research. So these can happen today also. 2 more, the Bihar-Nepal earthquake, which was felt all over the place. One of the biggest learnings from that earthquake was the concept of liquefaction, which was basically that if you are closer to a riverbed, then your soil underneath will liquefy and the buildings on top of it will basically tilt or fall. The Assam-Tibet one in 1950. Some of these led to important, I would not use the word tectonic changes, but important changes in the way the science of seismology is handled in India by the government and its agencies. This is the timeline of the Indian South Asian region, where 59% of India is considered to be earthquake prone, and I have liberally taken these numbers from Dr. Mishra's organization's website and their lovely studies. I have also been very liberal in taking certain screenshots from published studies available among some of the experts are available in this room. So these were the big ones that happened in the pre-1950 years, and by the big ones, the great earthquakes are defined as those above 8. The major ones are those above 7. So the above, almost above 8, almost 6 of them, they're really big ones. Luckily, in the next 50 years, you didn't have very, very big ones, you had big ones. And then in the years after 2000, you had 4 fairly big ones. The Sumatra one had a devastating impact on India, though it was not close to India, and the 3 very big ones. So this timeline shows you that there is no secular trend analysis you can do on the occurrence of earthquakes. There are many other deeper ways of analyzing the data that comes out of seismographs and accelerographs in India as well as all over the world, but those are matters of great detail which we shall see during our workshop today. These are the 3 main faults that affect the Indian Himalayas. So all the states, all the district administrations in those 11 states and union territories need to be really, really careful, and they don't need to worry only about these 3. They need to worry about Afghanistan, they need to worry about Nepal, Bhutan, and even Chinese earthquakes. So the impact of those, the felt intensity, all of this has to be looked at. Now, there is a I went through the last 20-25 years trying to find an administrative document, not a scientific document, of how earthquakes are handled. So I found only one book written by Dr. P.K. Mishra. He's unfortunately not here. He had wanted to be here. And he is the principal secretary to the Prime Minister, has deep interest in earthquake risk reduction and its management. So I've taken a few screenshots from that book, in which he has very nicely archived through interviews the response and what actually happened after that massive earthquake. First part shows you that the collector was able to say that everything is fine. One collector was saying everything is fine, and one collector said 4,000 people must have died. So neither was the estimate accurate, neither was the fine estimate accurate. So the problem of incorrect information, and if the senior people desire immediate information and specific information, it will most likely be wrong. Then how did they respond immediately? They looked for truckloads of firewood, only 50 water tankers, and extra supply of milk. So the assessment of the earthquake was weak only because they did not have the satellite or the seismology equipment by which they could assess it. Then the complete breakdown of all your comm systems, search and rescue operations, bulldozers, cranes, where do you get them from? Where do you source them from? At one point, he's written in the book that they couldn't find the drivers when they found the cranes. So all these things have to be pre-thought, which is why the presence of NDRF in this conference is very important. Civil hospital had collapsed. That's a very important line that essentially tells us what the importance of retrofitting of critical infrastructure is. Then on the 3rd day, they started finding international teams coming. So this is a very important understanding that your international help will only come on the 3rd day or the 4th day, or help from Delhi or help from wherever else. But 2 days you have to be on your own. How are you going to do that? Are you prepared? That is the real reason why we are doing this workshop, to orient the administrations on the serious problem. Then the damage to the bridge, like in Wayanad, when we had a landslide, there was one bridge got washed up. So for 1 full day, relief people and relief equipment just could not go to the other side. The entire walled city, Delhi, India is built on old forts, and then the outskirts started increasing, and the main city shifted out of the old fort. But the old fort area still has the most congestion in India, and the oldest buildings and the weakest from the seismic point of view. So the whole city had collapsed. So imagine the impact on their district administration. Then the superintendent of police and the collector decided how they divide their duties. What do they do about all the deceased people? So the formal legal process had to be reduced to just to cut out the process, and they basically simplified that system. Then the 2nd and 3rd day and various other things are here. This is a really must-read book. I mean, there is no other on the administrative side, so this is the only book you can find. A lot of time on finding out what was in the trucks that came in the relief equipment. Another very serious problem, that if you're getting relief, everybody's sending what they can, but are they sending what they need to send? And then once the material comes to the headquarters, which village needs what? This problem, this creation of a supply chain, a complex supply chain, suddenly and out of thin air, is one really big gap that we have, and we really need to know how to fill this gap. From the very first day, there was tremendous demand from everybody by the media especially, for data on the death and damage. Now, if you do not have a satellite or the kind of systems that NCS now has, then how do you tell everybody what the assessment of your damage is? You cannot. It'll take you days. It'll take you physical verification. Rural areas was in deep trouble. Then insurance. There was no insurance. Nobody, it was 0%, almost 0%. So are we there yet? So that is why out of the 5 sessions today, we've designed one session, and we're getting Secretary of Financial Services to chair that session on how we can bring in insurance focused on earthquake. Then this is the last part in that book, where all our top engineers, all top professors from our IITs are here, who have been focused a lot on this demand, that where do you get skilled masons from? They were all missing there in Bhuj. Then there were no engineers who are trained, who will give you a certificate that this building is weak and needs to be pulled down. Then the very large part of this book is on how reconstruction and rehabilitation was done. So I'll come to another slide where I tell you what happened after this earthquake. Yeah, this part. So these 3 things happened in the Gujarat state, that they passed an act, they created an authority, and they came up with the concept of owner-driven reconstruction. It's not that the government will come and reconstruct everything for you. The owner has to drive it. And long-term capacity, which means structural engineers should be there, your masons, plumbers, everybody should have some kind of a capacity building. Then in Government of India, eventually after that earthquake and the tsunami, the Disaster Management Act came in. State disaster management authorities, district authorities were created. The policy was finalized on disaster management. Then the NCS's whole story changed, and slowly building codes and seismic zonation became a very regular exercise. I have 1 or 2 slides explaining that. Then various programs were done. The big thing that came out of the learning from that earthquake, the 93 Kilari earthquake, and the 2005 Kashmir earthquake, is that India now has a 5-stage, a four window funding, big force window funding of 30 billion from the 15th Finance Commission. And the 4 windows are: 10% is capacity building and training, 20% is mitigation, i.e. risk reduction, 30% is reconstruction, and 40% is relief and response. Now we come to the technical aspects, which I would be very happy if the conference deliberates on this point and gives us ways forward, tells us very frankly what we are doing wrong, tell us very frankly what we are doing right, and tell us which way to go. We are here to learn. The establishment on earthquakes, is here to learn. So I'm just posting a little screenshot from the IS codes, the Bureau of Industrial Standards provides these codes. So 1893 is on earthquake resistant structure design. So in this, there is a thing called Z. So I'm just going into a little bit of maths just to show the seriousness of building code design and where we are lacking. So all buildings are designed based on the weight of the building. 90% of the weight is essentially in the slabs, in the roof structure, the ceiling of a room that we see. 90% of the weight is there. 10% or 15% of the weight is in the walls. So that weight is all vertical weight. However, when an earthquake comes, there is lateral forces that play on the building. These lateral forces, the very important part is this Z. So if you're in, India has 4 zones: zone 2, zone 3, zone 4, zone 5. 4 and 5 have a factor of 0.36. 5 has a factor of 0.36, which is in the numerator of that formula, Z. So if we change the zone 5 of, say, Delhi is in zone 4 at 0.24. If New Delhi's factor is changed to, say, 5 and made 0.36, so you will be adding to the numerator, which means you will, the force that you will get that will play on any building will be much higher. Hence, the cost of construction will go up. So, the massive commercial implication of change in seismic zones is a very important consideration, especially in a developed country like ours. So, this general takeaway point which we need to discuss, seismic zonation is based primarily on two factors: what are the existing fault lines and what are the past earthquakes. These two things decide seismic zonation, and all BIS codes are based on this. There is now recently in the last few years an attempt to improve that and change that I'll come to in point number 2 and 3, which is written at the top. The first is seismic zonation, then microzonation, and the third is PSHAs. So, staying on seismic zonation, in Dr. Mishra's book, he very clearly mentions that the first zones started, the three zones came after the Kangra earthquake of 34 and the Quetta earthquake of 1935. So, three zones came. Then in 62, the first time, we made 7 zones. Then in 66 and 66, we revised the same. I'll show you pictures of that. And in fact, we'll explain that when we reach there. What Dr. Mishra has said here, that most of our seismic zonations were done, rather changed after an event. So, are we going to keep changing our zones after any big event, or are we going to stick to the zones and try and create some other fabric which helps us decide what the impact of that cyclone was? So, here is the zonation maps. So, this is the first map, 1935, much of which is created by hand. It had just 3 zones. One is the white one is the left slanting lines, and then the right slanting lines. So, just 3 plain simple zones that decided what kind of construction had to be made, what kind of forces would play. 1935. 62, the first serious zonation came. 7 such zones were created all over the country. You can see Bhuj being in the topmost category of zone 6 at that point in time. In 66, Bhuj, again, please focus your interest on Bhuj. It was divided into 2 parts, zone 5 and zone 6. Then the Koina earthquake came in 1967. Koina is in Maharashtra. So you can see that little orangish blob that is there in Maharashtra on the yellow, that has suddenly appeared after the Koina earthquake. Now, is that, I mean, the scientists would be able to tell us better, is that the way to go, not the way to go? Suppose there was a mistake in seismic zonation, was it to be corrected, not to be corrected? It's a very involved topic, but let us discuss that. Then 2002, after the Bhuj earthquake and the Kilari earthquake of 93 and the Bhuj earthquake, we reduced the number of zones from 5 to 4. And we brought, in 70 itself, we brought Bhuj back from the 2 colors to just 1 color, and we retained the 1 color in 2002. Then in 2016, we basically kept the 4 zones. We just did a little bit of reorganization. And in 2023, this is not an approved map yet, it is a draft and it's only for comments. We have attempted to move to 5 zones. And this is also again a complex exercise. I'm not making any comment on that because it's a very detailed scientific assessment. This is what we are planning to do. Now, the point that I'm emphasizing is there is a dire need to settle the seismic zonation for a very long period of time, given that it has long-term implications for 2 things: commerce and compliance. So the more difficult, if the zone goes up, then compliance goes down, and if the zone goes up, commercial costs go up. So that needs to be considered, and between science and commerce, what is the right thing to do? Microzonation. So NCS is working hard on this. Microzonation is very important because microzonation is what buildings are actually constructed on. Apart from the first 2 points of fault lines and past history, there are 3 other factors that microzonation looks at. 12 cities have already been done by NCS and they are working on 18 more. What we really need is to scale this exercise up, because our cities and our towns are increasing way faster than the way we are able to do any study on any subject at all. So how to increase this, how to commercialize it, how to bring academia into it, maybe reduce the role of government and let the private sector do it, let the scientists do it. How do we do that? Because it will eventually tell the real estate sector how to grow. The final is the PSHA, the probabilistic seismic hazard assessment. This was done in 2 phases, led by NDMA and some of the scientists present in the room in 2010 and 2011, where 33 groups of zones were made, sub-zones were made in India. They look somewhat like this. Now, BIS in that 2023 map is trying to include these in its zonation, final zonation that it's making, is trying to include these 33. NDSA, Chairman NDSA was discussing with us, and he was of the view that when these studies have been done, they must immediately be brought into practice, they must be brought into the system. So they're saying we are about to construct some dams in some places, so we need to know whether we should include these or not. So that is a subject we would also like some comment on. Then we've come up with a very nice book, obviously not we, it's NDMA plus the entire earthquake community in this country, where I'm just giving you one example that some of the traditional constructions which are essentially made of wood, there are 6 of them that are detailed in this guideline. It's available on our website. They are called Kathkunni homes in Himachal Pradesh. So they look really unstable to me. But when our scientists, Ranu and Vijay, explained it to us, and then I asked Dr. Vatsa, what's this about? So I was told that these are fairly earthquake resistant structures. So then some design on how this can be improved, how these retrofittings can be done, especially for the critical buildings, are provided in that guideline. Now, just to remind the administrative side of our world that earthquakes in 2023-24 are there, they are happening, they're happening very close to us. This was one that happened in Turkey in February 2023, then the big one in Morocco in September of 2023, then Afghanistan, and there were 4 of them in October 2023. We should never ignore earthquakes in Afghanistan and in Nepal. October 2023, just 1 year ago. Then again in Nepal in November. Then a big one in Japan on New Year's, which the country with its resilient infrastructure was able to deal with very well. In China, close to our borders. Then the Taiwan, big one in Taiwan, where I think only 1 building fell, and they showed a picture of that as if all the buildings had fallen. But I think Taiwan has also built a lot of resilient infrastructure, so we need a lot to learn from you. Then in Peru in June this year, Philippines in July, Chile in July, and Japan one more. So final slide, just a reminder that we should not take these lightly. These are all the large and small fault lines, the red ones in India, and they can start moving anytime. We just saw the one in Hyderabad moving. We recently saw one in Pakistan, and just this morning we've got news from one off the coast of California and the US, that to 7.0. And this is a very fascinating map which came out of the PSHA study that NDMA did, in which 28,000 earthquakes are recorded in this area from 2600 BC to 2019 AD. Over 4,600 years, this is the map of earthquakes. So I'm sure we are not going to live that long, but in our life, if we have not seen a really big one, we should not forget 2005 Kashmir, we should not forget 2015 Nepal, and we should never forget 2011 Sikkim. These 3 earthquakes are very close to us, so we should really worry. 5 points on way forward. What we've started in NDMA is we've initiated something called the Committee on Disaster Risk Reduction. This is the 6th such workshop in that thing. Number 6 is for earthquakes, number 5 was on cold waves, number 4 is on glacial lakes, number 3 was on disaster risk finance. Like this, we've got a whole list. Even I'm forgetting the numbers now. But we're trying to make an attempt at coordination. Then we want to develop a national earthquake impact assessment scale and immediately inform probability of damage to lives and infrastructure, which we are working very closely with NCS on this. NCS has already started moving in this direction. expanding and integrating microzonation and risk assessments into master planning in all cities, tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. Earthquake emergence, this entire point is meant for DG NDRF, emergency preparedness and response plans, which we request him to help us make and help the country make, and encourage traditional construction and compliance of codes. So I will leave you there. That beep has gone off twice. So I apologize for taking extra time. Ranu, will you welcome our chief guest, please?
Thank you, sir, for setting the tone of the workshop and sharing the progress that India has made and the road ahead. It is our privilege to welcome Shri Vishwajit Sahai, Additional Secretary and Financial Advisor, Ministry of Earth Sciences, to deliver the feature address. His commitment and strategic foresight has significantly contributed to our country's scientific capabilities and resilience. Over to you, sir.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great pleasure to be here. I am actually honored to be here. Shri Rajendra Singh, former Director General Coast Guard and member NDMA, Shri Krishna Vats, member NDMA, Shri Piyush Anand, DG NDRF, Shri Safi Ehsan Rizvi, who we just heard giving a great exposition on the entire on the historical perspective as well as on the nuances of the matter. I thought it was a great presentation. Dr. O.P. Mishra, my colleague in the Ministry of Earth Sciences and Director NCS, and an acknowledged seismological expert in the country. It's a privilege to be addressing all of you, such an informed audience. It's not always that we get to address such an informed audience who are experts in the field. So I really come here more as someone who will probably take away some additional knowledge, which will, you know, embellish my knowledge of seismology. So representing the Ministry of Earth Sciences and representing my Secretary, Ministry of Earth Sciences, I would just like to dwell on certain aspects which relate to my ministry, and also, of course, the great work and the very, very important work that NDMA is doing. So as per the allocation of business rules, one of the critical areas under the remit of the Ministry of Earth Sciences relates to matters of policy, coordination and schemes, inter alia, relating to seismology. Therefore, all the research, technology development, surveys, skill development, etc. for seismology falls under the remit of the Ministry of Earth Sciences. I think as my friend Safi just mentioned, India has varying degrees of seismicity across the landmass. While the Indian Himalayan region is most vulnerable, as has been very beautifully brought out in the presentation that he made, and has suffered some of the greatest earthquakes in the world. In more recent history, the 2001 Bhuj earthquake, and he read out extensively from the book written by Shri P.K. Mishra, was a stark reminder of the vulnerability of the country to seismic disasters. The disaster wrought by the Bhuj earthquake marked a pivotal turning point for disaster management in India. Indeed, he has, in the presentation, brought out the various legislations that were introduced, the various organizations that were set up at various levels of governance in the country. The aftermath prompted a massive reconstruction effort that not only rebuilt critical infrastructure, but also instilled hope and resilience within the affected communities. Today, our national level vulnerability is significant, as unplanned urbanization and mushrooming of non-engineered structures accelerates risks in cases of earthquakes. While India has not experienced an earthquake of magnitude greater than 7 in the past 2 decades, we must not be complacent. Earthquakes, due to their infrequent nature and long return periods, often fail to stay in collective memory. This is a point which the previous speakers have already made and needs no further emphasis. In line with the 10-point agenda presented by the Prime Minister in 2016, significant efforts are underway, have been undertaken both by NDMA and by various other organizations, including the National Center for Seismology, to enhance earthquake risk management and mitigation. Within the Ministry of Earth Sciences, as I mentioned earlier, the National Center for Seismology serves as the National Agency for Earthquake Detection, Recording and Monitoring on a 24/7 basis. In addition to detecting seismic events, NCS analyzes seismic data and shares earthquake information with relevant stakeholders. Currently, the country's seismology geodetic network is equipped with 166 state-of-the-art seismographic stations, which have capability to detect any earthquake of magnitude 3 and above within the Indian region. NCS is in the process to augment its network with 100 more stations to improve the detection capability of lower magnitude earthquakes such as magnitude 2 and below. This will also generate data for more detailed seismic hazard studies. I think the lower intensity earthquakes are obviously an extremely important MIS which feeds into the larger ecosystem. And I think it needs no emphasis. I'm very happy that NCS has undertaken that, and from the ministry we are giving them all the support that we can in this matter. The Earthquake Monitoring Center of NCS is set to be upgraded with the latest technology to handle the large volume of data generated by the network. This will improve the efficiency and accuracy of data management, ensuring that earthquake-related information is processed and disseminated quickly. Seismic microzonation for 30 cities. I think microzonation was talked about by Shri Rizvi in his presentation. Seismic microzonation for 30 cities across the city is a flagship project of the National Center for Seismology aimed at generating earthquake resilient parameters. Over half of these cities, including cities such as Coimbatore, Mangalore, Bhubaneswar, have already been completed. In view of seismic importance, furthermore, additional cities such as Tawang, Uttarkashi and Joshimath are now being considered for inclusion. The goal is to microzone more cities to enable the construction of earthquake-resistant infrastructure and buildings. This project is a part of the Prithvi scheme of the Ministry of Earth Sciences, which recently met with cabinet approval, and it's a very important element within that. And this includes the SAGE, which is the Seismology and Geosciences sub-scheme. So this is a part of that, and we are looking very hard, and we've got greater flexibility now to innovate, bring in new programs as and when the need arises to meet any requirements of science. NCS has initiated a pilot project for earthquake early warning in the Himalayas. Additionally, the National Disaster Management Authority is working with countries that have a proven track record in earthquake early warning systems, such as Japan and the US, to share technology. This collaboration is supported by the World Bank, similar to the Cyclone Risk Mitigation Program of the India Met Department. NCS collaborates closely with NDMA, I think it was mentioned repeatedly, to disseminate earthquake information and reports. It provides timely interpretations of major and strong earthquakes to the public and various stakeholders, helping to avoid panic and ensuring that accurate information is made available at the right time. NCS is also in the process of developing advanced shake maps for earthquakes which meet international standards. This tool is essential for monitoring and assessing the impact of earthquakes, and its development is being coordinated with NDMA to meet the country's needs. Efforts are underway to update and improve the equipment profile of NCS. New additions such as GPS stations will provide more detailed data on crustal movements. These enhancements will ensure deeper analysis of seismic activity, contributing to a better understanding of disaster events and improving preparedness for future earthquakes. I would just like to make a mention of some of the other institutions under the Ministry of Earth Sciences which are also working in related areas, one of them being the Borehole Geophysical Laboratory, BGRL, which is located at Karad in the Koyna region. We just heard about the earthquake in the late 1960s in that region, and therefore this has been identified as a seismic, highly seismic zone. And So we've drilled up to a depth of 3 kilometers so far, and we intend to go up to 6 kilometers, but that work is carrying on. National Center for Earth Science Studies, NCES in Trivandrum, is another institution that deals with earth sciences studies, concentrated to mainly geological and marine fields. NCS has contributed to committing to the National Earthquake Risk Resilience Plan with the aim of making India earthquake proof and resilient by 2047. This effort is in line with the vision of a developed and Viksit Bharat, ensuring that the country is better prepared for seismic hazards and can minimize their impact on communities and infrastructure. I extend my compliments to NDMA. I think it's very timely, very well organized. To NDMA and NCS for organizing this 5th CoDRR workshop on earthquake risk reduction and for incorporating an international perspective to address earthquake safety. The opportunity to learn from global experiences and share insights with experts from across the world is invaluable. This workshop represents a step forward in our collective efforts to bridge the gaps between scientific research, policy formulation, and on-ground implementation. I urge each one of you to actively contribute your expertise, innovative ideas, and vision. Together, let us work towards building a safer, more resilient future where every life, every home, and every community is safer and stronger. Thank you, and Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for highlighting the work that Ministry of Earth Sciences and National Center for Seismology is doing in the field of earthquake monitoring and earthquake science. Now, let us convey our sincere gratitude to the enlightened speeches we have fortunate to witness. Now, I would like to invite Dr. O.P. Mishra, Director, National Center for Seismology, to deliver the closing remark for the inaugural session. He is the one to whom we all turn when the earthquakes shake. Our first line of information about any earthquake activity in the country, the National Center for Seismology, under his leadership, serves as the nodal agency for earthquake monitoring in India, operates 24/7 to ensure the accurate and timely estimate of the earthquake event. Over to you.
Very good morning to all of you. On the dais, Sri Rajendra Singh Ji, Member and Head of Department of the National Disaster Management Authority, Government of India. Sri Krishna Vats Ji, Member NDMA. Sri Biswajit Sahay Ji, Additional Secretary Finance, Finance Advisor of Ministry of Earth Sciences. A very known face today, Sri Safi Ahsan Rijvi Ji, and Sri Piyush Anand Ji, the DG, NDRF. All my dear colleagues, delegates of India and abroad who are on online also, dear friends, and the colleagues of the NDMA and NCS. I think the set tone by today, in the beginning by the head of department of the NDMA, is very clear and loud, that this workshop has the only one message, that we are standing on the crossroads of taking the measures of the very sudden, unpredictable natural hazards, that is earthquake, where the role of multidisciplinary sciences, technology and architecture is needed. It is clearly mentioned that, and it is good that we are here, the heterogeneous team, to discuss and explore the points what to do. The comprehensive, it is not a very, he is very modest, Rijvi Sahab is very modest that he is not a man of the earthquake, but how he presented with the conceptual model from discussing from the beginning to today, means entire annals of the seismological history of the country, where we stand and where we were there. We can understand that there is a mammoth changes in the science and technology with respect to the earth science and seismological research. Sir, you qualified for the PhD, so please try to enroll it, because once the policy makers come to the academic and the science and technology, it will be a strengthen to make you convinced that what scientist needs for the society, and then it was very easier to do. And that job is doing by NDMA so meticulously, so nicely that we are so much coordinated, NDMA. Whenever I used to get and sense the earthquake by my team, our first target is that we give the quickest report to NDMA, because this is the actually think tank of the country on disaster risk management. And I'm very apt that once the report goes, there should not be create any public panic, because there was a lot of the panic happening, even there is a small tremor and all. You might have seen and you're listening in the media. But thanks to all supports by our own ministry, Secretary, Ministry of Earth Sciences and Finance, our additional secretary has already mentioned that how equal to toughest task is being dealt by the NCS under climate change scenario. Why climate change scenario? Climate is also now going to influence the nature and extent of the seismicity. There is the global warming, there was also modulation of seismicity in the polar region and Himalaya because of the continuous melting of the ice. So now is equal to now, if the modulation of the seismicity means this is the one of the proxy of the climate change, along with the temperature rises, sea level rises, precipitations, everything. So now we can say that modulation of seismicity in the polar region is one of the indicators and proxies that there is a climate change happening. And also the bigger earthquake has a capability to change the axis of the rotation from its normal to abnormal, and that is equal to abnormal changes of axis of rotation because of the mega earthquakes what is equal shown by Sri is equal to Rijvi Sahab has capability to change the secular motion of the earth. And if there is no carbon even zero, there is a climate change is bound to happen. In past, every geological age climate change happen. So earthquake is inseparable part of the earth system science. When is equal to when, just like it is the anatomy of the human being. If a stress is built up and if our shearing and bearing strength is superseded by the stress and pressure of the artery and vein, then we collapse, called a heart attack. Earthquake is also the heart attack of the earth, because shearing and bearing strength of the rock material subsurface is changing due to different subjective pressures. That's why it was very intricate process. The physics of the genesis of the earthquake is still not understood, and we are pouring billions of dollars in the entire world to understand how equal to earthquake is being generated. Once equal to its mechanism will be understood, then equal to then definitely we are going to forecast or we are going to predict the earthquake just like cyclone and other hydrometeorological disasters. This is a very primary event. That's why entire equal to country as well as the world is equal to try to understand that what information we can give to the public that we can minimize the losses of the lives and the property at equal to a time. So predictions level we have crossed all the three stages. Just like you can understand that we can anticipate where the earthquake happened. What is equal to Rijvi have shown that there is a microjonation, there is a seismojonation hazard map, plate boundary maps. This shows that where earthquake happened. So you can anticipate that this is the zone of the earthquake. We expect that when it is happened, means at what is equal to time the big earthquake happened and how is equal to stress is accumulating. You can justify scientifically. So anticipation, expectation and justification, we cross the prediction stage. But this is equal to anticipation or this expectation is with irrespective of the irrespective of the location, its size, its time, where it will happen, when it will happen, of what magnitude it happen, what strength. That's why we are trying to get authenticity of the prediction, that when it is going to happen, at what time happen. If we achieve the mechanism understanding, then you can do that. In meantime, that's why the scientific community decided to work together with the engineers, the architecture, to understand that how we can develop the structure which can be earthquake risk resilient. Because you might have seen that hazard zonation map progresses in different stages shown from 1960 onwards, you have 1935 onwards. You can see that the well-built structure very near to the earthquake source zone is found to be a standstill. But there is a very well-built structure away from the source zone is found to be damaged, as shown equal to in the Bhuj earthquake. And equal to this book, classical book, 2001 Bhuj earthquake by Dr. P.K. Misra is really guiding a spirit to entire community of the scientists, the architecture, the engineers, as well as policy planners, that what to do, and that idea, that lessons, given the lessons to policy planners and scientists, how to work with the 2004 tsunami-genic earthquake in Andaman Nicobar. And you found that this book was actually the first pioneering book to give what is equal to measure you can do, what measure you can take during disasters and the post-disasters. So I think this was a very good compilation shown by Rijvi Saabs that we have to learn from the past and we have to learn from our experiences. We can share our experiences, best practices, and that is actually the workshop is the disaster risk reduction, how to reduce as minimal as possible. For this, we need a lot more exercises. NCS job is to detect the earthquake and then tell the people that what type of this earthquake, what is its behavior, how much energy release, whether there is a chances of the big earthquake or not. The public become panics. So we try to explain all scientifically measures. Lot of the models will try and tell that this zone is the zone where earthquake happened. Just recently earthquake happened is equal to happen 5.3 magnitude earthquake. You remember that we have already given the informations in the Telangana, which is supposed to be a very compact, harder rock. There is not supposed to be the earthquake of magnitude 5, but it happens. This means that none of the part of the globe is devoid of the earthquake. Earthquake can hit anywhere at any point of time if the shearing and bearing strength of the surface of the rock is exceeded by the stress accumulation. Because earth is dynamic, it is subjected to so many stresses. Since its birth, since birth in 4.5 billion years ago, when earth born, the first physical to earthquake might have happened when physical to entire Pangaea was broken into Laurasia north and Gondwana land south. And that was 175 million years ago. But in that time, you don't have any instrument to measure that. So since then, the earth is subjected to so many stress, pressures and all these things. So we cannot stop the earthquake. But we can predict the earthquake provided we can understand this all technology. For this, we have to go for the zonification of the zone called a seismic microzonation. We may ask why. There is a zone. Engineers actually questions that if you have the zone map, you have the already peak ground acceleration value, there is no need of doing that. I give you a simple example that if it is zone 4, different structures made by equal to same people, same typology of building, same architecture, same engineering that has been happened. A particular earthquake, a particular magnitude, particular earthquake occurred in a particular zone, the building will be damaged differently. That means this zonation map is not correct. That's why microzonation means zonify the zone to find out the material property heterogeneity. When is equal to earthquake is going to shake, what frequency is going to match the building frequency and where the resonance happens. And that's why this type of the workshop give all the aspect that how to tackle the risk reduction, what is equal to processes you can do. If there is no prediction, there is no forecast, then how you manage, how engineers can help us, how multidisciplinary can come to the picture. And I'm very happy that best engineers of the country are there in this today meeting. Professor Sinha, Professor Murthy, I think my friends from many institutes, Dr. J.R. Kayal, who has spent his life on the earthquake monitoring, many our friends from the Taiwan, from Japan, they are there who has a lot of the experiences. So I think we are in the right tone has been set up by the Safi Sahab, and this deliberations is going to add. We will ready to accept any suggestions. NCS is open to accept all suggestions to come out with a holistic model so that our country should become a risk resilient, and our mission of 2047 is the Viksit Bharat is earthquake risk resilient Bharat. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for insightful closing remark. Now I request Shri Piyush Anand, sir, DG NDRF, to bless us with few words. Please.
Good morning, friends. Rajendra Singh ji, member HOD NDMA, Shri Krishna Vats, member NDMA, distinguished dais and dear friends. My role or the role of NDRF is limited, as Mr. Safir Rizvi pointed out in his last way forward slide. That is basically regarding the preparedness and the response part of it. But whatever I have interacted with experts, I had the opportunity to interact with Professor Murthy during a meeting in Chennai a few months back, and I spoke to Professor Sinha today in the morning, and with little interaction I had with other experts. So one thing is very sure, that there is no way we can predict an earthquake. But then the issue arises that how we can be prepared when we cannot predict, and we have seen the maps in the presentation made by Mr. Rizvi, that practically 59 or almost 60% of the area of our country is in level 4 and level 5. So that's a huge area. So the challenge for all of us in the administrative part of the country is how to be prepared when the area is so large. So there are certain things where I think we can take it forward, and it has been mentioned in the address of HOD also, that we have to educate the people. and that education can start from the schools. I still remember a very old advertisement which I saw on TV maybe a few years back, where they show a father driving a kid in his car, and the car stops at a red light, and the car is still on, and the child says to his father, "Why don't you switch it off? You want to spoil my future." So that is a message I am still carrying. So if we can take the message to the children, because what a child sees in his school, what is taught in his school, I mean, he will come back home and then he will discuss with his parents, and that message sticks. So that is the relatively easy part. We can include it. I believe disaster management is there in all the curriculum in all the schools. So this is one thing which we can see how we can increase the focus of having earthquake resistant disasters infrastructure in the areas where it is needed. Secondly, I was told that we do not have adequate engineering capacity in the country. I mean, many of the engineering colleges do not have courses which are specialized for disaster, for basically engineers who can advise in disaster resistant and earthquake resistant infrastructure. That is again one thing where I think the government and the concerned engineering colleges can take it forward. This is one thing which is doable. Regarding the response part, obviously we have a role to play, and there we can get better equipment, because as it was mentioned that the major damage in an earthquake is caused by a collapsed structure, by a building collapse. So that is one thing where, as NDRF and as also part of coordinating mechanism for the disaster response, we can request the SDRFs in the country to increase their capacity, maybe have more manpower, more equipment, better equipment. So tomorrow, God forbid, there is a situation, there is an earthquake, then we can respond faster and we can respond in a better way. I think this is a very excellently organized conference, and it's really an apt time that this conference is organized, because as we have all discussed, we have all mentioned, there is a lot of things to be done. But the first point is that let's start discussing, so that maybe after this conference we will be slightly better. So my best wishes and thanks for inviting me here, and it's really a great conference. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We really respect your commitment in the field of earthquake response. Now, I request Shri Rajendra Singh, member and HOD NDMA, to kindly hand over the memento to our chief guest, Shri Vishwajit Sahai, as a token of appreciation. I request all the dignitaries on the dais to kindly assemble for a group photograph. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Now we shall break for a tea. The tea is being served in the corridor adjacent to this hall. We shall meet in 30 minutes. Thank you.
Earthquake risk reduction is designed to leverage the expertise and experience of both international and national experts in various domains of disaster risk reduction. The discussion will center around enhancing our understanding of disaster risk at local, national, regional, and global levels. Despite significant advancement in hazard and risk assessments, challenges persist in translating this information into session are Dr. Satoru Nishikawa, Senior Advisor, JICA, Japan; Professor Ting-Yu Shi, National Taiwan University; Professor C.V.R. Murthy from IIT Madras; Professor Ravi Sinha from IIT Bombay; Professor Yogendra Singh from IIT Roorkee. Kindly take over the stage. Thank you.
Should I say? Welcome to all our guests, and thank you, Dr. Ghanishta. So if there are some very avid, focused people on seismic, please come forward, and there are 4 or 5 seats available in the front. You can occupy those, so that when I take a picture from here, I don't get blank seats in the front. Now we have an upward mobile seismic community. आ गए sir. Thank you, sir. So we have a very elite panel here, and we've kept this as a discussion, as this section as a discussion, and Dr. Krishnavatsa will basically give us a general orientation to where we want to take everything. So in this discussion, we've got some really, really big names here, and people in the seismic umbrella community globally would know most of these names. And I have gotten to know them recently, and I'm super impressed by not just their CVs, but also by their views. So we have Dr. Satoru Nishikawa, who's there on the right. He is a very known face in this seismic fraternity. And Professor Satoru was in Japanese government service, and there he specialized in the subject. His orientation of the Japanese community in technical assistance in 2004, then the role he played in the 2011 East Japan, which is called the Great East Japan Earthquake, was highly noted amongst the world's practitioners of earthquake risk reduction. So we are very honored to have you, sir, and very kind of you to have come. We have Ms. Ting-Hu Su, who's a professor at the National Taiwan University. We are very honored that you've made the trip all the way, and you as an expert have been active in research on structural health, something about design codes we would definitely like to learn from you, on early warning, and also on seismic isolation. Damage detection algorithms is something in your CV that jumps out at you, and damage detection algorithms is something that the NCS, we have a large body of NCS people sitting on the right side, so that's why the room is slightly heavy on the right side. So you can address that young community sitting in the middle to back side. So they are the ones who are focused on your subject. Thank you, sir, for coming. Thank you for making the trip. Then we have Professor Murthy from IIT Madras, who is a tireless, I just mentioned. So he's a tireless campaigner on the administrative and the policy side, and he just he ceases to tire, and he has been focusing us on this important task. and I would have been so happy if he started leading us by the nose. And structural earthquake engineering, apart from being his research subject on which he gives out PhDs, I possibly might ask him for one. And he works at IIT Madras, and most of the time I think he should open a branch of IIT Madras in Delhi, so we will be able to gain much more from him. So Professor CVR Murthy's contribution to NDMA's work and to NCS's work is very high, and we really thank him for taking time to come here. Then we have Professor Sinha to my left, Professor Ravi Sinha. He's from IIT Bombay. His contribution to our work is as high, and he has been in touch with us for a long time. He has serious commitments overseas, and but he does find time for us all the time. His research has always been in essentially structural engineering and the disaster risk management part of it. He is a member of the BIS, the executive committee member, so we will basically focus on him to tell us which zones do you think should be increased or not, should they be permanent or should they be changed. So thank you, sir, for joining us today. Then from IIT Roorkee, which incidentally is one of the only institutions, I may be wrong, but I have been informed that it is one of the only institutions that actually offers a specialization on structural engineering. Am I right? Earthquake engineering. Earthquake engineering on earthquake design and engineering. If this is the only course, I think that is something which we would like to talk to the Ministry of HRD in expanding to other universities, because this gap is a serious gap. So Professor Dr. Yogendra Singh, he is a professor in the Department of Earthquake Engineering, specializes in structural dynamics and seismic designs, behavior of buildings, bridges under dynamic loads, and various other focused work. And he has traveled all the way by road to come here to see us and give us, bless us with his views. Thank you, Dr. Singh, for coming here. Now I'll hand over to Dr. Krishna Vatsa, who's a PhD on several subjects in disaster management, and over to you, sir.
Thank you.
So we have 1 hour today, and we have 5 brilliant minds.
Yeah,
so please, over to you, sir.
I will speak very little then. So it's one of the most distinguished panels that I have chaired. So thank you very much for this opportunity. I would just like to mention that the earthquake risk reduction is an area that combines policy, science, and technology. And this is something that requires the institutions to come together, several institutions specializing in diverse areas to come together, work together. It requires a certain level of investment, consistent investment. It's a long-term investment, so it requires time. It requires engagement with the communities, and it requires continuous innovations. It's not something that could be done on an on and off basis. It is a consistent policy and program undertaking. In India, we have been working on the earthquake risk reduction for quite some time, but in bits and pieces, not as a very systematic program. The earthquake risk reduction consists of the seismic zoning. Safiji talked about it. It also consists of the evolution of building codes, and the application of building codes, the spread of earthquake engineering, the monitoring of earthquake hazard, and early warning. So these are some of the most important constituents of the earthquake risk reduction, which we will discuss, and I think all the panelists here would speak about in detail. To just set the context, I would just start with a brief introduction to the most important mitigation program in the world, National Earthquake Hazard Risk Program that has been implemented in the US. Just a brief introduction that would give you the kind of idea about the ambit of the program. This is a program that was started in 1977, and it is now 50 years, almost 50 years. The program is still going on. It was established after the 1964 Alaska and 1971 San Fernando earthquakes. It was also, it led to the legislation. The initial goals were to mitigate hazards, advance research, and promote earthquake-resistant construction. And the four agencies, FEMA, USGS, NSF, and NIST, came together to implement this program. So you see how it has been supported through creation of a legislation, and how it is a multi-agency program. And look at its some of the important areas of engagement. So one, of course, is the enhanced research, how the various institutions are working in geoscience, engineering, and social science research. It also led to the development of early warning systems with varying levels of success. Seismic building codes, the most important outcome. And then also it led to a lot of studies on the impacts of the earthquake. So, during this, this is the second phase, 1980s to 1990s. This is how the program developed. Then 2000, the program entered another phase where the program focused on the risk reduction, where we are bringing together research, public education, and mitigation strategies. It also led to the focus on building resilient infrastructure, bring more and more earthquake engineering into urban planning. We also see the development of shake maps and state collaboration for preparedness. And the 1994 Northridge and 2001 Nisqually earthquakes, they emphasize the hazard assessment. This is the third phase, that where we are looking at the shake alert early warning system, seismic risk reduction in the high risk areas, larger resilience frameworks, and community engagement. So the program has evolved over a period of time. It has entered different phases, and it's important to see how this program actually has contributed to seismic risk reduction over a long period of engagement. What are the key outcomes of the NEHRP? Advancements in science and technology, policy and practice, global leadership. US is definitely one of the along with Japan, is one of the global leaders in earthquake risk reduction, and a huge amount of public preparedness. So these are some of the most important elements of the earthquake risk reduction program, and I just gave you a snapshot of one of the most leading mitigation programs in the world, which has received continuous reauthorization through the Congress, and almost an annual investment of close to $100 to $150 million every year. So if you are looking at it, the US has invested close to $3 billion in earthquake risk reduction, and whatever it has achieved is largely through its continuous investment in NEHRP. What I want to say is this, that mitigation requires continuous, consistent investment, and it requires all different agencies, different specializations to come together for sustainable results. So this is the kind of, now you can take it out. So this is the kind of backdrop in which I think we can have this, the background in which we can have discussion on various aspects of the earthquake risk reduction. Yeah, so we start with Professor Nishikawa. You have been such a great name, and you have great expertise in this, and maybe you can begin with the earthquake risk reduction, lessons of the earthquake risk reduction from Japan, how you have maybe supported it through legislation and insurance, because Japan is also an outstanding case of earthquake risk reduction. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. It's my great honor to be invited here this morning. And first, I would like to emphasize that the progress of earthquake disaster reduction in Japan all starts from studying the lessons from the damages of all the earthquakes that we have experienced. In modern Japan, it started in 1923, when Tokyo and Yokohama was totally, I would say, devastated by the great counter-earthquake, a magnitude 7.9 earthquake in the Sangami Trough, and it destroyed Tokyo and Yokohama. And at that time, most of the Japanese houses were made of wood. So the wooden houses fell down with the earthquakes. It was lunchtime, so many people were cooking at home, caught fire, and Tokyo and Yokohama was really burnt down. So this is the, I would say, starting point of the modern earthquake disaster reduction. And so many studies have been made on this earthquake. Then, after every earthquake disaster, there is always a thorough investigation of what were the causes, and of course, what were the damages to houses, buildings, and infrastructures. And by the accumulation of these, I'll say, studies, the building codes have evolved, and also various lessons have learned. In Japan, there is a saying that disasters develop as the society develops. For example, in 1923, we were not dependent on electricity. Very few electricity were used. But nowadays, if there's a stoppage of electricity, that's already a disaster. So we have to check what are the damages, and we have to archive all the lessons learned, and these lessons learned must be disseminated not only to the governmental agencies, but also to the general public and also to the private sector. And by having the repetition, unfortunately, we do have a lot of earthquakes, so we have a series of lessons learned, and always there is a thorough investigation. And that investigation have to be reflected on policies. So there is a constant, I'll say, PDCN cycle for earthquake disaster reduction. So I'll stop here for the moment. Thank you.
I will now turn to Professor Su. Yeah, so 1999, you had a big earthquake, and after that, Taiwan started investing in earthquake risk reduction, and we just saw that Taiwan recently had a major earthquake and the impact was much less. So it is a clear case of the policies and investments paying rich dividends. So could you please expand a little bit on the various policy and program measures that Taiwan supported following the earthquake, and what is the story of the Taiwan's earthquake risk reduction program? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And first of all, I want to say about myself a little bit, because the first time I've been in India. So
welcome. Yeah.
So I'm glad that I finally been here, because if you don't invite me, maybe I don't have chance to be here to know you. Oh, okay, that's my honor. Okay, then about 1999, the Gigi earthquake. Maybe you know that at that time more than 2,000 people were killed and many buildings damaged, and that's very good experience for Taiwan, for our young people, because we can have another chance to survive. Okay, and my experience is that after that we have National Center for Research on Earthquake Engineering. And this is very special center, I think, even in the whole world. We have many researchers in that center, and we do a lot of researches. And after that earthquake, we start to, like Japan, we think about what we didn't think enough about earthquake risk and earthquake disaster reduction. And we do a lot of researches. And many, so maybe I just share two of them. One is about the damage of the buildings, okay? And in our experience, our school buildings is very special. They damaged a lot during that earthquake. So we start to find out the reason and try to do some research for the health of the government first. We do research about how to evaluate seismic capacity of the existing buildings, and maybe many ways for the preliminary evaluation or detailed evaluation. And after that, the inquiry, they provide the results for the government. And finally, after maybe 10 years, there's another smaller earthquake happened, and some buildings of the schools damaged again. And that time, the government think it's time to start to do something. So the Ministry of Education, they try to support money to do evaluation and retrofit of the school buildings. And until just a few years ago, so it's already 20 years, most of the school buildings, their seismic capacity is no problem there. Okay. And after that, there's still some problems, especially for the private buildings, because we don't have money to support so much people, so many families. So recently, actually recent 5 years, the government started to support some money for private buildings. And in the beginning, it's very difficult to do that because money is too large. So they try to make compensation. We don't retrofit the buildings to satisfy the new code, but we just try to prevent some seriously damage for that kind of buildings. So Inquiry, they developed some technology to use a few money, less money, to retrofit this kind of buildings to prevent serious damage, but do not promise that there will be no damage for a design earthquake. And recently, it works. So like this year is already more than 100 of buildings is supported by the government to retrofit their buildings. Okay. So I think in the near future, they could increase the number, and the seismic risk will be reduced a lot for Taiwanese people. Okay, that's one of my experience to share with you. Another one is earthquake early warning. I'm going to present in the afternoon. And again, you will know that we will have government, the public early warning for Taiwanese people, but it's not enough because it's regional approach. So for the one close to the epicenter, it's not fast enough. So inquiry again, more than 10 years ago, we started to do the research by ourselves, by our budget. And then again, during some small earthquakes, not so big one, they proved the technology is good enough. Then the public the public knows that, and the government start to support the money to build another networks for early warning. Okay, so what I want to share is that the research always go first, and maybe we need sometimes maybe 10 years for the government to accept this kind of technique can be used for the public. Okay, that's our experience to share with you. Okay, thank you.
So thank you, Professor Su. I think that was really, really great education, how the government started investing in this area, government thought of cost-effective retrofitting, how you targeted private homes as well along with the schools, and all that really led to a big reduction in earthquake risk. And I think that's a remarkable achievement of conscious policy applications. So thank you very much. I will now turn to Professor Ravi Sinha. Ravi and I have worked together in the context of the earthquake reconstruction in Maharashtra. He had been associated with first organized reconstruction, and it was not just earthquake reconstruction, that was also a context for many earthquake risk reduction initiatives. They were small initiatives, they were not always successful, but we started working since then. So he has been a witness to a long history of earthquake risk reduction. So I would like him to speak a little bit about from his experience. He also sits in Mumbai, which is center of all the vertical developments, all the RCC, huge structures coming up, and big infrastructure projects. So what is his perspective on the policy aspects of risk reduction, and how we have succeeded or not so succeeded in the development and application of building codes? And you have some slides also to show, so please go ahead. Thank you.
Can I get the remote? Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Vats. So before we start the discussion, I just wanted to share some context in the Indian scenario. So we all here because we are committed to the cause of disaster risk reduction and particularly earthquake risk reduction. But at a policy level, where today we have to worry about what is happening on the border, and in the afternoon we have to worry about what is happening with the next cyclone which is forming in the Bay of Bengal, to tomorrow when we are worrying about something else. So where does earthquake risk fall in that? We also need to have an understanding, because if we as a community are not convinced about where is the role of earthquake risk reduction, then we will not be very effective in communicating to others who are getting inputs on a lot of other factors besides just disasters. So in that context, I just want to share where the lives are being lost through disasters. So this is showing over the last 125 years, the number of events with the number of lives lost. And we can see that the bottommost graph, which is events which result in more than 5,000 deaths. And the data is up to last year, 2023. And you can see that the number of events which cause, I'm not talking about earthquake, I'm talking about disasters. Number of disasters which cause these very large scale casualty are few in number. So some years the world is lucky to have that number even as 0. But as a national policy, as an international focus, the first priority should be to eliminate the 5,000 plus death or the large mass casualty. And then as we succeed, then we progressively try to improve and have, say, the 2,000 deaths being reduced, 1,000 deaths being reduced, and so on. So the key point is that if these things are not happening every year, then should we worry about them? So this is a little bit like why we have the defense forces. We don't have war every year. So then should we have a defense force? And if we have a defense force, should it be a high priority for the government of India to have good defense preparedness? Obviously, the answer is yes. So, similar to that, the large casualty, they affect the well-being of the country and the society in terms of having the impact to destroy the spine of the nation. So that is why large casualty events should be the topmost priority of any nation when it comes to disaster safety. Now, which are these large casualty events? If I look at just the last 30 years, then we can ask the question, which are the kinds of disasters which are causing these large casualties? And what we find is that more than half of all the deaths which are occurring globally are because of earthquakes. So, in a way, 50% of the attention of the government of India in terms of life safety should be on earthquake risk reduction. If 50% of the number of people, 50% of the budget, 50% of the mind attention is not on earthquake risk reduction, then that is a challenge for all of us, that we have to be more effective in being able to communicate the importance of earthquake risk reduction. So this is our challenge. Even if you look at the largest events which occur, then these are all the high casualty events which have occurred since the year 1950, in the last 75 years. And this is all kinds of disasters. And what I find is that these are either weather-related disasters or earthquake disasters. There is no third disaster which causes mass casualty. It's either weather-related or earthquake. And interestingly, what we find is that all the weather-related disasters are from before the year 2000. So a lot of work has been done to mitigate the impacts of weather-related disaster, and obviously it has been successful. So that should continue so that that success is maintained. But the next frontier for us is earthquake risk reduction. I just wanted to say this much, that we are here because we understand the importance of earthquake risk reduction. But we need to be able to go to the others in the policy making and decision making domain to make a convincing case that we have a strong defense forces, not because we are fighting a war every year. It is to prevent the war. Similarly, we should have strong earthquake risk reduction program, not because we are having large number of people dying every year, but to prevent those deaths. And those are more than 50% of the deaths. So thank you very much. This is all I wanted to show before the discussion started.
Absolutely superb, sir, if I may butt in. And I would like to say that Dr. Vatsa, having claimed working with Dr. Ravi Sinha, was trying to take credit for all that Dr. Ravi Sinha has done all these years. So I think helping him gain the experience on the field must have been quite an experience. So during, we luckily have 35 minutes, and Dr. Sinha left us like enough time for other participants to participate, and then we'd like to have a bit of a discussion also. So Dr. Murthy.
So, Professor Murthy, just one or two important issues. One, of course, India has 20 crore structures, and maybe at least 40% of them are non-engineered. So how do we reduce this vulnerability? Because as our distinguished panelist from Taiwan mentioned, that there is a case for cost-effective retrofitting. How do we apply certain measures, solutions, so that we reduce earthquake risks with reference to the existing buildings? So that's one thing. So which means that how should we do better retrofitting? How should we also apply the codal provisions better at the level of the municipalities and also at the level of the village panchayats? There is also time to think of the village panchayats. And how do we build some capacity? You have been building capacity for a long time. I remember how you have been traveling around teaching, training masons, engineers, everyone. So there is no one better qualified than you to explain all that. Thank you.
Thank you, Krishna ji. Thank you, Rizvi Saab. I'll continue from where Ravi left. In the disaster management cycle of prediction, mitigation, preparedness, response, rehabilitation, reconstruction, mitigation takes the center space. The reason is, if you do mitigation, you don't have to do the others. And since we have 30 crore, 32 crore, 34 crore constructions already, we will continue to do a response, rehabilitation, reconstruction for some more time till we replace that stock of structures with better ones. So very clearly, much of our effort which Ravi is seeking should be pointed towards mitigation, and that is exactly what Krishnaji also showed in the beginning, that any HRP, which is the America's flagship program, is continuing for the last 40 years and will continue forward. But the important point is they are still pitching hard on mitigation. And that's the point that has been left aside by all of us when we continue to do disaster management. Now I will support this with clarity. Earthquake mitigation is a long-term effort. You saw that. Even from what our colleagues from Taiwan and Japan are saying, very clearly it's a long-term effort, it's a multi-level effort, and it's an engaging effort. Now, why I'm saying long-term is ladders don't work in this game. Only ramps will work. You can't do anything overnight and achieve sudden magic to happen in a country of this size. Not possible. So we need to have a long-term plan which will stretch over decades and not just over years. Second is that it's a multi-level effort, which means we need to engage in earthquake science. You saw that. We need to better estimate our hazard. We have been underestimating by a factor of 3. We need to better estimate in the road ahead. We need to do education because we need the competent technical human resources to do all the mitigation work. Mitigation is largely technical work and it requires that. But we have to engage with non-technical people. For that also special sensitization is required for the technical people to how to talk to non-technical people. That part is also the most pointed requirement here. Earthquake technology. Today a large number of technologies are being brought into the country. Unregulated development is happening. We need to have a formalism to examine which are relevant, which are safe for the people. So we don't add more unsafe built environment for ourselves. Earthquake practice, we need to verify safety. We have 10,000 municipalities. If we don't check safety, we are adding to our stock of vulnerability. Right? And earthquake regulations. When we look at that, a legal system is required in terms of techno-legal regime. 10,000 municipalities, do we have a system to say we will check our structures to be safe before the new ones are added? That's the question, right? And it's an engaging effort. That's the third point, where working with communities is crucial. Many a time it is said, unless you ask for it, your mother will not feed you. Which means if the community asks for it, it will happen. If we keep pushing it top down, it will take us much longer time than when communities are already sensitized and they ask for solutions. My big question that I have is today, it seems when we talk to policymakers, they say, we are ready, are you ready? And that's the egg on our face, that are technical people ready? Are there enough number of technical people to answer the needs of 140 crore people? That is where I think we stand today. It's a very solemn moment and we need to work on that. In the road ahead, we are asking ourselves to become a Vikasit Bharat, a developed nation. Right? How do we do that? Now, just now, Krishnaji raised a point that we have about a large stock of built environment which is non-engineered. So, one of the things that you cannot gobble the mountain, you need to nibble the mountain. We need to have confidence building measures. We need to start this work in one corner. A rat, I'm told, ate away a full mountain because it didn't eat it in one day, it ate it over 50 years. It was possible to eat away the mountain of grain. Which means that we need to do small projects, become clear ourselves, demonstrate it to others, and show the costs involved, the time involved, try to shorten that, and then move forward to the next frontier, and slowly chug away the whole mountain. Right? It is not possible for everybody to start parallelly at this point of time, but there has to be a forerunner, there has to be a pilot, and the pilot has to happen at the earliest. The next major thrust that I see when I say we need a strong implementation to make a developed nation is standards of construction. Krishnaji asked for that. Today we are at a point in the country where we are harmonizing our Indian earthquake standards and we are at par with the international practice. The concern will still remain that the 10,000 municipalities are not checking safety, even though we have the state-of-the-art standard, right? That's our big worry. To support this requirement of 10,000 municipalities, we require continuing education of all the engineers who graduated in the last 75 years and who are practicing. We need a licensing system for engineers because knowledge is growing very fast and asymptotically in the recent times because of the availability of faster methods of communications. Then the professional peer review has to happen, a method has to come. We again have to demonstrate it in a few towns and then take it forward to the metro and megapolis. It's not possible to start it in a megapolis. We have to start it in a smaller place and go forward. I said technology development has to take formal center space. Research and development has to have a significant amount of sustained funding for us to be able to answer the pointed questions of India's vulnerability. For example, the brick houses or the stone houses which are along the Himalayas and which take 30% of India's population and their vulnerability, we need to address that quickly. Can we suggest solutions, put them on the test bed, shake them, show that it is effective, and then bring it to practice right away? This is the urgent need for us. R&D has to happen. We need to address the interior India's questions. We need to address the urban India's questions. Urban India is posing a different type of question altogether. We want to go taller, whether right or wrong, but they want to go taller. How do you really address that question? That also needs to be put through a rigorous R&D system. What I see is that there needs to be incentive also for doing good work. That incentive has not started, which means when you say that I'm doing earthquake resistant construction, even though municipality is not checking, I'm not getting any benefit. So that's the second point, that we're saying time to incentivize good work, and which means insurance premiums have to come in and they have to be much smaller for these stuff. Right now, we don't give premiums for earthquake. We strike off earthquake and give it for every other disaster, but earthquake has to come in and has to come in strongly. We also need lower lending rates. When I take house loan, it's some 8.5%, home building loan, 8.5% interest. If you make it earthquake resistant, make it 6.5%. Let it be better for me to take a loan and below the inflation rate so that I'm incentivized to do better work. Multidisciplinary initiatives are required for us. Earthquake engineering generally is seen as a civil engineering problem. It is not a civil engineering problem. It's an electrical engineering problem because the substations will fall down, the electrical line breaker poles will also collapse, break, fracture, and so on. So it's a metallurgy problem, it's a mechanical engineering, it's an electrical engineering problem, it's a chemical engineering. The process factories which are doing all these tubes going up and down all over the place will also rupture if we don't design them carefully. The nuclear industry has also the stiff pipes held everywhere. So there is a need to bring other disciplines also into this approach. But bigger question is, when we do planning of a city, we need to do developed construction, regulated and developed construction, which means we need to do planning. In that planning process, all the people have to come to table. The architects, the engineers, the historians, the social scientists, and the whole works have to come in addition to engineers. Usually, it's some of these people are missing in the process of planning, and so we need to bring them together. But for sustainable development, I have only two items to do. One is don't make new mistakes, and second is old is gold, protect the existing infrastructure. So retrofit comes in a big way, and we need to focus a significant. We heard in the morning 10%, 20%, 30%, 40%, right? So for retrofit, we have a significant amount already set aside in the 15th Finance Commission recommendations, which are admitted by Government of India. I'll close by saying, if you want to build an earthquake-resistant Vikasit Bharat, this is a selfless and comprehensive agenda. It's a selfless system because it is for everybody. It's not for any one individual. We are working for the good cause of the nation. But the important thing is, if you make structures earthquake-resistant, they will withstand the other hazards very well. What I mean by that is, other than blast, fire, and impact, which are very special and extreme loading, normally cyclones will do very well if you have already designed for earthquakes. This has been established, right? Barring a few items which you have loosely fastened, they'll fly, but the rest of the structure will not have much of the concern. These are the issues that we need to learn laterally, that one item here can fix many other items. And so If we bring in systems and processes to fix this item, those systems, 90% will work for the regular daily grunge activities related to other hazards in the country. So earthquake resistant construction can be made safe with incremental design effort and expenditure. Incremental. You're already doing a lot of expenditure, just incremental effort is required. So I'm inspired when I hear Krishna ji saying that, it's going on for decades, the earthquake program in America and in Japan and Taiwan, we just heard from our colleagues. I'm saying, let us play the infinite game of earthquake safety in India. And the infinite game requires 5 items. First, we need to have a noble cause, and we have it. Second, we need to have trusting teams. We need to build them. We don't have them yet. We need to build, because where are the technical hands? We need to build trusting teams. Third, we need to have worthy rivals. We have them. We'll learn from all of their experiences. They are absolutely worthy in the sense of telling us, don't do this, do this. Rivals doesn't mean I'm competing with them. Rivals means I'm learning the good things that they are doing in the development of this nation. Fourth, we need to have existential flexibility. We need to create that. We don't have it yet. We don't be stiff. We want to be listening to people and doing what is good for our nation and dynamically changing from decade to decade. If you see the agenda that was shown on the Earthquake Program of America, every 10 years, the keywords have changed because they're also learning new things are happening where the old things are consolidated. And finally, we need to have the courage to lead, and we have the courage. So 3 out of 5 we have, 60% already en route. Only 2 things we have to do. We need to build trusting teams, and we need to be flexible. If we do that, we are much on our road. And ladies and gentlemen, I'll stop here and say, let us build a safe Bharat. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. So the earthquake safety is not just about reducing the risk of the earthquakes. It's about safe houses, good houses, livable houses. And if we want to attain the indices of development, it is an absolute prerequisite. Thank you very much for bringing that perspective. Now I turn to Professor Yogendra Singh. He comes from IIT Roorkee. IIT Roorkee has been the original seat of earthquake engineering. It is a place that I associate with Professor Jai Krishna and A.S. Arya and all the greatest stalwarts of the earthquake engineering. Thanks very much for being here. You have seen the discipline of earthquake engineering evolve, and perhaps you could say how the discipline at its current strength can contribute to the applications of building codes and improvement of the earthquake resistant technologies. So, and what are the kind of the incentives as well as the impediments that exist for the spread of the discipline, the strength of the discipline in the country. So perhaps you could say a little bit about how the earthquake engineering as a discipline has been applied in the context of the building technologies and practices in the country at the level of municipal corporations and municipalities. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sir. So, I represent universities and our educational institutions, so I will take it from that point of view. So, at universities, those may be IITs or outside IITs, we are involved in 3 types of activities. One is our research. So, we work on developing new systems, new technologies, and promote them into the society. Then we are doing regular capacity building in this discipline. So, master's course, not only at IIT Roorkee, some NITs have also started master's course in earthquake engineering, and other institutes where there may not be a separate course on earthquake engineering, it is part of the curriculum. So, we are providing regular trained personnel to the Society on Earthquake Engineering Then we are also doing other capacity building exercises like short-term courses and non-formal capacity building for working professionals. So that is another part we are taking. Then standard developments, developments of codes and standards in this field, there we are contributing. And that is a major contribution. We also work on developing new technologies, because we can borrow from other places, other countries, the development which has taken place in science. So concepts can be borrowed, processes can be borrowed, but the local specific information and data, for example, hazard is unique to the place, so that cannot be borrowed, that we have to develop, and we are working on that. And also our structural types, our building types, those are also unique. So we need to understand their behavior during earthquake and other forces, other actions in general. So that is the part where we are, I will say, currently perhaps lacking, and we have to do more on that. And capacity building, I will like to re-emphasize, because when we go to implementation, as Professor Murthy also pointed out, that in implementation there are role of other agencies, but capacity building is the key part, which in any case we are working on, and there we can contribute. Then I also want to point out two limitations of our current system, that over-dependence on the university system, IIT system especially. So IITs cannot be the solution for everything. We have our own role, as I pointed out, but we cannot reduce this to getting a certificate from an IIT professor and then it takes care of everything. So currently something like that is happening. So we have to be very careful about that, and that scenario needs to be changed. Other agencies and departments should also develop a strength. And somehow we have gone a little in the reverse direction there, because originally there was a lot of capacity in many government departments like irrigation, CPWD, railways. That capacity has depleted over the years. So we have to work on that, and that will go alongside the work which we are doing in this earthquake engineering discipline. And our research facilities, which are required in case of earthquake engineering, in the field of earthquake engineering, those are very capital intensive. And such facilities are limiting, very limited in our country. So recently we have developed at a few places, but not only the facilities to be developed require a lot of money, running those facilities also requires a lot of money, because we have to do full scale testing, and full scale testing, even constructing the specimen and handling it, that also requires a lot of capital. So that we have to think. And one more point Rijvi Sab asked me to take up, that I will like to take, that is regarding a new paradigm in earthquake resistant design, that is performance based design. So I want to talk just a minute about that, because our current design philosophy is prescriptive. So even when we are following our codes and we design our structures, buildings as per code, we are not sure how it is going to perform during an earthquake. The maximum we can say is that it will get damaged during earthquake, but it will not collapse. But that may not be adequate for all the structures. Like if I want to design a hospital, this philosophy is not delivering the targeted performance. So there we need a better modeling and analysis and design approach, which we call performance based design. So there we can design our structures for a targeted performance. For example, a hospital, if I want to design for operational performance, that it should continue its operation even after a major earthquake. So that can be achieved through this. And internationally as well as nationally, we are moving in that direction. The bottleneck in implementation of this
methodology of design is nonlinear analysis. So nonlinear analysis is being taught at some of the IITs, I mean all the IITs and some of the other institutes also. And slowly that number, the trained people in nonlinear analysis is increasing. And we will be able to take it up at the national level, at least for those structures, those buildings which are identified to be critical after an earthquake.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Singh. That was great. And we would eventually, during the course of the day, we'll go back to you to discuss the practical issues about certification, how we take performance-based building design forward. I would have wanted to ask more questions of the panelists, but we've run out of sorry, time. We have time for like one question or maybe two. So if we have anybody from the administration, district administrations who's here who wishes to ask a question, if we have a senior district magistrate, I can see one. And if there's anybody who wishes to ask a practical question of the scientists. Okay, if you want to ask a scientific question of the scientists. All the young people from NCS, what about you? Don't feel shy, please ask. Your seniors will not note it down, don't worry. Yes, ma'am. The district magistrate of Ladakh.
So I'm not a district magistrate, I'm secretary.
Secretary. Oh, sorry, I'm so sorry.
Can I get a mic or is my voice?
Mic, laiye jaldi se. Sorry about that.
So I'll just...
Yeah.
I'm posted in Ladakh, but my question is more so to do with Delhi. Also, I'm from IIT Madras. Oh, nice. Thank you. Sir, so I have worked extensively in Karol Bagh, Sadar Bazaar, Chandni Chowk, and obviously they're high dense areas, and every time when we used to do disaster drills, it was very focused on how to get out. But like I clicked with you when you said that every time we wanted to ascertain if there was a building which was dangerous structurally or not, there was a very shady mechanism to say that there would be some 2-3 structural engineers who would be empaneled, जिसके पास वो जाते थे और वो उनको एक कागज देना होता था कि ये structurally ठीक है या नहीं है, and it's all a very messy business in Delhi. So I feel that administratively, in fact my question is, till we reach to a point wherein everything is about disaster and earthquake, till then how do we sustain, like matlab, how is that journey going to take place wherein these high dense areas, one building falls, earthquake or no earthquake, there's really no way to get out. So jab tak wo structural engineer, matlab, I'm just saying that is a long way to go till those mechanisms are in place. So till we get to those mechanisms, what would you suggest would be those little things that we can do as administrators on the ground to save the day up till that certain day?
Thank you, ma'am. So I'll quickly go to Dr. Nishikawa and then Dr. Su to make a quick response to that, and then through the course of the day we can continue to answer this one question because it is very relevant.
Okay, thank you for the question. Well, in Japan, we say that we do not have to first aim for the most luxurious system. We say that there would be maybe 3 steps, starting from the most, I'll say, easy to implement system, starting from the first step and then elevate to the second step and to the most, I'll say, luxurious system. So earthquakes, since they do not come every year, it's always difficult to try to convince the public or the top political leaders to invest a huge amount initially. But we can try to convince them that first let's start with the basics, not so expensive solutions. For example, in Japan, we have so many old wooden housing. They are very fragile against earthquakes. Of course, it's the best idea to rebuild them into the most recent building standard, but it's expensive for the house owners. So at least we say that first, let's make your bedroom safe. Only retrofit the bedroom so that your lives will be saved. It's not so expensive. And if you have money, you can try to opt for the second best or the best solution. The best solution is to rebuild it according to the latest standard. So I will emphasize that there would be so many solutions, and we do not have to opt for only the best solution. We can start from every options. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Su?
Yes, I totally agree from Japanese side. Actually, we Taiwan do similar things. Okay, so for example, I said the buildings collapsed, but the most dangerous one is the first floor. So we try to just focus on the first floor first for retrofit to provide something not damaged, not collapsed. Also, I think the demonstration for people to know that this kind of technology is working is very important. It can make the process faster. I mean, the process for people know that this technology is working and it's very useful and is very cheap to do that. Then it will be successful. Okay, that's my opinion.
Thank you. So
Can I?
Dr. Sinha?
Yes.
Dr. Sinha?
Please go ahead.
Ab-
I actually totally agree with the concern which you have. And as mentioned by other panelists, first of all, we need to identify what those multi-step approach would be in our case. So in India, we have a peculiar cultural problem. So Indian culture has evolved to hide bad news. So all of us know that in families, if there are people who are suffering from very bad disease, then there is a tendency that don't tell them. Only the other family members know what is the actual extent of the problem. So this is a cultural issue in India which also prevents us from being more open about the earthquake risk and the disaster risk in general which we carry. So what we have found based on our experience, that the best advocate of future action are the people if they know the risk. So public awareness has to be not just a one-time affair, but a repeated affair, and it cannot be a single channel of communication. It has to be through the schools, it has to be through the local representatives, the corporators and the MLAs, and through others, based on the realistic assessment. The idea is not to scare. The idea is to be realistic that, okay, this is a graded kind of risk which you are carrying. And we have the skills and the wherewithals to assess what that graded risk is. What this community does not know is how to communicate to the people. We feel that if we are able to tell something which my fellow scientist understands, then the world understands. It's not that way. So we need the right people to be involved in that communication. And why this is important, the issue which you raised is actually has very strong tragic consequences also which we have seen. So in 2001 during the Bhuj earthquake, for example, the earthquake occurred on 26th January on our Republic Day. And in the town of Anjar, there was one government high school. That high school was having its Republic Day parade through the main street of Anjar, which is old, hundreds of years old settlement. And the earthquake shaking started. The buildings from both sides just collapsed on the road. And the city lost 240 high school kids. So the single most concentrated death which happened over there, like the entire 10th standard got wiped out. So these things are seen, and lessons have to be taken from them. So first is public awareness. Second is, as structural engineer, I can tell you that if the building is going to collapse, it is not necessary that the building would collapse randomly. It is possible to design the direction of collapse. So if you have very little money to do anything, then you do only retrofitting to the extent where the building does not collapse on the road. So building will still collapse, but let it collapse internally, because very few buildings would be of the kind which will collapse. Most of them would be damaged buildings. So a graded approach, first is public awareness, repeated, and through multiple channels, because different people find different sources of information as being more believable to them. So through multiple channels, and the right kind of information. The intention is to educate and not to scare. And second, to take risk mitigation measures on the basis of risk, not on the basis of understanding of the strength of earthquake alone. But risk, first priority is to save lives of the others, like for example, people on the street. Second priority is to save the lives of the people within the building. Third priority is to prevent injuries to the people within the building. And fourth priority, of course, is to reduce the economic losses. So there are these categorization of actions which can be taken. But again, I'm hesitant to say that this should not be something at a pilot level at a particular place or something. We need to have these captured as part of the national policy. Because unless it's a policy level intervention, it is going to die its own natural course. So that's all I would like to say. Thank you.
Just a brief thing. Delhi needs to have an urban retrofitting program. We tried to implement an urban retrofitting program in Delhi. We could not succeed, for institutional regions. But it should be a long-term and continuous program whereby we create certain incentives for the people to retrofit, and we provide technical assistance, small amount of financial assistance. Without that, we are going, if something happens in Chandni Chowk area or some eastern Delhi, I think we are going to have a huge loss. So what is very important is that we should have a larger state-funded program for retrofitting of the buildings. But if you could not do it in Delhi, perhaps you can do it in Ladakh, and we will support you. Please take this initiative. We will really be very happy to support it. Ladakh also needs a retrofitting program. Thank you.
I would like to thank the session. I would like to thank the panel for an enriching session. Now I request you all to please assemble for a group photograph, and I would request Dr. Krishna Vatsa to kindly hand over the mementos as a token of appreciation.
So now we are going to the next session. We are about 10 minutes over, so the next session will get 1 hour. So we have eaten up 10 minutes of our lunch. Over to you, sir.
So for the first technical session of the day, which is on earthquake risk assessment and seismic microzonation, the need for earthquake risk assessment in urban area has become increasingly critical due to the rapid and unplanned urbanization, which significantly increases both vulnerability and the potential for large-scale losses. As cities expand, the concentration of people and infrastructure in seismic zones make them more susceptible to earthquake-related damage. Therefore, it is essential to understand the methodologies available for risk assessment and seismic microzonation for their practical application in master planning. To chair this session, I would like to invite Lieutenant General Syed Atta Hasnan Sir, Member NDMA, along with Sri Krishna S. Vatsa, Member NDMA as co-chair. The presenters for this technical session are Professor Pradeep Raman Challa, Director CBRI, Mr. Yoji Takahashi, Senior Project Manager, Oriental Consultants, Global Japan, and Mr. Abhishek Mukherjee, Lead EQ Model Developer, Aeon. The discussant for the session is Professor Rupen Goswami from IIT Madras. I request you all to please take over the stage.
Yes, sir. Please come.
Thank you. Let's turn on to our panel for their expertise on this topic. Thank you.
Otherwise, I may not have come.
Yes, yes. Wherever you ask me to intervene, I will do that. Thank you, sir. थोड़ा टाइम में थोड़ा रिलैक्सेशन नहीं चलेगा सर.
लंच का प्रॉब्लम है.
हाँ, कोई बात नहीं. 10 मिनट लेट हो गया तो कोई दिक्कत नहीं.
Right. Good morning and Jai Hind to everyone present here. Wonderful sessions that you are having, I can see. The highlight of the last session, I would say, was the brevity. The manner in which so much was put across in very few words. We are not expecting it in this session. We expect a few more words to be spoken. And we will still volunteer to eat further into your lunch time to make sure that but you still have enough time for lunch. Now, this is a different subject completely, and I've got Mr. Krishna Vatsa with me, Dr. Vatsa with me, to also co-chair the session. I don't have to talk too much, I don't have to worry too much because he is a technical expert himself. But I thought I must just regale you with one or two experiences of earthquakes in life. I saw the Uri earthquake, or what is called the Kashmir earthquake, Muzaffarabad earthquake. We lost 800 people dead in Uri. But Pakistan on the other side, the Pakistan occupied Kashmir area, lost a couple of thousands in that area. So this subject, when you look at the subject of microzonation, seismic microzonation and risk assessment, it leads you to a lot of thoughts. If you look at the geography of an area, sometimes even a basic cursory look at the geography of an area gives you a microzonation effect in your mind. I can still picture areas of Uri where damage was very little, despite population, despite a fair density of population. And yet, in areas where there was low density of population, but the casualties were high. It all depended on the manner in which the soil of that area, the composition of the soil of that area, the rock composition of that area, the direction in which the flow of the various springs and rivers, etc. was. I can tell you that after the Uri earthquake, all the springs of the mountains changed direction. Everywhere they changed direction. Where we were collecting water from one place, you found water coming out at some other place. And I can tell you also this, that all our stone masonry buildings of the army also fell down. We had heavy casualties in that, of the local population also. The buildings which didn't fall, no wooden building was damaged. All wooden, people with wooden buildings all survived. The second thing was, the DRDO came and constructed an underground operation center for me just 3 months before the earthquake. And I don't know what technologies they used. The only surviving structure of stone masonry was that underground operations center. Everything else around that collapsed. So I don't know whether anyone ever did a study on this, but it was a fascinating area to see how different areas were affected differently by 30 seconds of the earthquake which lasted. So we've got a fascinating panel here to tell us a lot more about earthquake risk assessment and seismic microzonation. I'm not going to go into the details of them all, but from our right, we have Mr. Abhishek Mukherjee, lead earthquake catastrophe model developer. I mean, this is something fascinating. We'll be looking forward to hearing from you about your exploits and your science. Professor Pradeep Ramanchalla, director of the CBRI. CBRI doesn't require any introduction. It is one of the most leading institutions in the country. We have also received your citation for the award this year, for the Subhash Chandra Bose Abda Prabandhan Award, also from the CBRI. Right? We have got Mr. Ryoji Takahashi, and I was Googling you, sir, and I find there is so much that you have done, including the fact that you have been involved in Tehran, in Iran. Internationally, you have traveled all over. Wherever there is a seismic issue, you have traveled there and you have given your advice there, participated in many such events. Welcome to India. I'm not sure how many times you've been to India before. Have you been to India?
38 years.
This is?
I was here. Only one time.
Only one time.
38
Okay.
years ago.
Okay, sir. Welcome. Welcome back, sir, here. And we've got Professor Rupan Goswami from the IIT Madras. That is Dr. Murthy's IIT, the same IIT, and IIT Madras has a very close association with the NDMA. We always appreciate the presence of scientists from the IIT Madras here with us. So with that, may I request Dr. Krishna Vats for his introductory remarks and invitation to our first speaker.
So, thank you very much. This session focuses on earthquake risk assessment. As they say, there is no one way of meeting the God. It is the same holds true of the earthquake risks. There are several ways of assessing earthquake risks, and all of them equally valid and applicable. There is an established geological route for assessing earthquake risks, and we study the fault lines and the interplate and intraplate formations and arrive at the assessments of the probability of the earthquake. There is also a seismological route, which is about studying the past earthquakes and then suggesting the probability of the earthquakes. Then the structural engineers look at the earthquake from the point of view of the impact on the buildings, how the shear forces of the floors will operate in case of the earthquakes. So that is more about the behavior and the functioning of the structure. there is also a vulnerability approach to the earthquake, which is about how a large number of non-engineered irregular structures which are constructed of very different kinds of materials would withstand the impact of the earthquakes. We need to look at build scenarios and see how the earthquake waves would travel, how they would impact, which are the areas they would impact, and what would be the level of impact. The impact would extend to not just the buildings, but also to the mortality and the impact on various human systems. So, earthquake risk assessment is a huge area that again requires a multidisciplinary effort, and we are, I'm glad to say, we have done a lot of work. We are still working on this area. We are collaborating with the CBRI for developing the methodology for the earthquake risk assessment. We have undertaken the indexing of the cities from the point of view of the earthquake risks, but we are also undertaking the detailed estimation of the earthquake risk for certain cities. One of the ways in which, and that is something that perhaps we may discuss today, one of the ways in which we assess the earthquake is the microgenation. And we have invested quite a sizable amount of money in doing the microgenation for a large number of cities. Has microgenation worked for us? Has it really, given us the recommendations? Have we been able to implement those recommendations? How should we make the microgenation more effective, more applicable for our purpose? But overall, how should we develop a more comprehensive, more inclusive earthquake risk assessment methodology that can give us some practical recommendations for the application of earthquake resistant technologies, building codes, building regulations? I think that's what we want to discuss, and I'm glad we have such a distinguished panelist here to discuss these issues. Thank you.
Would you like to invite?
Yeah, so first we go with the Professor Pradeep ji, and Pradeep ji has been working very close collaborator. He is actually the extension of the NDMA in many ways. We draw upon his expertise, his perspective, his leadership in several ways. So Pradeep ji, thank you.
10 minutes.
Yep. Yes, sir. Yep. Thank you, sir. So I have a small presentation. Can I get the, please. Yes, sir. Yeah, before I go to the slides, I would like to give a small preamble to it. See, last 1 week I've been to this place called Khammam, which is in Telangana, for undertaking this PDNA exercise. So about 1 week of exercise, around 35 people. So we visited 5 districts, affected districts, and then we interacted with people and government officers, people who are responsible, and then finally detailed discussion with district collectors, 5 district collectors. So what emerged out is they are asking, please tell us what to do. Now, just now, sir pointed out that around 30 microresolution studies were conducted in the country using Government of India's money from various ministries. Now, the question is, how many of them went into the real use? So what is the end user, how end user got benefited, or what is the end user perspective of these studies? That is the main question which is coming up. Now, from that point of view, if you look at earthquake, so society is getting affected. Now, there are three ways. One is there is life loss. Second is property loss is there, and third one is business or income loss. Now the question is, can we take a challenge that in next, say, a decade or so, we are going to remove the first one, that is no life loss. Then after that, no property loss, and after that, maybe no business or income loss. So can we set ourselves that target by 2047, when we were planning to achieve this like Viksit Bharat? So definitely when there is life loss, property loss and business loss, we cannot call ourselves as Viksit Bharat. So we should set that as a target. So with that background, I would like to present few slides just to invite the discussion. So this slide you must have seen many times. One is Disaster Management Act came into force in 2005. It's almost 20 years. Where are we from that point till now? Nearly 20 years. Relief-centric approach to mitigation and preparedness-centric approach. That is a paradigm shift. And the bottom sentence or the slogan, which I would say, zero tolerance to avoidable deaths. So where we have reached in that. So in the event of next earthquake, maybe any time in future, can we use that statement? Yes, we have avoided deaths. That is a big question. So that's what the earlier session was clearly pointed out, that our focus on mitigation still needs more and more attention from various angles. This gives a glimpse of notable events, and on the right side I'm just showing you that 50,000 people have died in last 2.5 decades or little more, and then 5 lakh people got severely injured, 1 million houses collapsed, and 5 million houses severely damaged. This just statistics say that. And there were some products which came out after this NDMA Act, NDMA came into force, but still we are at the initial stages only in terms of disaster risk mitigation. And the question is, like, what are the tools which are needed, which are easily understandable by people who want to use, and easily usable tools. So when you go to a doctor who is very, very specialist, gives some technical jargon, you don't know, but person asks, tell me what to do. So our researchers, academicians, language should be in such a manner that, okay, this is the product, use it. So that is the exercise which we are now trying to do, to give various levels of risk assessment for a target group. So there are 4 levels, 2 are qualitative and 2 are quantitative. Out of that, 2 are simplified and 2 are detailed. Most of us know that risk is the combination of the hazard, exposure and vulnerability. And these 4 levels of risk, so how do we arrive at? Hazard levels first. First one is the map which is available. It is clearly known. Hazard 1. So India is divided into various zones. Many, that new code is coming, so it will come very soon. But presently 4 zones are there: zone 2, zone 3, zone 4 and zone 5. As you all know that around 56% of area is in moderate to severe earthquake zone, but nearly 80% of population is in that. So that means risk is very high. So if we want to go into that, that means level 2 simplified hazard, that is deterministic seismic hazard analysis, slightly technically involved, but simple steps are given there. And then hazard level 3, that is probabilistic seismic hazard analysis. Now, whatever the hazard level we are using, but the final product should be usable by an administrator, final product. Coming to vulnerability, so BMTPC has released an atlas which fairly well gives what are the vulnerability. So it gives at district level, every district level. And then if you want to go little bit in detailed manner, there is a simplified quantitative analysis, that is a level 2 vulnerability assessment. In that we take, say, site issues, foundation issues, architecture, structural aspects and construction details. But when there are life threatening factors, we say 100% vulnerable. Then the third one, we go and try to derive fragility functions. That is again quite involved process, which Professor Yogendra Singh was telling. Nonlinear analysis is needed, dynamic analysis is needed for that. Yes, but that also, when the final product is ready, it should be usable. Now coming to exposure. So first, basic level exposure is our census data. Right now the census data what we have is 2011, but it's more than a decade. The estimate is we need to extrapolate and understand how many people are living, because there is a lot of migration, new people and population growth, all that affects. So we have to go for level 2 and level 3 depending on what kind of assessment, risk assessment we are doing. And finally coming to risk levels. Say level 1, as we have different levels of hazard, vulnerability and exposure. So when it comes to level 1, suppose if administrator is asking, mota mota bata dijiye, so what is risk? So we can easily go for level 1 risk. So level 2 risk likewise, level 3 and level 4. So these are the graded ways of finding out risk, and these things can be useful. Say we don't want life loss, so what is to be done? We don't want, say, life loss is achieved, property loss, what is to be done? And then no income or business loss, what is to be done? So we have to go in this manner. So directly reaching the third one is not possible, so we have to go, because it has to be embraced by people. So with this I would like to stop. Let us all work towards earthquake disaster resilience. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. That was a nice, short and crisp, very effective, I must say. Thank you very much, Professor Pradeep. May I now request Mr. Ryoji Takahashi from Japan, Senior Project Manager there. Yeah, I think there's a presentation.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Takahashi. I'm from Japan, as introduced. First of all, I would like to express my sincere appreciation for giving me this opportunity. And it is my great honor to be a part of this important workshop. Actually, I just wanted to tell you that I've been working in this disaster risk reduction and management field for about 28 years. And mostly I've been working in abroad. And also I have the experience working in Japan as well in this field. But I spend most of the time in abroad, and I was able to implement seismic microzonation and risk the assessment in many countries. So that's why that I was invited here to share my insight and also some experience. I hope that my presentation not make you sleepy. I will try to speak sometime very loudly to wake up. Just kidding. First of all, I just wanted to know who doesn't know much about risk assessment of earthquake. I think today's participants know, but probably you don't know about the risk assessment implemented in Japan. Probably it might be slightly different from what you do in your country. I asked our colleague to extend my presentation time because 10 minutes is too short to deliver everything. Okay. Actually, I prepared more than 100 pages of the slide, but I will speak only first 20 slides. And this is my gift for you to, check afterward. Then if you have any question, I'm welcome to answer any questions. So my presentation includes a 5-part introduction. What is a seismic risk assessment? I think this part can be skipped because the former presenter already mentioned, and the recent international trend. And the most important part is a case in project in Tehran, Iran. I selected this because I have the reason for this. And then finally the conclusion. So firstly, I would like to start from introduction. I steal this slide from Professor Nishikawa. He usually explained this slide, but he kindly accepted this. This is nothing special, but as you can see in this slide, on the blue table, strong earthquake. This is like a top 10 earthquake occurred in the past. So you can see the East Japan earthquake, the most recently 2011 was devastating. But if you look at the deadly earthquake, the number of the casualty is top 10 is like this. But the one that we experienced in the East Great Japan earthquake was 18,000. Of course, we cannot say this is successful. Never can say that. But we try to mitigate as much as possible by reducing the damage from the disasters. I just wanted to tell you about some trend of the sustainable development. If you don't have any disaster in your country, the development continues normally. But earthquake occurs, and you don't have any much capacity or vulnerability is very high, so it goes down. Then if the next one comes, go down. So it never reaches to the normal curve. So development obstacle by the disaster happens. So in order to minimize this, you have to invest for the disasters. So prepare for the next disaster. Build back better is a key word. So this is a trend that we have captured, the case of Japan. The left-hand side diagram showing the share of the disaster management budget in Japan. In India, do you have the clear budget spent in each year for prevention, mitigation, recovery? Do you have such kind of the data? Okay. Yeah. Yes. So you can understand the trend. Okay. Then the red color is the expenditure of the disaster recovery. So it gradually decreasing, and we are trying to increase the budget for the disaster management. So this including the mitigation, prevention, and also the research and the science technology budget as well. So, and in the time of the Great East Japan earthquake and also Great Hanshin earthquake is two major earthquakes occurred in Japan. And at that time, of course, the recovery cost increases. But the trend is decreasing because of the investment. So on the right side, this is the number of the casualty. So first until, in 1961, the fundamental disaster management law was enacted in Japan. Then it became very active. So after a few years, still the number of the casualty was great, but the number has drastically reduced. So it's quite stable. So we don't have much casualty because of the flood. Mostly by the earthquake, but try to minimize it as much as possible. So what is the next topic is a seismic risk assessment. I think I can skip this because this is what you already know. And what I heard from your side is you do the microzonation. That is the ground shaking level is already estimated. But what I do in and in Japan is a seismic hazard risk hazard and risk assessment. Risk assessment part is how many buildings will collapse, the moderately damage, and also the human, like road damage and the bridge damage, so it's infrastructure, and the lifeline, like water, sewage, and power and communication. And then the human casualty and economic loss will be calculated or estimated. So in a numerical order, it's not one table. We estimate these information in a location by location. So we can know, for example, like the city of the Tokyo, we have several municipalities. So we can aggregate the data based on the municipality or based on the community. So we can make it very detailed planning based on this. So this is what we do in Japan. I will show you some example later. And this is the image taken from the Kathmandu, Nepal, which I implemented after the Gorkha earthquake. The risk assessment was implemented. So in the left side, sorry that I cannot use a pointer, so maybe you cannot understand where to look is a little bit difficult. Sorry about this. But on the left side, the many layers of the information is the overlaid in a grid system. That we apply the 200 meters, 200 meter grid in the case of the Kathmandu, and then try to estimate the economic loss and the life loss as well. So firstly, on the left side, we estimate the ground shaking level, then apply the fragility curve on the top right to each facility or each building. Then this comes to the building damage and the human casualty and the infrastructure and the lifeline. Then the table bottom is showing the building damage and the building damage ratio number and the ratio and this person and this ratio. So in case of the Kathmandu, the worst case, the 44.9% building might be damaged. It doesn't mean we separated into the heavily damaged, moderate damage, slightly damaged. So this is a combination of the three types. So if we pick up the heavily damaged, it might be like 10% or something. Yeah, we have also that number. And this person is 3,500. That is not small. So this is what we estimated in Kathmandu. It was completed in 2018, so it's 6 years ago. So result in maps and the numerical figures. So map and the numerical figure is very resourceful information. This slide is showing that you already know about the Sendai framework. Why I showed this slide is that we need to invest in the priority 3, investment in DRR. So this is what we need to focus. And what will make the changes might be this risk assessment result. So case in the Iran is showing here. Basically, the microzonation and the risk assessment, what we applied in Japan is a deterministic approach, so scenario based. So we select several scenario earthquakes, and in case of Tehran, we selected 3. And actually, it was done in 1999, so it's almost 25 years ago. And this became the very big trigger in Tehran, and because it shows, it visualizes, this is important, visualize the damage level in the specific city. So decision makers, like including the president of the country, can understand if this earthquake occurs, this damage can be happened. Then they will think that it is a time to move ahead to mitigate the estimated damages. So this shows the building damage number. It was more than what we estimated in Kathmandu, 55%, and the 6% of the population, which is 383,000 people might kill. It's a really shocking number. And also, we compare the time with this one. It was already the top rank. The worst case might be happen in Tehran. Sorry, maybe I'm running out of the time, so I just need to speed up. But I talked with others. I was permitted to talk about 15 minutes, so maybe I just tried to and this is the image after this. This is actual 3D image, and this also that shows what is the difference. This area, 80% of the building might collapse. And in case of the Tehran, JICA has provided so many series of the activity. So the firstly implemented risk assessment, then we prepare the master plan, and then we move to the implementation stage. So implementation is very much important. And now because already 25 years has passed, JICA has just started for re-evaluation and the formulation of the plan again. And this is the kind of the most important part of my presentation. Why we need a numerical number? For example, this is just a sample, building damage and human casualty. Starting from the building damage, that we know the number of the building, so damage. So we have to do the diagnosis of the building. Then we can set up the retrofitting or demolition and reconstruction. Not only that, if talking about one municipality, the number of the building might be, the damage is 10,000 or 100,000. If they want to reduce the 50% of the damaged building, they can make the plan, specific plan, how to mitigate that expected damage. So they can also set a target number specifically. So this is very important. And for the human casualty, emergency stockpile, and also the evacuation site design, or based on the victim number, whether this number is enough for the evacuation site, and the emergency stockpile can be also planned well. And if the bridge damage, the emergency road network is set up. Then based on alongside of the emergency road network, there is a certain number of the bridges. So they can prioritize to retrofit those the bridges alongside of the emergency road network. And for the public facility, of course, this can be utilized for this. And also for the land use planning, the hazard map can be utilized. And also the urban development needs to be considered. Okay, I think I will stop my presentation, but I want to show this picture. I don't want to forget about SMILE. This is a snapshot taken from the disaster management drill in Tehran. So
I think you continue on.
I can continue. Then I will just briefly.
Lot of interest. Lot of interest here on Kathmandu.
Okay, I just want to briefly go through what I have prepared for the reference. So this is starting the 100 pages. So I don't talk in the contents. This is I just wanted to share with you what was the result of the risk assessment and implemented in Kathmandu. And I already explained briefly, and this is the result and the infrastructure. That we evaluate one by one the bridge the diagnosis as well, not in detail. And also, please don't misunderstand. This is the statistical estimation. After the result of the risk assessment, we need to have the detailed diagnosis of each building. But this is the information that the decision maker and also the general public can understand the level of the damage you might face. So this is very much important. And also, I didn't mention about this. In Japan, this risk assessment is a first step and a fundamental information to formulate the disaster management plan. So every plan is based on this risk assessment. So this is what I just wanted to emphasize, and also, yeah, and sorry, and the next takeaway for you is, yeah, we have the also the detail of the building damage. This is just a summary. As I mentioned, we can make it in a very small the area, because the assessment is done in a 200 meter grid. So you can make it small as a 200 meter grid. So in each grid we have this, damage number for the lifeline. And the next one is also very much important. Tokyo, Japan has kindly agreed to share this material, and this is also including the risk assessment implemented in the Tokyo metropolitan area, and also what kind of effort they are making. So very informative information. So please look at this, the presentation material. It's quite many pages. And also they are talking about what kind of the plan they make. And also the communication system and the retrofitting, the subsidy is also included in this document, I think. And then finally, this is also a big the takeaway for you is, sorry, I have so many pages. And the last one, the reference was the earthquake DRR system in Japan. I try to summarize what is the effort Japan is doing, including the old aspect, including this, and also the history of the disaster management, the related law and regulations, and what is the Central Disaster Management Council, and also this is, and disaster risk assessment, and the disaster resilient urban structure based on the risk assessment. I wanted to talk a little bit more detail, but I'm running out of the time, so I just skip it. And earthquake resistant building, seismic retrofitting promotion, and this is remarkable. And now 100% was pursued for the public school building is all retrofitted in Japan. Yeah, so I think, yeah, I will give you the presentation, the information. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. One of the issues with the scenario building is that when the scenario does not really pan out in case of a natural, in case of an earthquake, then we do not always perhaps go back and see why it didn't work. In case of Kathmandu, 1995, there was a scenario building.
2015.
1995. There was a huge earthquake risk assessment for the city of Kathmandu, which made dire predictions of more than 80,000 deaths in case an earthquake of certain magnitude happened. And 2015, we had an earthquake of a similar magnitude. The number of deaths was much less, 9,000. So earthquakes surprise us in many ways. The waves travel in ways that are very inexplicable at times, and we need to revisit some of these things to find out why our scenario building, scenario models didn't work. It's very, very important. So we will discuss it later also. But now I will invite Mr. Abhishek Mukherjee, who has been working in the insurance sector, and we would like to know from him how the insurance sector looks at and forecasts the earthquake risks and takes it into consideration while developing insurance products. Thank you.
Thank you very much. First of all, it's my pleasure to be a part of today's discussion. I have a short presentation about the earthquake catastrophe model from Aeon impact forecasting, and some key features and components, and what are the biggest challenges we face in catastrophe model development for earthquake peril in India. Can I please have the pointer? Yeah. Thank you. So I'll start my presentation with a very short introduction about Aeon impact forecasting. Then the challenges about the seismicity of South Asia, then followed by our latest South Asia earthquake model, which is covering India, Bhutan, Bangladesh and Sri Lanka, going to be released next year, and some scope of using these models, and some benefits, and some final concluding remarks on that. So talking about impact forecasting is Aeon's catastrophe model development center. So we have a global suite of catastrophe models, more than 130 models for 80 countries. So in nutshell, what we develop these models as a complete package to provide the full view of risk for the insurance industry, so that insurance industry can make informed decisions to transfer the catastrophe risk through financial products. And all these models we deploy in a robust computation platform named Elements. This is our global coverage of catastrophe models, and this new South Asia earthquake model will soon be part of the model suite for Asia. So talking about seismicity of South Asia, I think regarding this catastrophe model development and and the steps associated to it, Professor Ramanchalla and Mr. Takahashi already covered most of the aspects and key components of this model development. So I'll just quickly try to focus on our main key points of our catastrophe models, and how it can assist to get a global view, make a global view of risk. Like here, most of the seismicity for South Asia comes from the major Himalayan megathrust and Indo-Burma subduction region, caused by the converging plate boundaries. And also there are seismicity can be observed from the Indian crust, for example 2001 Bhuj earthquake. But even from the preparatory work, when we see the distribution of population here, which are shown here in the green shades, we can see most of the majority of the population, more than 30% of the population are located very close to these seismic sources, which also emphasize the importance of the seismic risk for India. Now, then we need to incorporate on top of this the latest hazard maps and risks, the state-of-the-art vulnerability components, and exposure, how the property distributed, to get a full global picture of the risks associated to earthquake in country level, and that can give us the view of risk to take informed decisions where to focus on, which areas are to start with more attention, and where to allocate the resources, where the infrastructures are needed. So that's the impact for Aeon impact forecasting catastrophe model are focusing to make the global view of risk to take informed decisions. So some key challenges are model and exposure data. we need to use the latest earthquake catalogs because of the improvements of earthquake monitoring system. Regular earthquake catalogs are regularly getting updated and leading to significant calibration and of seismic frequency magnitude distribution, ground motion prediction equations, or other key components of the seismic source model. Then high resolution model data, which is needed for other factors like soil amplification, secondary perils, liquefaction, landslides. And also key challenge is about the uncertainty in the exposure data due to lack of detailed building properties, which is crucial to assess the risk in a spatial distribution of risk in the region. Some additional research initiatives also required, like we observed, and some additional hazard model, improvements in the hazard source model is required to capture the complex fault mechanism of Himalayan megathrust and Indo-Burma subduction region. So we did a collaborative research with GEM to get some improvement on this to capture this fault mechanism in our model. Also, it's important to consider the regional factors like basin effect, induced seismicity, specifically important for our country. Most critical part is, or challenging part in this catastrophe model development is, I think, vulnerability part, because the diversity of the construction practices, building materials, it changes by state. Then other issues like poor construction practices, lack of code compliances. We have most of the most advanced seismic codes, but code compliance, lack of code compliance can lead to a lot of uncertainty in the vulnerability model. And this uncertainty in the vulnerability model is possible to quantify and reduce through calibration, but lack of loss and claim data for earthquake peril, that is a global phenomenon, because after all it's a rare rare scenario event. And last but not least, the secondary importance of the secondary perils is very significant for India in many regions, especially liquefaction for Ganges Basin and landslide for Himalaya and Himalayan part and northeastern part of India. So talking about impact forecasting South Asia earthquake model, I'll just go through very key features and few important points how we address these issues through our model. So hazard component is based on latest GEM model. We did we had collaboration, research collaboration with GEM and other scientific institute. We used latest ISC GEM catalog to calibrate the model, and some other high resolution data like soil maps from USGS, VS30, or high resolution digital terrain model from NASA to calculate the secondary perils like liquefaction and landslide. In hazard component, yes, as I mentioned, we developed a new finite fault model. That was our research initiative with GEM. Also, we updated the latest, used the latest updated GMPs, ground motion prediction equation, other components like basin effect for Kashmir Valley, induced seismicity for Quena-Warner region to cover most of the scenarios, regional causes of earthquake, seismicity or amplification of seismicity, and some regional, region-specific parameters in hazard model. And the final product is a comprehensive historical event set ready for loss analysis and a robust stochastic catalog for event-based PSHA. These are the can be taken as an output of hazard component. Then in vulnerability component, we have a detailed set of damage functions. I would only emphasize on two important things. One is the code levels. We have prepared this detailed and specific damage function considering the evolution of Indian seismic codes. Yeah, and also which we can And second is the regionality, that we have considered the regional variation of vulnerability and region-specific damage function for different set of damage function for rural and urban areas. And finally, incorporated high-resolution secondary peril maps or secondary peril models and integrated everything to in our catastrophe modeling platform elements. So in conclusion, these components together in our platform can give the complete view of risk to take informed decision for risk transfer. You can be used for public-private partnership to create financially viable solution. Also, not only through financial solutions, but this view of risk, these components all together in one platform can be used to take informed decision to increase the social, increase the earthquake resilience by proper planning for resource allocation for critical infrastructure development. And we have taken care of all these regional specific issues and features in our model. Thank you. That's.
Thank you, Mr. Mukherjee. Thank you very much for that. May I now request the last speaker of this panel, Professor Rupan Goswami of the IIT Madras, to make his intervention.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, I don't have a presentation. So I guess most of the things have been said, particularly in terms of I guess the session is on earthquake risk assessment and microzonation. And Professor Ramachandra, Mr. Takahashi has shown that it can be done at multiple levels. So basically, if we look at the three components of risk, hazard, vulnerability, and the exposure, particularly hazard and vulnerability can be evaluated at multiple levels with different degrees of rigor. And give us an opportunity at academia, we will give you the most complicated method, the most time-consuming method, and so on and so forth. That will require nonlinear analysis and whatnot. But that's not the point. I think we need to start with what Professor Nishikawa said right at the beginning. Let's do what is possible, the simplest task first. And that is something that I would take away from from the most important panel discussion session that we had. And so break up the job into smaller parts, and I would say even if we start the most simplest risk assessment study, the most simplest vulnerability assessment studies, take them together and look at the population and have a level 1 risk, if I may borrow what Professor Ramachandra said, and get started with that. I think we would do a good job, to begin with. What is the focus here? The focus is population that is at risk. And in this case, I just want to highlight maybe a thought, which is when we say population, number of people at risk, risk can be at different levels. Professor Ramachandra said risk to life loss, to injury, to property loss, business loss. I mean, let's start with life loss to begin with. But when you say population at risk, we can look at it in both in terms of absolute number and as a percentage in a region. So for instance, I can have a region where the population is small and the risk is also small, versus a region where the population is large and the risk is also large, meaning the percentage of that population at risk is also large. Right? These two scenarios would require completely different strategies to be adopted. So if I have small population, small risk, it kind of essentially indicates that probably we have been doing good things there. Continue the good work, keep working with regular annual grant, keep an eye on things, and improve from that point. Let's say we have a scenario where we have low population, but the risk to that population, larger percentage of that population is at risk. That warrants an urgent action because it is fixable, because the population is small. So maybe a special grant, some urgent retrofit measures, and improving bylaws so that we do not add unsafe built environment to that place. These kind of actions priority actions can help. If I have on the other side of the matrix, if I have large population at risk, but the percentage is small, then maybe we need to we may have a little longer time ahead, time frame for us to work, and with some, let's say, enhanced annual grant with planned retrofit and review and improvement in bylaws can help. And the most bad scenario in this is a high population region with high risk. I mean, that is where we need to work with, getting special grant, and this has to be a longer period effort. So enhanced annual grant, focused, retrofit, very important. There would be planned phasing out of existing vulnerable structures and redevelopment. And then, of course, we need to definitely work with the bylaws and improve and, ensure better code compliance and implementation on the field. So we need to adopt different strategies, and we need to have different levels of rigor, in our assessment of risk, and then have actionable points to move forward. For now, I'll stop with that.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Goswami. So you concluded on the note that there are different strategies. Those strategies need to be devised for the context. We definitely need to be cost effective. We definitely need to be more impactful. We need to devise our risk assessment strategies that could be translated into action. What is also very, very important, that we develop risk assessment models that could be used for developing insurance products. So all of them require various specializations to come together, work together, develop models, both and draw upon the data. The data is always an issue. So I think some of the important requirements that emerge is that we need to build a good database. We need to look at several aspects of earthquake risks, how they impact the people, the population, of course. The mortality is an important, very important indicators, and how they are going to impact the buildings and the built environment. I think bringing them together, and still there could be multiple variations on that, but developing a risk assessment methodology and a model that could be applied to the entire country, I think is one of the most important priorities, and CBRI is working on that, and so we are very, very hopeful that we will have a workable earthquake risk assessment methodology that would help us steer the direction of the earthquake risk reduction. So thank you very much, all the panelists. We will not be able to take questions because of the paucity of time, and we will now break for lunch. I again extend a very my sincere thanks to all the panelists. Thank you very much.
I would like to thank the panel, and before we disperse, I would request you all to please come together for a group photograph. And I request Vatsat sir to kindly present the mementos to our panel. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall now break for lunch and we'll reconvene shortly at 1:40 p.m. Thank you all.
the technical sessions again and get those brain buzzing again on the various aspects of earthquake risk mitigation and preparedness. Our next session, technical session 2, focuses on earthquake monitoring and early warning system, highlighting how even a few seconds of lead time from such system can significantly reduce losses and saves life. While predicting earthquakes remain a scientific challenge, countries like Japan and Taiwan and Mexico have demonstrated remarkable success in using the early warnings to halt transportation, shut down the industrial processes, and alert the communities. This session will delve into the best practices and explore India's ongoing efforts and the future strategies in earthquake early warning and monitoring. This session will be chaired by Dr. O.P. Mishra, Director NCS, along with the Dr. J.R. Kayal, former DDG GSI. I request you to kindly take the stage. The presenter of these sessions are Dr. Satoru Nishikawa, Senior Advisor, JICA, Japan, Professor Ting Hu Shu, Professor from Taiwan University, Dr. Santosh Kumar from ISR. We'll also have one presentation on seismics, the earthquake early warning system of Mexico. He is so kind of him. He has sent a recorded video, so it's a 10-minute video. With permission of chair, we'll focus on that as well. I request chair, co-chair, and the panelist to kindly take the stage and take the session forward.
Good afternoon to all of you. It is really a tough time after lunch, but I'm sure that nobody will get a time to take a nap. This is a very important session, and the session is earthquake monitoring and the early warning system. And my co-chair is my mentor, that is the Professor Dr. J.R. Kayal from Geological Survey of India, and I am very happy that whatever I learnt in seismology in Geological Survey of India, he is with us. He is very dynamic. You can remember that I am going to retire and he is still dynamic. So he is younger than me now. So it is very good. And we have very eminent speaker, Satoru Nishikawa-san, JICA. And it is good that you have accepted our invitations and you are in India. Professor Ting Hu Shu, yeah, very nice, from Taiwan University. And we have a very good collaboration with Taiwan. I think my one colleague, Himanshu Mittal, did a study from there. Professor M.L. Sharma, IIT Roorkee, he's here. I think he is not here, maybe busy somewhere. Iglesias, Senior Professor Iglesias, Research Department of Seismology. Is there? No? UNAM, Mexico. I think it is the recorded message, I think, from Mexico, isn't it? So online. So before presentation, I think we will give a time that we will listen, because there is the night, so it will not possible to. So we will give you the recorded huge all versions, and we will listen that. Discussion are all this. Our colleague Shantanu Sarkar, he will already compile the things compared. You are there? The Kamal? Okay, Kamal. Okay. So you are here. So your name was not written here. So I'll give a glimpse. I think I request Vijay. Vijay? Where is Vijay? Okay. So you NDMS slide you can see. Just I give a glimpse of that to set a tone. What NCS is doing. So National Center for Seismology is the, as explained by the our colleague NDMA senior advisor, Rajvi Saab, that how NCS works. Just I give a glimpse to my overseas friends, and some friends are there. So here how we do the monitoring, and we get all of the information of the continuous source parameters from the earthquake, and the physical processes is still to understand, and this monitoring is very important. It just like acts as a policeman, that we understand that where the earthquake happens and how much the rate of the occurrences of the earthquake in that zone. So we try to the monitoring to get the information through the source parameter earthquake, then determine the physical properties, means this earthquake occurred at the competent rock, means the faulting mechanism is normal faulting, a strike slip or thrust fault. So we wanted to see the energy, amount of the energy released by the earthquake, and this is actually disaster parameter. But at the same time you see the depth. If the deeper earthquake, more than the your 40 kilometer deeper depth, and the most of the energy getting dissipated, so maybe the shaking is not as expected as the shallower earthquake. Then we test the theory of the plate tectonics, whether this is earthquake occurred in the plate interior or occurred in the neotectonic faults, where there is no sign of any plate collision or subduction, even the earthquake occurring. Even the plate interior was found to be in India is very stable continental region, but this type of the concept is being changed, because you have seen that plate interior earthquake is occurring in the starting from the Jabalpur earthquake 1997 to the last earthquake 2001. That's the most disastrous earthquake, and now series of the aftershock occurring in the Bhuj area, because still it is called aftershock or reactivation of the fault. So we wanted to see the test of theory of plate tectonics, that even if there is no collision, there is no subduction, there is no volcanism, the area is prone to be the earthquake generating source zone. So we wanted to test all this and then map the active fault. If this some earthquake occurred in some place where there is no mapped fault, in that case we have to find out there is some neotectonic faults are there or active faults are there. By that way infer the nature of the damaging ground shaking and carry out the seismic hazard analysis. So this is the purpose of the NCS from just ideation to the product to the public. So what we do, advances in seismic monitoring, what we done previously is equal to when the 1897 earthquake occurred, that is Shillong earthquake, then first observatory was set up in the Alipur, that is in Calcutta, that is in 1898. So seismological recording history starts from India is 1898, and that was the very few number of the stations were installed in the country in those time. So 15 observations was done with the worldwide seismological network during the 96 to 63, and is equal to many agencies are doing. But you know that I told you that this is the seismograph is the policeman that can actually nab the culprit, that is earthquake. That if there is more policeman, then the culprit will be nabbed properly. So in that case we have no proper number of the stations that we can find out the exact earthquake parameter, locations of the earthquake, latitude, longitude, depth, and its magnitude, and where it hasn't happened. So that's why continuous development taking place. We have started to change the analog instrument. First we set up the analog instrument, and then slowly we increase our network. And after this 84 observatory we got in 2011. And this observatory mostly in the analog and some part is the digital. But complete changes, we want that it is the digital era. So we want to know the digital data recording from the NCS. That's why we try to put the number of the station, 3 component, digital stations, that is the permanent station, and it is co-located with the strong motion. Means where the seismograph is there should be a strong motion seismograph, because when the earthquake occurred, it was detected and recorded by the seismograph. But when it was the rupture propagated, the pattern of the rupture propagation was recorded by the strong motion. But now we are trying to make a co-located with the GNSS system also, because occurrences of the earthquake and then after earthquake this is okay. But prior to occurrences of the earthquake, we wanted to know that how much stress is built up and what was actually any creeps or any type of the changes is taking place in physical property of the source zone or not. That's why we wanted to install the GNSS at the same location, co-located. So it is called the seismogeodetic network. Presently we have a total equal to number of the stations is 166 in the morning, already shown by you, shown by my colleague. So you can understand that how the seismic monitoring taking place. Monitoring taking place means we have to increase your number of stations and your recording precision, recording time, and then you have the processing time. Whenever you process the data in a minimum span of time with accuracy, then the people will believe. Otherwise, there is no meaning of the recording that. So just like a doctor try to take the scan of your cardiogram, called a cardiograph is just like a seismogram. So we have the seismogram recorded on the seismograph. So that seismogram must be noise free. That's why we take all precautions in the field as well as in the processing time, what frequency we need to just purge out those is equal to noise. So it is very tricky actually exercise. Sometimes signal can be purged out in the wrong filter. So this was a very hard work by our center, working round the clock 24/7 by the of the NCS, and it was the all roster duty they are doing. And when the earthquake occurred in the field, it was transmitted then and there to the CRS, Central Receiving Station, to NCS through the VSAT or the GPM modem. So you can see that how many stations are there, 166 stations, and it tried to do all the round clock monitoring, and so that we cannot miss a data. And you can believe that if the earthquake will be located correctly by the local Indian subcontinent earthquake, nobody believe the network other than the India, because we have the close proximity to Indian subcontinent. That's why we try to take our station data as well as surrounding regional data, so that you can compare and make the good network and then locate it. So we try to take all the permutation combinations, and then we find out whether this earthquake occurrences is correlated to geology or not. We cannot just put an earthquake in the air, right? Sometimes you locate the earthquake, it come on the air. So that's why all models should be taken, velocity model, everything. And now the India is in position to record the earthquake all over the border, all over the country is up to 3 magnitude, and greater than equal to 2.5 magnitude you can do in the Delhi network, Delhi region, because it has dense network. So more than stations in the network, more precise locations there. And we can take also the global data, because our SOP is the actually 0 degree to 40 degree north and 60 degree to 100 degree east. So in that cases you can record the earthquake of even the Russian part, and also we have taken the Tajikistan and many places of border area. But bigger earthquake of the globe you can record and give the time. But now we increase our timing of the second. This is the second information. 5 to 8 minutes means this is for research. But first information we can give within 2 to 3 minutes. So this all is equal to informations we are going to give, and we are in the we are in position to disseminate the data as quickly as possible, because in the CRS, if the information there, it was not percolated to you or the first responder, then there is no use of the locating data in the CRS. That's why we take all the equal to models, website, mobile, WhatsApp, SMS, fax, and we have created the UDS. It is a unified dissemination system, so that it can go to the public and you can able to do that. So in the 2004-25, we are equal to try to put almost all dissemination systems in the place, and here the real-time locations we are doing, giving equal to all good information. So with this I am telling that the early warning processes, actually I am not going to show you the slide that here the early warnings, many people actually claim that early warning is there, but early warning problem is that if the occurrence of the earthquake occurred, that is P wave, after that you have to calculate how much time take to create the S wave. So it was the response time is most important. So lower the epicenter, lesser the epicentral distance, your response time is very less. And in that time it was there. But we wanted to develop another technology that we can then and there at the site locating the earthquake, just recording the earthquake and give the information on second map, where the post arrival earthquake early warning work is NCS doing in the pilot project of the Himachal Himalaya. Thank you very much. So I will listen to all my colleagues. That's why I am finished it quickly. Thank you. So now I request our esteemed speaker, Nishikawa Sensei. Yeah, please. You can feel here or there, you have to be comfortable. Nishikawa Sensei is very famous in Japan, but he is very modest. He has a lot of contributions for the earthquake early warning, means the SEC map, SEC informations. Many companies respect him. We are there in Japan in delegations, and he came and explained what. So.
Okay. Thank you for this opportunity. So, before the 2011 Great East Japan earthquake and tsunami, the scientists has already identified where are the possible sources of major earthquakes, and this is the map. And especially near Sendai, it was identified that there is a high possibility, 99% possibility of a major earthquake within 30 years. So that's a big caution. And the scientists have told us that the possibility is about magnitude 8 earthquake, but what came was a magnitude 9 earthquake, and that was a big shock. That generated an enormous tsunami, which led to the big casualties. But there were various successes behind that great East Japan earthquake. First, some of the most latest advanced technology for disaster management has really worked. In case of earthquakes, because it really comes suddenly, sometimes people are confused, and there are automated systems to avoid the confusion. For example, in all the households in Japan which uses gas, the gas meters have very small seismometers inside, and they automatically shut down the gas, which prevents urban fires. Japan has a bullet train system, and when the earthquake happened, 2 bullet trains were running at the maximum speed of 270 kilometers per hour near Sendai. But with the P sensor, the real-time earthquake early warning system specialized for the bullet train system. It automatically speeded down and made the brakes, and all the trains stopped safely. And this is the real success of the real-time earthquake early warning system. This system has been in place since 1989, and the bullet train system in Japan had never any fatalities or injuries in the operation throughout their history. And the secret behind it is that we have this safety system behind. And this is specifically for the train system. Now, we have the real-time earthquake early warning system, and it detects the P wave. And in the case of the Great East Japan earthquake and tsunami, this gave us 15 seconds for Sendai to prepare for the shake. It gave us 65 seconds for Tokyo to prepare for the big shake. And this was quite effective in decreasing the casualties and damage. When the real-time earthquake early warning system was enacted, it immediately cut into the TV screen of the public TV station. At the time of the earthquake, the national parliamentary session was on, but immediately, with a very clear noise, it broke into the screen and alerted the people that a shake is coming. Tokyo Haneda is one of the busiest airports in Japan. When the earthquake happened, there were numerous planes trying to land on the runway of Haneda. But when the real-time earthquake early warning notified the control tower of Haneda, they immediately ordered all the planes who were trying to land to escape and detour immediately. So if the runway is shaking and the plane lands, that's already a catastrophic disaster. And that was avoided thanks to the real-time earthquake early warning system. Now, how to maintain the real-time earthquake early warning system has various elements. One is to have a very dense network of seismic observation stations. And also, not just to have the observation stations, the electricity and communications have to be always maintained 24 hours a day. Also, precise estimate of the scale and of the earthquake is quite essential. We have had many experiences of false alerts regarding real-time earthquake early warning. So there has been various improvements trying to modify and improve the algorithm behind the issuance of the real-time earthquake early warning system. Right now, in Japan, we have the combination of the so-called IPF method and the plum method. And, well, I would not go into the details, but it has been a great effort trying to avoid false alerts and to have the accuracy and also the speed of the warning. Also, we need immediate transmission of that critical information. When the real-time earthquake alert is enacted, we have so many various channels to transmit that information to various users or the general public, either through the local governments, either through the media, mass media, or either through the smartphones or the digital platforms, and not only to the general public, but for specific users, such as the airports, the trains, or very big hospitals, etc. And by having the best media mix of trying to reach the critical mass is the key. For example, you may know that smartphones, they are very convenient, but the usual transmissions of communications, if there's a big amount of traffic, it's delayed. And the major mobile phone companies in Japan have tried to avoid that traffic congestion of the communications so as not to delay the communication. So for example, the NTT Docomo, that's one of the largest smartphone or mobile phone operator. They have developed a specific system for instant messaging to a certain area where there is a prediction of a shake. Now, behind this mechanism, there is an organizational setup. Starting from 2013, all the major telecom companies are obliged to act as if they are a public organ. It means that they are private companies, but regarding disasters, they have to have the duty to prioritize their activities for disaster reduction. Now, when the people receive the information, unless they know what to do in case of earthquakes, there would be just confusion. So I was in the cabinet office in 2007 when this system was opened to the general public. So we made a series of tests and various examination of what would be the best way to disseminate the information without confusion to the public. We do not want to just create chaos by alerts. So, for example, if you are driving on a highway, if the car in front of you receives a real-time earthquake information, then the driver would want to stop immediately. But the next car, if they don't have the radio on, they will not receive the information. Then there would be a crash immediately. So how to avoid that? So there's a certain rule that if somebody driving on the highway receives the real-time earthquake information, he would first have the hazard lamp on, blink, 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 and speed slowly and go to the curb and stop. And that's the general. And this is taught in all the automobile license training centers so that everybody knows the process. So that's just one example. Now, in Japan, we have not only the general real-time earthquake early warning system, we have something called an advanced early warning system with charge to specific users. So it gives more information on what is going to happen regarding that peculiar earthquake. It's for the advanced users, for example, factories or big hospitals who want to really operate properly in case of earthquakes. Now, based on the lesson of the 2011 Great East Japan earthquake and tsunami, now there are new advanced, new solutions that is to tailor-made for specific locations. And this is provided by a private company, very small private company called Challenge, and it's a standalone system for specific protection of specific property or specific operation. And it's a standalone system, and it can be combined with the national system to protect the specifics. And it has been tested already in various countries, including Indonesia or in Croatia and other countries. And in Japan, some companies with precise operations, because they really want to ensure that the safety of their operational lines, they have introduced this system as an additional, I would say, backup for the real-time earthquake early warning system. But there are limitations because it's using the difference between the P wave and S wave. And if the epicenter is right beneath you, you cannot expect the real-time earthquake early warnings. And that's a limitation. But we have to also understand this limitation. So there's a famous saying in Japan that natural disasters will hit us by the time people have forgotten about it. So in order to utilize the real-time earthquake early warning system, the users have to be aware of what to do, how to react in case of such warnings. Thank you very much.
वायर से ये वायर को थोड़ा सा भीतर से दबा दो इसको ये आके यहाँ ये हाँ इसको चाप दो वायर हाँ very interesting presentation. I think we let us finish all the presentation, then we can have a questions. Okay. Very thank you, Professor Nishikawa Sensei. It was so nice presentation. Now I call our next speaker, Professor Ting Yushu. You have 10 minutes, but you can take 2 minutes more, no issue. Yeah.
So, okay. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. So, here I'm going to introduce you about the Taiwan early warning system. And I'm from National Taiwan University of Science and Technology, not National Taiwan University. We are brothers, but we're not the same, okay? And I'm also a former researcher in National Center for Research on Earthquake Engineering. So that's my backup. So first of all, let's see this map about the seismicity in Taiwan. Today we saw a lot of India and also from Japan. That's from Taiwan. So we also have many earthquakes. As you can see, for example, we will have more than 4 events of magnitude larger than 6, but we don't have 8. Okay, that's the difference from India. And another one, you can see that most of the earthquakes is from east side of Taiwan, is offshore. But we do have a lot of inland earthquakes. So epicenter is very close to all people in Taiwan, so we can feel shock anywhere. Okay, that's the difference. So today I'm going to introduce you 3 of our earthquake early warning systems. The first one is the regional one, is the official one from Central Weather Administration. Okay, and another one is the on-site approach, which is developed by the NCRE, the National Center for Research on Earthquake Engineering. And the third one is also an on-site approach. It's developed by National Taiwan University, Professor Wu. We say it's P-Alert. Maybe you already know that. And last, I'm going to talk a little bit about the engineering applications. Okay, first of all is the official or regional one, like the one you saw in previous presentation by Nishikawa Sensei. Okay, so that's the networks. We have two real-time networks. The first one is CWASN. The other one is TSMIP. Okay, now most of them are real-time sensors. As you can see that, except the middle part, which is high mountains, we have sensors everywhere. In total, we have more than 1,300 sensors, and we actually have more than 660 real-time stations. So the density is actually very, very high. Okay, and we use this kind of sensor to do regional earthquake early warning by CWA. Okay. Okay, then we do similar approach for dissemination like Japan. We have three approaches. The first one is for a public warning system. So we will go through the NCDR, which is the National Science and Technology Center for Disaster Reduction. Okay, then go to the telephone company and to the cell phones for everybody in Taiwan. Almost everybody can receive this kind of warning. As you can see you cannot see it, okay. The right up one. Okay. And the second one is about using the television. Okay, so you go to the television company directly and you can see the news, like Japan. And the third one is from internet. If you install the software or app, then you can receive more detailed information from CWA. Okay, but we have different, say, thresholds to issue alarm for each different approaches, as you can see in the right down part. Okay, then that's the performance of this system for 10 years. We started about 2014, maybe 7 years later than Japan. Okay, as you can see, during these 10 years, we have issued already 186 alerts. And in average, the time to issue the alarm is 13 seconds for inland earthquakes, because we have more sensors close to the epicenter. And for offshores, it takes in average 21 seconds. And the shortest one is the one in last year. It takes only 7 seconds to issue the alert, because the epicenter is in the middle of the some sensors. Okay. As for the errors, as you can see in the right-hand side, there are two figures. The average epicenter error is about 3.7 kilometer for inland. For our offshore, is 18 kilometers of errors. For magnet, it's about 0.3 or 0.4 in average. And that's the performance of our CWA system. Okay. Then we're going to the second one. It's about the one developed by National Center for Research on Earthquake Engineering, because it's very too long. So we say it's increase EEWS. So in short, it's news, NEEWS. So that's the name. And that's the seismic stations of this system. It's not regional approach, it's on-site, which means that each station will issue alert to the adjacent area only. Okay, it's not regional approach. And we established 19 stations in 2019 at that time. The funding is supported by the Ministry of Education only. So we can only issue alerts for the schools, for elementary school and high schools. So in total, actually, it's not so less elementary school. We have more than 3,000 schools. So, but we only install 94 stations. And this 94 station, they will issue alerts to the schools nearby. So it's kind of sub-networks, okay? And this is one of the example of the on-site approach. It's 2019 Hualien earthquake. And the epicenter is, you can see the star, the white one, on the eastern side of Taiwan. The magnitude is 6.1 and focal depth is only 20 kilometers. And it did have some casualties, but not so much. At that time, this system is not finished, but we're still working. And it's about 8 stations recorded. And it's not only issued alerts by themselves, they also receive the alert from CWA. So it's kind of hybrid alert, okay? And as you can see, there's a circle around the epicenter. And this means that within this region, the on-site approach is faster than regional approach. Okay, only 2 minutes, okay? Okay, I'll go first faster. So I'll skip the details. And this technique is transferred to a private company, P-Wave. It provides many services for different facilities or users. And for the 3 circles, they also install their own on-site stations because they need faster and more accurate results. As for the third one, the P-Alert, we have many stations because it's cheaper. We use low-cost main sensors, okay? But they are most mounted on the buildings, not on the ground, on the free surface. So they check the performance actually similar to the one of free field. Say they can use PD, the peak displacement, to issue the alarm. If we set a very small threshold, like here, it's 0.35 centimeter, then it can issue alarms. And let's example that it can have some lead time even if the station is very close to the epicenter. Okay, and they do also generate the check map, including PGA, PGV, and intensity, and the spectrum, acceleration spectrum. Okay, the last one about engineering applications. We can generate PGA or PGV or spectrum accelerations, but that's for general applications. For engineering applications, we don't focus on the free field vibrations because damage is caused by the collapse of buildings. So we focus on the prediction of the vibrations on the floors, not on the ground. Okay, and we can also predict the maximum inter-story drift ratio, which is very sensitive related to the building damage. Okay, and so I think I run out of my time, so just show you the last slide. That's this one I need to appreciate Professor Wu and Dr. Chen and Dr. Lin from these 3 different space, and the photo there is Enqui visited cooperate ISR 5 years ago, and they established kind of demonstration station in India already. That's just to show that we have friendship between Taiwan and India. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Su. Very good presentation. Now I request Professor Kamal in place of Professor M.L. Sharma from IIT Roorkee. Professor Kamal, you can get a credit point 1 more if you finish in 6 minutes. Sure. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. Actually, I'll be presenting today here the first successful earthquake early warning system in India, just a sort of a case study. And in the morning session, most of the panelists mentioned that it is very difficult to convince the administrators and politicians to tell the importance of the earthquake early warning system. So Cyril, are you here? Can you distribute this thing? I'll force something on you to install our app. I'll give you the QR code. Cyril Shaju, can you distribute that while I speak? So we'll utilize the time. So we have developed an app, in fact it's called Bhudev, which issues the earthquake early warning for Uttarakhand state, for the state of Uttarakhand. I'll skip most of the things because I am given time for 5 minutes only. Okay, just those theoretical things I'll skip because nobody is interested in that. Yeah, these are the sensors. We have 167 sensors installed in the state of Uttarakhand between the two major thrusts there, where the probability of earthquake is much more than the rest of the region, the main central thrust and the main boundary thrust. So this distribution shows the distribution of sensors there, and this is the data which comes up. This is the live data we record. I will not go through this slide because it just demonstrates how the earthquake early warning system, regional earthquake early warning system works. So I'll just skip over that. Then we have various ways of disseminating this warning. One is the public sirens. We have installed these public sirens in the populated centers of the state. There are a couple of populated centers, Dehradun as well as Haldwani. So we have installed 50 sirens each in both of the cities, and each of the district, there we have district disaster management center, there we have installed 1 siren each. And then the utility of sirens is a little bit lesser once we developed a mobile app. So we have already developed a mobile app which is accessible to everybody basically. So this in fact I was able to convince the politicians also, so luckily, and we have installed this mobile app a couple of years back, and I'll just briefly mention that what are the features included in the mobile app. In fact, what I just found, a couple of speakers before me, Professor Nishikawa and Professor Yu Su, that you also have some sort of mobile app to disseminate the warning. And we have included some additional features which I find they are not there, but some of the unique features. The app is called Bhukamp Disaster Early Vigilante. This is and the acronym is Bhudev. It stands for Bhudev, and the various. It's basically a earthquake alert for Uttarakhand. That's why earlier its name was Uttarakhand Earthquake Alert, but now we have modified the name to Bhudev. This is some of the screenshots. It gives me the earthquakes which have occurred in the past, and then current location wherever we issue the warning. This was the earthquake happened in Nepal. In fact, since the time we have developed this system, fortunately, we did not have a larger earthquake in Uttarakhand. So how to test? In fact, Nepal has been very helpful to us. They created there are a couple of earthquakes which were more than magnitude 5. Which we have successfully detected in time, and we have issued about 40 seconds warning to Dehradun people. If you are in Dehradun, you will get a warning 40 seconds prior to the S waves, prior to the reach of S waves. So that was a very encouraging thing. I'll show you some table also there. And a couple of Nepal earthquakes have given us very strong conviction that we are very successful. In fact, this is after the last earthquake of Nepal, when we detected that, our paper was published within 3 days. Scientific community understands what is the meaning of a publication of paper within 3 days. So that is a huge success. This is the last 10 earthquakes which we have successfully issued the warning to the public. And one of the slides of Professor Nishikawa, probably I saw that you disseminate warnings selectively for the larger earthquakes to the public, and for the smaller earthquakes only to certain people. That's what the same thing we are also doing. Greater than 3.5 magnitude earthquake, we are only issuing warning to the administrators and our lab people. So this gives us lesson learned. This is a successful alert of 11, and you say. Notification was issued from the app within 10 to 12 seconds of the happening of the earthquake, and this is the time in seconds. And this is the Nepal earthquakes, earthquake, and then we give maps. This is how the earthquake gives you the warning, the notification in your app. And this was the latest earthquake in last year, January 24th, Nepal earthquake. This was the lead time where in Delhi probably we got about more than a minute. If you had the app in Delhi, before 1 minute prior to the earthquake waves reach you, you will get a warning. So that is plenty of time. In fact, that is very good. And our Prime Minister also appreciated that. After that, we had a meeting in Vigyan Bhavan. Pankaj is here. Pankaj has left us now. He has joined NIDM, but he was present at that time. And this is India's first EWS. This is just the USP of the mobile app. And first time we have developed the mobile app. And this is the only app in the world which sends the information of the user to the administration if they are in trouble. We have a SOS button given in the app. So if you are stuck somewhere, somehow, then you can press that button after the earthquake, and this your location will be sent to the administration so that they can rescue you. So this is a new thing we have added. Probably I would like to have feedback from our international colleagues to how to improve those things. And we have some constraints also. Presently, we are giving the public sirens for more than 5 magnitude earthquake. For more than 4.5, we only give the notifications. And for the 3.5 and above, we give notification to the lab people only. And there were some constraints which was already discussed by other speakers just now, so I'll just skip that. And we have been doing awareness through media, etc., where we are trying on our level best. But if we get the help from the government also, I think we'll have more such success stories. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think I just suggest you that you should coordinate with the NCS to test your, because you are recording and we are wanted to give your warning through our network. Okay, so this is most important. I think Himanshu coordinate, and the RK Singh is here, my team. So it's good. Thank you very much. Now we have a speaker from the ISR Gujarat. Dr. Chopra is sick, so his colleague, senior colleague, Dr. Santosh Kumar. Santosh ji, 5 minutes में खत्म कर दो. चाय पिलाऊंगा आपको जल्दी.
Maybe 2 or 3 minutes more.
Instruction है खत्म करना है. I know you are a good presenter, so 5 minutes is enough for you. Yeah, please.
Can you start?
Yeah.
Okay, the ISR actually, just for the introduction, it was funded by the GSDMA, initially working under the Department of Science and Technology. ISR and NIDM are the two institutes, GIDM, sorry, which were established. So main motto was the informing the earthquake of epicenter magnitude within minutes, and we wanted to save the lives and minimize the damage, and then we are doing the seismic hazard assessment micronization studies also. So this is the state seismic network. We are having 60 online broadband permanent stations which are connected through the VSAT, and data is coming in near real time. Apart from the Bhuj area where the 2001 earthquake was there, we are having 50 more broadband seismic stations which are offline and which in future we are going to be connected. And apart from that, nearly 54 strong motion accelerographs are there which are coming. So in real-time seismicity monitoring, okay, this is like the NCS or the global standard. So initially in 2001, we were able to report any earthquake within 2 hours because the analog instrumentation was there and dial-up network and other things was there. But after 2001, and at that time in Gujarat state, there was only one seismic station being run by the IMD and now NCS. And now in after 2001, we are having, the ISI is having around 60 online seismic stations and 50 offline. So, and we are able to give the information about the location of magnitude within 10 minutes. So, these are the some of the seismic monitoring which we are doing around the hydroelectric project works like SSNL. We are having 9 permanent seismic stations. Apart from that, Gujarat seismic network, then 8 seismic network around the Kalpsa project. And also recently we have connected 7 dams in Gujarat state where we have installed near the dam on the dam at different levels the strong motion accelerographs, and data is coming in near real time at data center. whenever there is an earthquake, immediate reports are being sent to the authorities. Apart from that, we have installed the auto location software. This is SysCompy. So this software is able to pick automatic phase P and S, and then it is generating the report automatically. Same, I think it is working in the NCS also, but these parameters are not being notified. These are reviewed, and only after being reviewed by a seismologist, the location and magnitude of the earthquakes are notified to the disaster management people, and which take 8 to 10 minutes. Apart from that, we are also generating the intensity PGA map and PSA map. Of course, these maps are to be fine tuned. These are being automatically generated by the SysCompy using a utility which is there embedded, Shake Alert, which was originally developed by the USGS. So if we talk about the how we are progressing towards the earthquake early warning, okay, so we intend to use the artificial intelligence. So there is a module named EKey transformer. So it is a little bit different from the what SysCompy do. SysCompy 2 is automatically picking the phase P and S based on the certain logarithm like ST, LTA. But here we have to train the system based on the past data. And also there is another module which works on the similar like that fingerprint. We have to match the print of the seismographs. We have to train the system, then test the system, and then we have to give the warning. So this is in the initial stage. Already we have started the work, and we are getting the good response from this using this module within the ISR. So this is the one of the earlier work which we did with the NTU Taiwan, and one of my friend Himanshu is there. So we use the Tausi PD method. We use around 300 earthquakes from the Kutch, and we developed certain relationship. But in nutshell, we found out that the Tausi was not a reliable parameter for the earthquakes which were occurring in the Kutch region. Actually, we targeted the Ahmedabad, which is around 250 kilometer, and we found that around 30 to 35 second early warning can be given if there is a big earthquakes in the Kutch region. However, we found that PD is good, and another result which we noted that if we go for the 3 or 4 second, there was not good correlation, but reliable results were obtained when we were having the 5-second window, initial 5-second window. So this is the something deeper, I will just say, which are embedded already in the SysCompy, and modules are there. These are the SCVS, MAG and SCS finder. So we are going to fine tune this system. These will give the epicentral distance, magnitude, and apart from that, they will give the PGA, PGV maps also. So this is the some of the studies. Most of the people may be knowing that around 5 cities we have done the seismic migration. 8 cities again funded by the NCSMIS we have done. Then monument, critical structure and commercial building we have done. This is the wide spectrum where we are working internationally or nationally.
Conclude.
Yes, sir. Within 10 seconds we are going. So these are the footprints, ISR footprints, and these are the PSSA map we have developed for the different districts, and for the normal buildings. These maps are available freely on the website and can be used for the Gujarat State district. And this is again the how much work we have done. Then another projects like solar power plant, wind plants, 4 dams. We are doing seismic hazard assessment. This is something deep science, how the MASWA and microtremor and other methods we are using for the seismic micronation. This is just a principles and some data processing results I wanted to say. Bas.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for giving me the.
No, it is good, good presentation.
Thank.
Okay. I think our audience is very brilliant to grasp your one slide faster. Okay. So it's good.
Thank you all. I would like to thank our esteemed panelists for sharing the insights on the earthquake monitoring and early warning system. Now I request Dr. O.P. Mishra, sir, Director NCS, to kindly hand over the mementos as a token of appreciation to the co-chair and all the panelists.
Okay, sir.
I request all the panelists to kindly gather for a group photograph. Thank you all. Now we move forward to our technical session 3 on challenges in implementing the building code and building bylaws. This session will explore the obstacle that state face in effectively enforcing the seismic building codes and building bylaws at the ground level. The session will address the strategies and the action that will be required for necessary implementation on the ground, thereby enhancing the resilience of our built environment against the earthquakes. For this session, I request Shri Rajendra Ratnu, Executive Director, National Institute for Disaster Management, to kindly chair the session, along with Shri Dopanya Bhadra, Director and Head BIS, to co-chair the session. In this session, following will be the presenters: Dr. Satoru Nishikawa, Senior Advisor, JICA, Japan; Dr. P. Kamakshi, Scientist, SERC; Professor Yogendra Singh from IIT Roorkee. We have two experts from MCD and DDA who is basically engaged in implementing and enforcement of these building code. I would like to call Shri Bijesh Kumar, Superintending Engineer, Building Headquarter, MCD. I also like to call Shri Chitranjan Das, Principal Commissioner, Housing from DDMA. I request Chair and Co-Chair to kindly take the session forward. Thank you.
All the esteemed members of NDMA, Shri Rijvi Saab, all the international delegates, dignitaries on the dais, and all the participants. Good afternoon to all of you. The challenging task of managing time and also ensuring that you go to the tea break without disrupting the session at 15 minutes and join back immediately, maybe even having your cup of tea in the room itself. My co-chair to support the system, Shri Bhadra Sahab, Director and Head BIS. Without going into long, so we can, 45 minutes is the duration of the session, and we have 2 presentations and 3 discussants are there today. The key issues on which that we need to deliberate are, the present status of the building bylaws and codes. What are the latest, which are the organization, which are the standards that have been developed, what are the challenges on the supply side, on the demand side, on the public awareness, on the capacity gaps, and other financial and other implications for the states and other things. So these are the key contours of today's topic on which the panelists and the presenters will be making presentations. They will be bringing both the insights from outside the country as well as the status within the country. We had 2004, model building bylaws, which was revised in 2015-16 and have been disseminated to the states. And we know there are certain challenges in terms of adoption by the states, and with NDMA and IDM will be doing a year-long programs to reach out to different regions. We are going to complete 25 years of Bhuj earthquake in 2026 January. So 24th to 25th year, NIDM with the support of NDMA and guidance of NDMA, we have an endeavor to see that we interact and reach out to the states, make them understand the latest standards and bylaws, etc., which are there. We understand, the other issues and constraints that they are facing, and bring them onto the table so that we can really work together to become a catalyst in terms of seeing that whatever are the real challenges, they are sorted out, and we move ahead on this very, very critical area. With that, if the co-chair would like to give any
Just, I'm D. Bhodrov. I'm heading the Civil Engineering Department of BIS. We are the national standards body, and we are making codes on earthquake. In what Sir just said, I just wanted to inform that we have already published in 2023 a standardized development and building regulation 2023, which is also known as SP 73, in line with the NBC 2016 guidelines, and we have shared with all the states where the building bylaws and the land use and the planning as per the seismic zonation has all been described over there, and how to do a peer review on important structures which are there by the municipal commissions and authorities. That has also been given there. But it is what has Sir said, that it is a state subject, it is up to the states to implement it. Because as a BIS, we are more into the standards development, we are not into the regulation. So it is up to the regulatory authorities to enforce it and to make a safe and resilient, earthquake resilient infrastructure. Thank you. First we should introduce the, we can just directly.
So we will, due to paucity of time, will not go into further, introducing each of the panel. While, they are making presentation, there will be short introduction. There are 3 presentations. I stand corrected. Professor Yogendra Singh from IIT Roorkee also will be making presentations. So 8 to 10 minutes, maximum 10 minutes, but try to, sum up it to, 8 minutes. And we will be, then there are we are having Brijesh Kumarji SE as well as Chitranjan Dasji from DDA. So we will have a discussion followed by, and we'll keep 7 to 10 minutes window for question and answer. So without any gap, Professor Dr. Satoru Nishikawa.
Now, where is my presentation? That's not me. Okay, now I'm going to talk about building codes. Back in 1923, Tokyo and Yokohama was devastated by the great counter-earthquake, and this is the start of the safety of building codes in Japan and for urban resilience. And even in the most recent 50 years, we had so many earthquakes. And the earthquakes which are listed in red are the ones which really changed the Japanese building codes. This is a 1948 Fukui earthquake. At that time, most of the Japanese houses were made of wood. They fell down with the earthquake, caught fire, and the city of Fukui was burnt down. In 1968, another earthquake, we started to have the reinforced concrete buildings. But as you can see from this picture, the reinforced concrete structures were not strong enough. In 1978, we had another earthquake with a big damage to the reinforced concrete structures. On the right, you see a typical pancake crash. Now, based on the lessons of these earthquakes, Japan had improved and made various building codes. Right after 1 year after the Great Counter-Earthquake, the first seismic building code in the world was established. After the Fukui earthquakes, 2 years later, the building standard law was formulated. And with the experience of the Tokachi-oki earthquake in 1968 and the Miyagi-ken-oki earthquake in 1978, there was a big revision of the building standard law for the Japanese buildings. And also, after the 1995 Kobe earthquake, there was another revision. In 2000, another revision. And throughout these revisions, the Japanese buildings and houses are much stronger than before. But, as you know, all the countries with earthquakes have the building codes. To have a building code, and whether that is practiced or not, is something else. I think we have seen the big tragedy in Turkey last year, and it was said that the enforcement was a big issue. Fortunately, in Japan, I would say, not more than 99% of all the houses follow the building codes. Why? Back in the 1950s, the quality of the Japanese houses were very poor. They were made of wood, so they are very weak against fires. They were weak against earthquakes, and at that time, tuberculosis was a big health problem in Japan. To avoid tuberculosis, there's a need for good ventilation and sunshine in the houses. So houses were the biggest social issue in Japan. At that time, our predecessors made a big invention. In order to improve the quality of the houses, let's make a special low-interest loan to houses which are built according to the building standard. And this was a big invention. In order to get this special low-interest loan, when somebody wants to build a house, he or she has to first submit the building plan to the city architect office to get it checked. And if it's okay, then go to the intermediate inspection. And then if it's okay, the final inspection. After these 3 inspections are okay, they would be eligible for a special low-interest loan. In these days, the interest rates were very high, 7 or 8%. And they would get a bonus of maybe between 2 or 3% of interest rate. And that was a big incentive for people to follow the building code. Now, if a real estate developer wants to sell a condominium, they would automatically follow the building code and get the inspection so that they can sell to the consumer that you are eligible for special low-interest loan. So by having the seismic building code plus a policy incentive, now there is a customer, all the customers would demand for seismic building safety fit housing. And that creates a sense of common practice to follow the building code. But in 1995, Kobe was hit by a big earthquake, and many of the old houses built before the 1981 standard collapsed and killed the people. Take a look at this picture. The low-rise building in the front is the building which was built before the 81 standard. The high-rise building in the back is the new one. So there's a clear difference. So the biggest lesson from this earthquake is that the collapse of old houses built before the new standard killed the people. Now, how to address this issue? The issue is how to encourage retrofitting or rebuilding of the old existing houses. So in 1995, a new act on seismic retrofitting of existing buildings were made. And this was revised in 2004 and also in 2011. And this was really powerful in making the city of Sendai to prepare for the Great East Japan earthquake and minimize the casualties from earthquakes. And if the consumers are aware of the value of earthquake safety, it changes the advertisement of the condominiums. This is a typical advertisement of a condominium in Kobe, and it said that this condominium has a seismic base isolation, and that is a good appealing point to the consumer. This attracts the consumers. This is an advertisement of a retrofitting sales for old wooden house structure. And it says that by replacing the old heavy roof tiles to a very lightweight metal plates.
2 more minutes.
Yeah, okay, thank you. And that would encourage the people to buy for this. The city of Sendai has been repeatedly hit by numerous earthquakes, but in recent earthquakes, there has been 0 casualties. Now, as I said, before the Great East Japan earthquake and tsunami, Sendai was alerted that there is a high possibility. So what they did, they were prepared, but the tsunami killed so many people. Of course, no office building collapsed in the city of Sendai. The Shinkansen bullet trains elevated rail beds. The columns were reinforced before the earthquake, so no structural damage. Also, the city of Sendai, they were alerted about this earthquake, so they made a series of policies and actions to prepare for an earthquake. So first, they made a massive public awareness program. And then, based on this awareness, they prepared. The upper picture is Kobe, lower picture is Sendai. There's a clear difference. The upper picture is the city hall of Kobe. The lower picture is the city hall of Sendai. Why? The Sendai city, they decided to retrofit the old city hall before the earthquake by placing those braces in the structure. Also, they checked all the Sendai schools and decided to retrofit them. So when the earthquake came, not a single child was killed in Sendai school. They checked the safety of all the fire stations, and they were retrofitted. So with the earthquake, all the fire engines started immediately. And also, the retrofitting works. There's a new revised act on promotion of seismic retrofitting. Starting from 2013, all the hotels and department stores and cinemas, which were built before the 1981 standard, they are obliged to do the seismic safety check and disclose the result to the public. Now, imagine, if a hotel is found to be weak against earthquakes, would tourists want to stay in that hotel? Perhaps no. And that encourages retrofitting and rebuilding of old existing buildings. Okay, I'll skip some. Now, on the first day of this year, New Year's Day, we had an enormous earthquake in Noto Peninsula. The maximum PGA was 27.3. The maximum PGB was 1.59. It's enormous ground shaking. And as a result, all the houses collapsed. However, the previous lessons have been reflected in the preparedness and reduction. And it was a great contribution to minimize the casualties. Please take a look at these 2 pictures. The picture on the left is a wooden house built according to the 2000 standard. The right hand is the old house. And these are placed on the other side of the streets. And you can see a clear difference. If we have a good building standard and if they can be observed, it saves lives. Now we need at least 3 elements to protect the people's life. Yes, I know. I didn't know that it's 10 minutes. So at least we have to have the seismology and seismic engineering. Also, we need the public acceptance of the value of safety. And the local architects and masons have to meet the demand for earthquake-safe housing. Now, I said that most of the buildings are built according to the building code. But what happens if a building standard is cheated in Japan? There was a case that a big condominium had a deficit. The resident found a 2-centimeter gap in the corridor, and they started questioning the construction company. What is this? At first, the construction company and the real estate company said it's no problem. But the resident raised this issue to the city of Yokohama, and then the city of Yokohama raised this issue to the ministry. Then they found out this might be something wrong. So they demanded the construction company to investigate what the problem is. And as a result of the investigation, it was found that the base piles did not reach the solid grounds. Now what happened? The real estate company who sold this condominium, they were forced to rebuild this condominium at their own cost, a huge cost. And now there's a lawsuit among the real estate company and the construction company and the pile company who is to pay for that big cost. What if construction quality control is cheated in Japan? In January 2023, a shopping complex building was being built. And in the process of building, the client in-house company engineer found that there is a difference in the holes of the bolts on the upper floor. He had a very keen eye, and he pointed out there has to be something wrong with the structure. Then the construction company was forced to inspect the building, and they found that the quality control is not done. Now it's a big problem. And since the structure is distorted, the construction company had to dismantle the structure which was assembled and build it back again at their own cost. So a huge deficit for the construction company. But this shows that the keen eyes of the client or the consumer is really the key to ensure safety, even if there is such cheating. So the consumers have to be conscious about the safety of their houses and buildings, and the construction engineers and masons must follow the building code and to be conscious of quality control. So there is a need for a culture of prevention. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor. Now, may I request Dr. Kamachi, scientist SERC, to make her presentation, and bonus points for summing up before 10 minutes.
Very good afternoon to one and all present here. First of all, I thank NDMA for giving me this opportunity, and I thank my director for deputing me here. And this is our team. I just want to, first of all, I'll just brief about my laboratory, and because anything whenever you want to implement building codes and other things, and morning also some people were talking about capacity building, we should have a setup to qualify the building standards, and
whenever you want to go for full-scale testing. And nowadays, seismic qualification is a must for any small, starting from small fitting to a big valves or motors, panels, anything which is going to be used in a strategic sector. And that may even come for a normal building. Any new technology, new configuration, anything has to be seismically qualified. In that context, I just brief upon my facility, whatever we are having in our SERC. So we have 2 check table facilities, which is of 2 meter by 2 meter and 4 meter by 4 meter, with 5 tons and 30 tons capacity. We have all pseudodynamic facility as well, and a test floor. And coming to some of the contributions, whatever have been made earlier, our association with the NDMA starts from this 2011. We had this opportunity of working with Professor R. N. Iyengar and S.T.G. Raghukant, and we had this project. At that time, we carried out this PSHA at a resolution of 0.2 degree by 0.2 degree resolution. That was the first attempt which has been done on a scientific basis. Probabilistic seismic hazard map has been developed for Indian context. So that time you can see the seismic zonation map which has come here. Actually, that was at 1,500 meters per second shear wave velocity. Actually, we can get the PGA for any written period of 475, 2475, 4975, 9975, and also you can generate response spectra for your site. If you know your latitude and longitude of your site, wherever your building is going to come, so you can generate your own response spectra. That is in line with international building practices. Only thing you should know the site class. Nowadays it is not big thing. If you know SPT value, you can get the site class so easily. And this is some kind of site characterization has been done for Chennai city, both based on site classes as well as based on depth of overburden. These are some of the devices which have been developed at ACRC level, seismic protected devices. For lack of time, I am not going into the details. So these are some typical tests which have been done with respect to, because as I was telling, prefab building is a nightmare for people, because our in code it has been insisted that it has to be some kind of full-scale testing has to be done, otherwise you should not use prefab building at all. But on the other hand, technology is going in such a way that people are coming out with a lot of configuration prefab building. There is a requirement. So you can see that these kinds of horizontal connection, vertical connection, as well as this wall-to-wall connection tests have been done in our laboratory. These are some full-scale testing done for beam column joints. And right side you can see some of the retrofitting measures with CFRP, GFRP, angle sections, laminates, and some additional steel members, and also the use of normal concrete and steel reinforced concrete for this joint connection. These are some of the other kinds of failure. And you can right side you can see the full scale testing for a beam column joint retrofitted with this kind of wrapping. So you can see the performance variation. So we have a and this is another contribution with respect to soft story. So for this audience, I need not have to explain about the vulnerability of soft story buildings. So if you have a large stiffness variation, the top portion tries to move like an inverted pendulum, and you can see that figure with the soft story, that entire thing has come down. This kind of typical failures. ACRC has come out with a simplified procedure and software along with that, which has been validated with experiments as well as with fine thermal simulations. These are some of the retrofitting solutions for the buildings with soft story, with adding some damper passive devices and chevron bracing, and also addition of shear walls. So these are some kind of full-scale testings which have been done for normal RC buildings, building with made of EPS panel, soft story building, and other things. This is one of the unique tests which has been done. This building was constructed in a week's time in Mohali with the light gauge sections. Model of that was tested in our 4 meter by 4 meter shake table, and we have other kinds of control rod dropping mechanism for BRC, and also earlier for IGCAR we have done this test with a 14 meter specimen was tested for dropping time within a given time. So whether it is functioning properly or not, because that's a multi-support excitation. This is in our pseudodynamic testing facility. This is a fluid structure interaction problem with the spent fuel tank. So these are some other tests we do. These were done in a recent times, seismic qualification tests, and these are some with some simulations. And right hand side you can see a prefab building tested, and here these are some of the field investigations we did recently. And a lot of mounts we are testing nowadays. A lot of ships and a lot of mounts are used below the engines. Some 50 mounts at a stretch they are getting, and these are all imported. One mount, if it goes also, they have to replace the entire thing. Otherwise, they will not replace the thing. So it becomes a very costly affair. So nowadays, it has been made indigenously. These products are qualified in our laboratory. This is a middle. You can see this mounts we have fabricated for a particular application of induced draft cooling tower. It had a vibration problem. So this mount we fabricated suiting the site requirement. So these are other qualification field studies we do normally for a number of NTPC projects and all that. We go and measure the vibration. Sometimes we give solutions based on the fine timeline simulations. And these are some of the technologies. The left hand side you can see that energy dissipating replaceable fuse links, and we have this concrete composite panel which is used for quickly building a prefab room or something, steel foam concrete. Both side light gauge section and inside foam concrete is. Yes, these are some of the threaded end anchors for rebars. So where do you have a lot of congestion in a beam column joint in order to have the development length? These are some replacements when you use this threaded end anchors. And we have, because a lot of discussions were there on non-engineered buildings, masonry buildings you can't avoid. 46% of the total construction morning. It was discussed that it is made of masonry. This kind of jet cavity interlocked quasi-brick masonry system has been developed, and it has been tested, and efficiency has been proved. I am not going for the other details. I have just come to how the building codes are evolved. Initially we had dual design strategy, then moved to performance-based design. Now it is risk-consistent design, and it moves towards resilience-based design. Now I will just show how this risk-consistent design works. This is one particular field implementation, where we evaluated the risk. This is for Uttarakhand region. We had a project for hospital safety. We collected the details of 10 typical hospital buildings.
And the recommendations part.
Yes, yes. Yeah, actually, these are site-specific spectra developed for those buildings, and we have evaluated the capacity in terms of margin ratios. And this is another unique thing I just wanted to say. You mean in building codes, say in performance-based design also, 1%, 2%, 4% are the performance limit states for drift, but it doesn't work that way. We just showed that all 10 buildings, out of that number of buildings are single story. You can see the variation in pushover curves. So all the assumptions whatever we are taking from the codes need not be always taken. It has to be taken with a pinch of salt. So this kind of normalized base shear and normalized drift, based on that we just gave a damage gradation, how the different damage grades have to be taken. This is another kind of building, same building which is located in a different city. If it is located in Ahmedabad, Chennai, Mumbai or Bangalore, how the probability of collapses varies. Why it is relevant means in international codes it says that 1% probability of accidents in 50 years has to be satisfied for life safety.
Please, Sama.
We have just shown how it has been. This is one work we have done for Morth. We collected the bridge data, and then just we classified it 28 states and 5 union territories based on the damage gradation and that thing. This is the overall action plan for retrofitting. This is one demonstration when you replace a steel rocker bearing with the elastomeric bearing, how the performance varies. This is one part which may be relevant, but I will not be discussing in detail. This is regarding techno-legal regime. We had exercise of compiling all the available information, how it works as it was discussed. So how it is followed in different countries, international practices, like previous speaker was clearly stating that there should be a body which will be, where we will be submitting the design report, they will be qualifying it. Otherwise, it is a kind of having a a legal action they can take on you if you fail in satisfying that. This is what we have at our national level. I think many of you may be aware of this, and we just wanted to give some thoughts about how to make it more effective. Existing techno-legal regime, how it can be made more effective, and how the relevant building codes can be revised and suit the current requirement. Yeah, I'm just stopping it here. Thank you very much.
Thank
you.
Thank you, Dr. Kamachi. And now we move on to Professor Yogendra Singh. I think he has promised to save whatever time we exceeded there. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, really, I am not making any presentation. I am just putting up some points related to the theme, which I have made as notes, and what is really ailing our system. Why we are not, what are the, I mean, you are already aware of all these things. I am not saying anything new. I am just putting these points together in context of India so that we can have some discussion. So what are the causes? What are the problems, impediments and bottlenecks in our system, and we are getting unsafe buildings in our country? So first of all, in context of earthquake, it is the nature of the hazard itself. Earthquake is a very, very rare phenomena, but it is having a very devastating impact. So that's the problem. The type of the return periods, order of the return periods which we are talking in earthquake, 2,500 years, 5,000 years. So that is much more than any other hazard, and in this time people tend to forget the lessons learned from the previous earthquake, and there are more problems. So government and policymakers tend to get involved in other imminent issues, other imminent hazards and problems. And one more point being from Uttarakhand, I would like to emphasize that is a not in that way local problem, because our most seismic area is also the most difficult terrain. Himalayas are not only seismically active, those are also the youngest mountains of the world. So they have their we have specific problems of hilly regions, which is topographic amplification, slope stability, and the configuration of the buildings is also different. It is not regular configuration which our code tries to prescribe in flat areas. And these issues have not yet been addressed by our codes. I have not come across any code in the world except Italian code and European code. In some way it is talking about topographic amplification, but there are no detailed guidelines how to make safe houses in these areas. So that is one point which really need discussion and we should consider. Then the current status of codes and standards in our country, I will say fairly decent. We have decent codes now. And earlier we were having problem of period of review. Now we are getting revisions also reasonably well, and currently a big revision is going on, and soon we will have a revised code. The problem is in the capacity to implement these codes, and that's where we are lacking. And new materials and practices are coming. The previous speakers were also talking about that the precast construction is going on, although our code says that it should not be used in seismic areas. Not only that, there are many types of constructions which are there in the industry, and currently our code does not take care of those. So we have to work on our research also, so that we are going at a pace with the industry, and those systems which are coming up in the industry, we should be ready with the guidelines. Then building bylaws, bylaws are not up to that level as we have the standards and codes. Many cities and states are lacking the bylaws, and existing bylaws are not adequately emphasizing. There is a mention, I was looking at the latest model building code and other
government notifications. So it is mentioned that the code should be used, but the type of emphasis which need to be given to structural safety, that is lacking. And large portion in country is not governed. The rural area, there no regulation is there. Then non-engineered and semi-engineered, the so-called engineered buildings, the code is not being followed. So what to do with those? So that is one problem. And our enforcing agencies, municipalities and development authorities, those are not having strength and capacity, neither manpower nor the training to implement these codes. So that is a serious issue where we have to work. And training on manpower, although it's going on to some extent, but our regular system, I mean another problem which in IIT system which we are facing, yesterday I was discussing with Professor Murthy also, our undergraduate students are not taking interest in the core branches, including civil engineering. Because the reason is obvious, market, the type of the salary and opportunities they are getting is not adequate or as per or comparable with other branches, especially information technology. And that's the reason that young people, talented young people are not attracted to that. And our pool of trained structural engineers is depleting. And there has been a depletion of capacity in government departments. So earlier some of the government departments were leading in structural design. That capacity has also depleted. And then socio-economic conditions, we are one of the fastest growing country, and it has its own problem. And not only economically we are fastly growing, population wise also we are growing fastest. So that's the problem, and it is leading to fast urbanization. And what I see is that our system is overwhelmed by the pace of development. And that's why whatever we are trying to implement, it is not having pace with the requirement. And of course, unregulated market-driven development, that's having its own problem. Human greed comes into picture. And if we are not having our system to regulate that moving at the same pace, we will have problems. So thank you. These were the points I wanted.
Thank you, and a special clapping for Professor Yogendra Singh for saving the precious time and bringing real issues on the table. And I think he has summed up so far what are the challenges and very beautifully summarized the nature of seismic hazard, the codes and standards, capacity gaps, bylaws related issues, training manpower and other things. Thank you very much. With that, we move on to a quick discussion with our other two panelists. Can we first go to Chitranjan? He is in DDA. So a lot of issues were discussed about, this whole revision of the BIS codes as well as the model bylaws which are made, but by the time they reach, so how do you see, being in a very important organization, that how far these things are reaching there, and in gap in receiving information, in understanding, in translating that into thing, as well as in terms of enforcement, what are the challenges?
Yeah, thanks, Ratno. Rightly juxtaposed the questions. That's the exact problem. Whether the theories are being transmitted to the implementation at the ground level. It's not happening at the right now. There's a lot of things to be done. But in cities like Delhi, it's very, very challenging. But as you know, Delhi is falling in seismic zone 4 and 5, and it is a capital city. And Delhi is not Delhi per se, but it is the entire national capital region, where we need a kind of regional developmental approach to tackle climate change activities. And I would like to, I'm very happy to know that in terms of sustainable development goals, there are two goals like SDG 11 for sustainable cities and sustainable communities, and 13 talks about climate action. And in tandem with all the SDG 17 goals, we have formulated key performance indicators in terms of evaluating the master plan of Delhi. And in that sense, there are 6 key performance indicators for determining built environment index, and one of them is seismic compliance. So we are giving a lot of weightage to seismic compliance in terms of development in Delhi, and the problem is of having access to statistics. I mean, having the exact number of buildings, and whether those buildings are compliant with building norms or not. We have an online building permit system, which we started 3-4 years back. We have all the data since 2001. We have all the data, like we have given 50 buildings the necessary permits, which are earthquake resistant and resilient. But before that, you don't have the database. But somehow we created a database by scanning all the old physical records, and out of that we sent notices to 500 such buildings where we did not have the knowledge whether they are compliant or not. And 50% people have complied, and the rest 50% are in the process of complying. But the problem is there are many buildings which have been built unauthorizedly without compliance with the master plan norms. We don't have the access to that kind of data bank. So maybe bodies like MCD collects property tax. So if they can share data bank with us with regard to all the properties in Delhi, then that sort of convergence will play out in a nice manner. You will also be glad to know that we have Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, where we have a different submission, technology and innovation submission, which talks about, which exactly looks about after disaster resilient housing construction technology, and they also make competition among various private builders to come out with light categories.
Chitranjan, you can be little shorter.
Okay. Okay, so whenever even they are giving subsidies to the beneficiaries, in terms of affordable housing, we ensure that these are disaster resilient and compliant with master plan norms. Similarly, in terms of Government of India, there is a public investment board which appraises all publicly funded projects. There also there is a clause which mandatorily provides that they have to be compliant with disaster compliant technology. So in that sense, policy is there. The problem is evidence-based policy making needs data, and data is something which we are still working on. Thanks.
Thank you. I think we need to have a whole of the government approach to see that data are available in the system, but sometimes it is only the access and reaching out to the right people. I'm sure that this conference will also show the way forward. Can I ask Sri Brajesh Kumarji to quickly give his comments on the field experiences and challenges, and with that we...
Good afternoon, everybody. Much has been said by Mr. Chitranjan Das sir and Yogendra Singh ji. I will put some figure before you. It will itself tell about the challenges in implementation of the building bylaws. Total area of Delhi is 1483 square kilometer. Area under unauthorized colonies is about 13%. Area under resettlement JJ cluster is 1.8. Village Abadi area and extended Lal Dora is 3.58%, and unauthorized regularized colonies are 2.54%. These are all unplanned development that has already taken place. The challenge is to bring them into the ambit of planning. It's a big challenge. There are 1797 unauthorized colonies where 30% of the population Delhi reside there, and these are without these all unauthorized colonies have been constructed, buildings are constructed, they are in without sanction of building plan. We have online building plan system. Local body, as a local body, the prime function of, one of the prime function is to sanction the building permission. And in online building plan system, we have every owner or applicant has to come forward for sanction with the engagement of a professional like architect and structural engineer. Architect and structural engineer, they supervise during the construction period, the whole construction. But about 30% of the total area of Delhi is unplanned. So only approach that lies with the planner is to redevelopment and densification of the area. Even redevelopment planning in master plan for redevelopment, several incentive has been given. The floor area ratio in the normal case is whatever that is, it is given 1.5 times more than in case of redevelopment. And some commercial component are also given. But people don't take interest in redevelopment due to because the area has been developed as a mixed use policy. Residential area, there are so much commercialization, people don't go for redevelopment. Redevelopment at the plot level is happening, people are coming. So this is the major challenge. Government, the redevelopment policy is to be is needed to be revisit. In the 2041 master plan, the area needed for redevelopment has been minimized. In unauthorized colonies, it is minimum 2,000 square meter area can go for redevelopment. So that steps are being taken, but it is up to people to go forward for to come within the ambit of planning. So this is all I want to say.
Thank you very much. I think a long journey to go, lot of challenges, difficult to summarize and address all of them in 45 minutes time. But I think panelists have done extreme good justice with the topic, and thank you very much. Vice Chair, I think I'd like him to say something before we close.
Just for Das Saab has told regarding the PMAY Yojana, I just wanted to mention, sir, we have been working closely with the rural development. We have linked our standard to all the government plans, and we have worked closely with the rural development for their, we are now having sessions with the nodal officers of PMAY scheme to let them know about the standards which are relevant to the buildings, what they are constructing. Yes. So one workshop has already happened in Raipur, one has been happened in Guwahati, and we are also doing it across India. So, and as you are, and just to tell Madam Dr. Kamachi that Indian standards are very dynamic. We are open to revisions. Initially, last 3-4 years, the BIS has gone a paradigm shift in the standard formulation. We are now holding meetings quarterly, and we are open to suggestions, and our codes are prone to revision. Sir, any comments you give are discussed in the technical committee, and they are thoroughly analyzed and taken up into our codal formulation and our ecosystem. So we want feedback from the not only from the regulators, and we also from the academic institute, the research institute like you, and also one humble request to DDI and MCD that you are represented in a lot of committees. We want your valuable feedback in our committee. If you are not able to attend, at least on our standards, if you can give us some feedbacks, so it will go a long way in making standards which are acceptable to all. Because at the end of the day, if the standards are not implemented, there's no use in making a standard. So that's my humble submission.
Thank you very much. Sir. And a last point from my side is kindly nominate people for the trainings. You send a person who is nowhere related to that work or who is least useful to the system when it comes to training. So how can capacity be built when the appropriate people are not nominated? Thank you very much.
Thank you all. I would like to thank our esteemed panelists for sharing their insights on challenges in implementing the building code and building bylaws. Now I request Shri Rajendra Ratnu sir, ED NIDM, to kindly hand over the mementos as a token of appreciation to all the panelists as well as to the co-chair. I request all the panelists to kindly gather for a group photograph. Dear audience, we are sorry to inform that we are dealing our tea to 4:15 and we are directly going ahead for technical session 4. Thank you for your patience, please. I request we are moving towards the technical session 4, that is on seismic retrofitting, recovery and reconstruction. This session will focus on the most critical aspect of earthquake, risk reduction, various strengthening existing infrastructure and resilient recovery. We will explore the various cost-effective strategies to enhance the seismic resilience. The discussion will address the best practices and the lessons learned from the post-recovery and reconstruction efforts globally. To chair this session, I would like to request Shri Rajendra Singh, Member and HOD NDMA, along with Professor CVR Murthy from IIT Madras to co-chair the session. I request all the presenters, Shri Ramraj Sir from CDRI, Professor Santiago Pujal from New Zealand. We'll also be joining from Dr. Vivek Raval, Director People in Center Consulting, and Dr. Rohan Shinde, Additional Director, Miyamoto International. I request all of you to kindly take the stage. I request Deepti Ranjan Sahu sir from IIT Delhi to kindly take the stage.
Good afternoon, everybody. Sorry for taking your, using your tea time. Now that's it. And we are already 15 minutes behind schedule. So this session is very, very important. Session ka naam kya hai? Since morning we are talking about capacity building, and but the very valid question asked in the morning session, the very, very valid question asked by Madam Secretary Ladakh, if something happened to Chandni Chowk, Jama Masjid, this area, what will happen and how to go about it. So now it is time for retrofitting, and this session is going to be very, very interesting and very, very important. The Professor Murthy, Professor Sinha, they told that yes, capacity building is required, but it's going to take some more time. It's going to take time because we have to train teachers, we have to train professors, then 10,000 municipalities, then 6,000 plus gram panchayat. So this is going to take time. It's not one day. But today, like cyclone, we have come to zero mortality, and Japan has proved in earthquake zero mortality. So now, as the Professor Ramachandran has said, for 2047, in 23 years, let's divide in 8 years, 8 years, and 7 years. Target for zero mortality, then zero loss of property, and then zero loss of businesses. Am I right, sir? So now we got a very expert panel. And panel, you are like to introduce, sir? Yes, sir. But like first, I will like to call upon. I will introduce one by one. But this time in New Zealand, it is 11:30 in the night. Is there?
Yeah, he's there.
11:30 in the night. So I am very, very thankful to Professor Santiago Puzol for sparing some time for this workshop. And Professor Santiago is a civil engineer, University of Canterbury. Prior to moving to New Zealand, he was a professor in civil engineering at the Lales School of Civil Engineering, Purdue University. And his expertise is earthquake engineering, evaluating and strengthening of existing structure. This is very, very important. Instrument and testing of structure, failure investigation, and he is a member of so many international organizations and recipients of many awards. So he is going to talk about retrofitting and strengthening of existing structure. Over to you, Professor Santiago.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you, sir.
Great. Let me see if I can share my screen with you. I hope you can see my slides now.
Yes.
Absolutely, we can see, sir. Please go ahead.
Are you seeing the slide in the right mode? Where?
Not in the presentation mode yet.
Kindly put it in the presentation mode.
Yeah, let me try to see if I can do that. How about now? No, I've got to try to do this again. Share screen, window. Okay, do you see my screen in presentation mode?
Absolutely bang on. Please go ahead, sir.
Great. Thank you very much. Indeed, this is a very critical subject. I don't have too much time, so I'm going to jump right into it. I thought I would describe the setting. In New Zealand, we have very high seismic risk, and I thought to illustrate that, I would show you this map of our North and South Islands. And then these contours describe the intensity that we think occurred in 1855 in the biggest earthquake that has affected New Zealand ever. This illustration is interesting too, because if you zoom in, you can see clearly a big fault line that crosses the South Island, and as it goes through the Cook Strait here, that fault line sort of branches in several smaller faults. One of them is called the Wairarapa fault, and that caused intensity 10 again in the 1800s in this area. And unfortunately, that's the area where New Zealand built its capital, Wellington. So Wellington is sitting next to or close to several fault lines. You can almost see one with your naked eye here. This is the Wellington fault that runs, if you can see my mouse, by this hill. And this is downtown Wellington. And if you were to sort of zoom in a place like this and walk along a random street, you will see buildings like this, built in the 60s, 70s, 80s mostly. And if you were to examine, say, the drawings for this one particular building, and if you were to pay attention to, say, column here in the first story, a very critical element, you would see things like this. You would notice that everything is in inches in an imperial system, indicating how old this is. Of course, we now use the SI system, but before we used imperial units. You will see these marks here that would indicate this column has lap splices in the reinforcement. This is a reinforced concrete building. And there are lap splices in the reinforcement at the base of the column, a practice that has been banned for many years now. And more worrisome, you will see that it says here they have number 3 stirrups. That's about a 9 or 10 millimeter stirrup at 12 inches, which is of course 30 centimeters or 300 millimeters spacing. Very widely spaced ties. As you know, of course, this is a recipe for disaster. So we have to fix these buildings, and we have to fix them fast. And we have many of them. And that has to be done in an environment with heavy regulation. We have a code that specifies the seismic demands, and I'll talk a little bit more about that. We also have a code that needs to be followed for new construction. That is a very intricate code, not easy to follow, I'm afraid. It has been the development of many years of work of many smart people. But again, it's not necessarily easy to work. And we have a special code to assess existing buildings. And the idea with this code that we call the Red Book, C5, is that if you use it to estimate the capacity of the building to resist seismic demands, and we can talk about what that means, what capacity means, and if you assess the building to have a capacity of 34% or less than what would be required for a new building, then we classify that building as needing retrofit. The term used here in New Zealand to indicate that type of building is a rather interesting case. It's called, or a rather interesting term, it's called earthquake prone building. We call these buildings earthquake prone. I find that terminology a little bit funny. Everything is earthquake prone. But never mind that. One of the issues, however, is that we have realized in the past few years that the estimates of the seismic risk in the country that were used before were too low. So in this figure on the left here, you see an illustration indicating that before we expected rather moderate intensities throughout the country, but studies from mostly seismologists have indicated that we were wrong. And now we have increased estimates of seismic demands by factors of about 2 in some instances. I hope you can still hear me. Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead,
Okay,
Professor Pujol.
great, thank you. Okay, so keep that in mind. The seismic risk we've increased by a factor of 2 or so in areas like Wellington, again down here. And that, you could argue, means that the buildings that we're calling earthquake prone or vulnerable need to meet a rather modest threshold of 17% of what we would require for a new building. And when we do that, we find that in Wellington, illustrated in this 3D image here, we identify about 500 to maybe up to 700 buildings that may need urgent retrofit. And I say urgent retrofit. I'm sure that more buildings should be retrofitted if we wanted to be more conservative. But at the very least, we think, again, about 500 or 700 of these buildings in Wellington need to be retrofitted. Of those, we have about 150 which are multi-story reinforced concrete buildings. And I wanted to mention those because here at the University of Canterbury, we're concentrating on those buildings. They are a big problem in Wellington. I wanted to share with you a personal story of the owner of one of these, of an apartment in one of these buildings. If you use this QR code, you will be able to read the story of this person portrayed here, and you will see the difficulties these people are facing, because the mandate by law is that if you own a property that is classified again as vulnerable or earthquake prone, you have to retrofit it. By law, you're required to do it. And that's expensive, and these people don't have the money to do it. And you can read the details in that press release that I just shared with you. So what are we doing in the engineering community? We're doing many things, but I thought I would highlight the one thing we're doing here at the University of Canterbury, which is we're trying to write a guide to help engineers design retrofits that cost less. So for instance, if I have to retrofit this column, we're trying to find ways to retrofit it without spending so much money. For instance, in this case, we're suggesting that you could put a concrete jacket, reinforced concrete jacket around the original column, and that you don't necessarily need to put dowels through or to connect the new and the old concrete, which was a common requirement before. We're finding out that that's not always absolutely necessary. We are also learning from Taiwanese colleagues that if we concentrate new reinforcement in the corners of the new concrete here, then we can bypass the beams, helping us make the construction process easier, so we don't have to drill through beams, which is very difficult. And so in this guide, we're helping the engineers decide configuration of reinforcement so things can be built more easily. And we're using the best data we can find to justify these decisions. For instance, in this case, we have a force deflection curve here that I got thanks to the courtesy of Professor Huang from NCRE Taiwan, that shows that whether you use these dowels, which are expensive to use or to install rather, or you don't, you can see here the response of these two elements is much, much better than the response of the unretrofitted element, which is shown here in this faint yellow line. So the retrofit, the key to the retrofit is the jacket and not so much the connection, and that will help. In similar fashion, for instance, we're trying in our guide to help engineers avoid difficult things. For instance, drilling through a slab like this is difficult to, again, put a jacket around a beam. So we're trying to find ways to avoid that and maybe allow the engineer to create stirrups that don't require the drilling through the floor. Another thing we're considering is a technique that we found being used in Japan. This is a photo of the viaduct of the Shinkansen or bullet train in Japan. And we thought this was quite interesting because to retrofit these columns, they only put a plate on one face of the column and they anchored it with epoxy anchor bolts from the outside. And that's a great development because that means you don't need access to the inside of this particular structure. You can do everything from one side. And that can help a lot. You don't have to dismount windows and facades or partitions. You can create much less disruption. And this is a photograph of a specimen that we're about to test in the lab where, again, we've drilled holes where we're going to apply epoxy injected anchor bolts to see if indeed we can retrofit columns by accessing only one side to the column or one side of the column instead of creating a big jacket all around it. That's the kind of thing we're trying to do, again, to tackle these many buildings we have in Wellington. From your perspective, these are probably not many buildings. You have much bigger cities than we have here in New Zealand. But, everything is relative. We're a much smaller country. We're a country of only 5 million people, so all this is expensive for us. if you ask me, and this is my personal opinion, it's going to be very difficult to rely on the owners to do the retrofits by themselves. I think we need government incentives. And if I still have time, I'd like to talk to you about an example of uh, good use of government incentives. And I'm not hearing that I need to stop, so if you don't mind, I'll continue because I think this is useful. You see, in Turkey, the government, I understand, is offering to pay for 50% of the cost of the retrofit. We don't have such a thing in New Zealand. I think this is the kind of thing that can allow retrofit. And the argument that is being made by Professor Albert Ilke is that it will cost 4 times more not to retrofit now. You see, if we wait for the earthquake to happen, we will pay too. We will pay later. We will pay in losses, in demolitions, in reconstruction, not to mention all the suffering. And if you only look at the numbers, the money, what he's suggesting with his projections is that if we don't pay now, ahead of the earthquake, we'll pay later 4 times more. At least that's what they expect in Turkey. And the other thing that I think we all need to agree on is that we need to stop making the problem larger. I heard in the previous presentation that 30% of New Delhi is informal construction. That needs to stop. We cannot keep buildings that don't meet the codes, and we cannot keep using codes that are too lenient. And I thought, again, Turkey is giving us a very good example. Because of the disaster they suffered last year, they're scrapping their code. They're saying they're not going to use their 500 very elaborate code anymore. They're using now a 2-page code that has a couple of key criteria. These two, they are requiring a minimum amount of shear wall, and they're saying the drift ratio, the seismic drift, has to be very small, less than 1%. That's about all they're going to do from now on for seismic design. Think about it. They're reducing a code that had 500 pages to 2 pages with essentially these two main criteria. Of course, there are a few other things. This condition, the first condition that says you need to have a certain amount of wall exceeding this ratio, comes from this index. This index is the summation of cross-sectional areas at the base of the building in one direction, divided by the total summation of floor areas from the base to the roof. A very simple index. And to illustrate the power of the index, I want to show you a plot. But before that, I need to also define a column index, which in similar fashion quantifies amount of column. So areas of columns divided by total floor areas. And with those two indices and data from more than 1,600 buildings that mostly the American Concrete Institute has been surveying after earthquakes, after 16 earthquakes, we can make plots like this. The y-axis is the wall index that I just defined, and the x-axis is the column index. Each point here represents a building. The points in red are buildings that had severe damage. And what the Turkish professional community is realizing is that if you don't have enough shear wall, if you're below this line, you're more likely to be in trouble. Solution: put shear walls in your building, design it such that it will fall above that line. Do that and keep the drift small, and you will have less damage. You will have more resilient cities. And that's all I have for you. And I hope I didn't speak for too long. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Pujol. We'll really appreciate if you can stay back for a few more minutes, should there be a question or two. Is that possible?
Of course.
Okay. So before we get on to the Indian speakers, it's very late in New Zealand. If you have a question or two to Professor Pujol, please raise it right now.
Thank you.
Okay. Looks like the audience doesn't have a question, but maybe I can raise a question. You showed us the story of Turkey. What's the story in New Zealand? Wall index and column index.
Well, the story in New Zealand with those two indices is that our buildings have very low values of those indices. And that's why we need to retrofit them.
Okay. But the new codes are reflecting better numbers?
Well, we are in the process of updating our code.
Okay.
And right now we are in essentially negotiations to bring the interstory drift to a lower level.
Okay.
And the number we have in mind right now is somewhere between 1 and 1.5%, and that leads to a wall index of the order of magnitude that I mentioned. So that's a direction in which I think and I hope we're going. Okay. But it's, of course, a political issue, right, and an economical issue. So it's not simple.
True. Okay. We will engage with you offline, Professor Pujol. Thank you so much for joining us today. Really appreciate you staying back late in the night for us at this workshop.
Yeah, thank you for having me. I appreciate the invitation, and I wish I could be there and talk more.
Yeah,
maybe next time.
Yeah, we'll steal more occasions in the time ahead and then bring you back here. Thank you.
I hope so. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Okay, so we're back again, sir.
So we will invite Vivekji to speak about retrofitting. So Vivekji has been a great champion of retrofitting. He has a lot of experience, dating from the Bhuj earthquake reconstruction. Let me state some of my expectations about the retrofitting. Retrofitting is very difficult. It was considered very difficult. Since we have implemented retrofitting, it used to be very time-intensive, very cost-intensive exercise, and it would evoke a lot of opposition. It would elicit very sharp discussions whether we should go for retrofitting or not. I think over a period of time, things have improved. We have seen more examples of retrofitting. We have found more cost-effective ways of doing retrofitting. The technology has simplified, and we can promote retrofitting, which would reduce the extent of damage, not really make the building fully safe, but it would reduce the impact of earthquakes to a substantial extent. However, those developments in retrofitting have not been popularized yet. They have not really got the scale. So it is the time to think about scaling it up, making it more popular. And so if you could speak a little bit about how to popularize retrofitting technology, how to incentivize retrofitting technology, that would be so great. Thank you.
Thank you, Krishnaji. I will try to answer some of the questions that you have mentioned. I'm not sure to what extent I would do justice to those questions. But what I wanted to do was, I come from the practice side. I've been working in post-disaster recovery situations. So I quickly wanted to share 5 slides about 5 disasters where we have worked after the disaster for housing reconstruction and recovery, and seismic retrofitting has been part of those interventions. And after those 5 introduction to those 5 disasters, I will quickly go on to the questions that why people don't retrofit, and then try to see if we have some learning from that. So very first involvement for me after an earthquake was in Latur. and Latur was one of the recovery process which was first of its kind, in the sense that there was a government-led response for housing reconstruction, and seismic repair and retrofitting was part of that program, and it adopted an owner-driven process for that. Even though housing reconstruction was not owner-driven, but retrofitting program adopted an owner-driven program where it was expected the government will provide financial assistance and technical assistance, and people, the house owner, will take up retrofitting on their own. So that was a very first experiment with owner-driven process. Now, retrofitting for me also that time was the very first time I had heard the word called retrofitting, seismic retrofitting, and we had absolutely no idea how to go about it. Professor A.S. Arya, who was the seismic advisor, he was guiding the process. Ahmedabad Study Action Group and Rajendra Desai, who were working on the field, I was involved with their program. And about, I just want to share, these all photographs which you see on the screen are from one house. That was the first house of Haribhau Begde in Lamjana. We had retrofitted, and everything which was there in theory, when we started practicing, it just didn't go like that. For example, Murthy sir, we were told that you take out the bond element is missing in stone walls, you take out 2 stones from 2 sides, and you will get a dumbbell shaped space, and you could put steel bar and concrete and create a bond element. But the moment you take out 2 stones, all the material, all the rubble which is inside the wall is just falling down and coming out, and there was a huge void, and this was no dumbbell shape. And what I am trying to say is, we were figuring out what was happening, and then how do we deal with that. So very simple things we had done in this house. We had installed these bond elements in the stone walls, which were pretty thick stone walls, 3 feet, or sometimes even cases where we came across almost 5 feet thick walls. And the Malwad, the kind of structural system they had wooden columns and wooden roof. The knee braces were put on to strengthen those columns and beam structure, and on top of roof could be removed, and we had put a RCC band on top of the wall. So that was the kind of even a process to learn ourselves about what is retrofitting. We had no idea of how efficient, how effective this is. In fact, later on a shock table test was conducted in Latur, which kind of showed us that it is the performance of that house was much better than the earlier unretrofitted houses. Second experience we had was after Kutch earthquake. Again, we were involved directly in retrofitting about 100 houses in Bhachau, which was again an organization called Unnati as part of ODRC network. And mainly these were very simple rural structures with stone masonry, stone and mud masonry walls. And largely gables had collapsed, and there was gable bands could be added, and lintel level bands could be added. So very simple kind of structures, very simple solutions using weld wire mesh. We had put these bands, and also created a lot of educational material in forms of posters, had also set up a what we call technology park, where which was kind of a permanent place where there was an exhibition, people could come, see and learn about repairs and retrofitting. One bottleneck which was there in Kutch earthquake was the financial assistance actually covered only repairs, not really retrofitting. So even though almost 9 lakh houses were partially damaged in Gujarat, retrofitting did not really happen at that scale. Third example I have is from Nepal. Again, Nepal had about I don't remember the numbers now, how many houses were partially damaged, but government of Nepal had a program to assist the houses with about $1,000, and as part of government of India's support to Nepal, about 50,000 houses were reconstructed. As part of that program, we also focused on demonstrating some retrofitting. About 46 houses were repaired and retrofitted using weld wire mesh and containment reinforcement. These are some examples of houses which are being retrofitted with weld wire mesh at various levels. Wherever there were gable ends, those were made lighter. Just a quick graphic representation of how this process unfolded when damaged houses were there. A house which had gable wall collapse and there were cracks in the wall. The cracks were, the plaster was removed, the crack was filled with the cement grout, and a weld wire mesh bandage was put. Gable end was removed and put with a CGI sheet to make it lighter, and at various levels seismic belts of weld wire mesh were added, and then vertical GI wires as containment on both sides of the wall were tied. So that was broadly the scheme of repair and retrofitting adopted. Now this is more recent. In Afghanistan, there was an earthquake in 2022 in a village called Kala in Khost province, which is towards southeast of Afghanistan. 50 houses were repaired and retrofitted, again about $1,000 support in 2 installments. There is no government program there, there is no governance as such, so it was basically UNDP program, and again the kind of these were stone masonry houses, and weld wire mesh was used to cover on both faces of the wall, and which was interconnected with wires to hold the both faces of the wire mesh. Corners were strengthened, the jambs and jambs of the openings were strengthened, lintel and roof level as well as the sill level belts were put, and also to strengthen the roofing structure.
Vivek ji, can we conclude in 2 minutes?
Sure.
Yeah, thank you.
So just coming to the next question, that why people do not retrofit, what are the problems in the field? First reason is lack of awareness. People do not know if the house is damaged, it can be repaired, it can be retrofitted, and it can be much better than what it was earlier. Secondly, there is lack of confidence. Even if retrofitting solutions are discussed and shared with people, a lot of time people don't have confidence in those solutions. We may be saying that weld wire mesh will work. People have no idea whether it will actually work or not. They don't know whether to trust us on that. Thirdly, of course, there is lack of trained artisans. Even the masons who are the guide for people, they are not trained. They have no idea of retrofitting. It is not part of their building culture. So they have no idea how to do it. There are no engineers who are trained in the field who can advise, guide, provide supervision at the time of construction. That is a major problem. And fifth, it is complicated, to find the materials, to get the tools that are required for repairs and retrofitting, particularly in rural areas, in hilly regions. It is difficult. It is so much easier to do new construction where the delivery systems are all kind of worked out. People know how to get things done, but logistics for repairs and retrofitting are difficult. And lastly, there is lack of incentives for people to take up retrofitting. In fact, there is a much bigger push from policy side to reconstruct new houses. That is a problem. I don't think I need to discuss this, but because all of these things have already been discussed in earlier thing, but I wanted to come to last two slides, and basically these two ideas. These have already been actually in the very first session also discussed about incremental retrofitting. The house itself is built in parts, in phases. Most of the time people build houses slowly. So same thing is even with the issue of retrofitting. People do not have capacity to invest in one go to retrofit the whole house. People would be very comfortable if they can take the measures slowly, and every step is an improvement. It may not comply with the kind of performance, the kind of codes that we prescribe, but it is an improvement. And if we allow them to take small steps, that would be a good thing. Finally, I feel even though my particular experiences have been post-disaster, retrofitting doesn't have to be a post-disaster response. It must be part of our own normal, regular housing programs. PMAY and other state housing schemes can include retrofitting as a part. Upgradation, housing upgradation is a part in PMAY, but that is not defined in terms of including retrofitting of the house. And that is something which we can work, I think we should work upon and try to see if our housing schemes can include seismic retrofitting, or even there can be special programs for seismic retrofitting. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think your presentation has given lot of substance here, and I think all the other speakers, subsequent speakers, can deal with those issues. So thank you for raising those issues. Just one announcement that we are not breaking for tea, but all of you could go out and bring tea and continue with the tea here, and we will continue with the session. So thank you. Just let's not empty the hall, one or two you can go out and have tea. Thank you. So now next speaker. So Ramaraj, would you like to now, you were also associated with Nepal program, so you can speak very briefly some of the important issues. Yeah, thank you. You have a presentation?
I do have a presentation, but I think it's more about the process, so probably I can just go a bit faster. It's quite visual. So I'll talk very briefly about the 2015 Nepal earthquake that Mr. Vivek Raval also touched upon.
Can I request the audience to stay quiet, please, and no conferences in the back bench there? Thank you. Yeah, please.
So this was the 25th April, and Gorkha is like this in usual times, but then that earthquake of 7.8 magnitude transformed it into like this. It was a massive earthquake. I was in Kathmandu and I couldn't stand the way I'm standing here. On a ground, open ground, I had to sit down and crouch. It was 1 minute of just roller coaster, unpaid roller coaster. It was terrible. 10,000 people, I was lucky, but 10,000 people almost. 9,000 people lost their lives. 31 out of 75 districts were affected. 14 of them were very severely affected. When you look at the impacts, much of the impacts was in the social sectors, of which almost 90% was housing. 500,000 houses were destroyed. 250,000 were damaged. In addition, 21,000 classrooms were completely destroyed. In total, about 41 or 42,000 classrooms were destroyed or damaged. It happened on a Saturday at 11:56 a.m. Children were not in school because Saturday is the holiday. Sunday is a working day in Nepal. Imagine the catastrophe that would have happened. Since then, a lot of good work has happened in Nepal around ensuring that new schools are built to higher standards of safety. ADB has done a stellar work. I'd like to talk very briefly about what happened. The post-disaster needs assessment that was conducted in Nepal was one of the best. Krishnaji was one of the main architects to get this off the ground. It estimated $7 billion as the need. It accounted for almost 1/3 of Nepal's GDP. $4.2 billion was committed. This was the single largest commitment, or percentage of commitment that could have been received after any disaster. They set up a very specific agency called NRA, National Reconstruction Authority, which had a clear sunset clause that it would transition into a disaster management authority. All its learnings would go. Government of Nepal engaged from the get-go, but for the recovery and reconstruction, government committed almost 1/4 of the total pledged. Government of India committed $1 billion, of which 1/4 or 250 million was a grant. It covered housing, health, education and cultural heritage. Owner-driven reconstruction was adopted as the approach, as Vivekji already mentioned. 150 million out of the 250 million was committed towards housing of, that is reconstruction of housing of 50,000 houses in Gorkha and Nuwakot. Gorkha was the epicenter of the earthquake. I was engaged in this project along with Vivekji and a few other colleagues from UNDP's side. So we were working in 8 urban and rural municipalities in this. The single point that stands out is Government of Nepal was giving grant directly to the households, but then the Government of India's assistance was routed through Government of Nepal. To top it, a 10% of contribution was given through UNDP to provide socio-technical facilitation. And it had 6 components. I'll not bore you with all of these. It's already, you can see it. It was to provide an end-to-end support to the households that were undertaking reconstruction. This is an infographic at the end of the project, and you could probably see that all the houses were constructed within a period of 3 years since the project started, through a mobilization of about 200 people on the ground, which included almost half of them were master masons. Vivekji came up with this beautiful term called Avas Nirman Sathi. These are like your friends that are there in the villages. These are trusted people on the ground that reach out to each of these households to provide them assistance on day-to-day basis. They are teamed up with architects, engineers and community mobilizers. I'll touch upon why they are essential. One of the first things was to find out these beneficiaries. They're all scattered in different locations. On a map it looks very close, but then when the gradient, when you see from one place to the other, it's 4 hours walk. To conduct this, it took us a lot of effort to find out all of these beneficiaries, and through this process we also learned that many of them were duplicates, some of them had passed away and so on. we had to engage through this process. One thing that came out very clearly was not all households were equal. Many of them had very specific needs and requirements which no policy could cater to. PA signing, participation agreement signing, was critical for anybody to receive the support. So we went to that level of getting people to sign the participation agreement. When the government grant is being transferred, the tranche is not received into the bank accounts because people do not know. So we have to go reach each of these households to tell them that the tranche is being transferred, you may now visit. Otherwise they were all queuing up, walking 4-5 hours or one day to reach a bank, and then only to be told that we don't have enough cash, we've already disbursed. So that is the kind of socio-technical assistance that has to be provided. Social mobilization, I mentioned community mobilizers, they are critical. We have conducted close to almost 2,500 meetings, engaging with various levels of stakeholders to ensure that they receive the support. For instance, wood is critical requirement to construct the building. The wood comes from community forests, and these cannot be just logged just without permission. So to ensure that they receive that kind of support, also you need to have these meetings. We provided support for planning, costing and resources, because people, like Vivekji mentioned, houses are not built in one go. These are houses which have been built over 40-50 years of time. And suddenly you are asking somebody to build a house within 1 year or 2 years. They don't have the resources. So they end up trying to rebuild similar kind of houses and don't have the resources. They have to borrow and get in debt. That was one of the first things we understood, that people were in debt. Housing reconstruction program that is supposed to uplift people was actually putting them down because they were borrowing money to rebuild. So to cater to that, then the counseling in terms of what kind of construction could you come up with. One thing that came out clearly is in urban areas, we've talked about building permit, this becomes a hindrance. If you don't get a permit, you can't build. To get a permit, you have to spend money. So we created those facilities so that households can get the drawings and all approved. One critical point was people were training masons left, right and center, but they were not available where they were needed. So the idea was to link masons or households to...
Jaldi karenge?
Sure, sir. Last 2 slides, then I'll move. So we identified very clearly vulnerable households. Through the government criteria, we had about 700 households that were identified as vulnerable, but when we engaged in the beneficiary status survey, we realized that it was more than 10-fold. More than 1/3 of the households that we had to cater to were all vulnerable in one way or the other. So our support was tailored to each of the areas where they were requiring support. We tried to reach out through various means, including mobile technology clinics and theaters. Training and capacity building was a critical requirement. So we reached to the masons who were engaged on the site and build their capacity rather than just calling for a training of masons. Vivekji already talked about the retrofitting that was undertaken. Over 500 masons were trained, and this is a publication, a beautiful publication that has been put together by SEDAP and UNDP with support from GOI, documenting each and every detail of the houses that have been retrofitted. It was successfully completed within the time period, and we were graced by the presence of the Honorable Prime Minister, who launched it. So it was a unique experience for me. Thank you for this opportunity to share.
Thank you. Now it's your turn, Dr. Rohan Shinde. You also have a presentation? Can you make it brief? Just refer to some salient points.
Yes.
Yeah, good afternoon everyone. So I'm Rohan Shinde. I'm working as Associate Director at Miyamoto International, and I look after the disaster risk reduction in Asia Pacific and Europe and Middle East area. So those who are not aware, we are a global multi-hazard disaster risk management company, and we have global presence in more than 30 locations. And we have first-hand experience of more than 100 earthquakes, so listed in the slide, and including the recent earthquakes in last year in Turkey, Morocco, and Afghanistan. So very quickly, I'm going to share, some of our on-field experience. So what we do, like after any disaster worldwide, we deploy our team of engineers, disaster response engineers, then wash vessels, structural engineers on the ground to do the post-disaster damage assessments. And we understand the damages, and then accordingly we create repair and retrofit methodologies. So this was the picture taken in Turkey. So after the Turkey earthquake in 2023, I was on the ground for a month after the earthquake, and I could get a sense of the damage. And so with the funding from the USAID, CRS, CARE, and NRC, we could provide some rapid and sustainable shelter solution, retrofitting solutions in Turkey, as well as similarly for Syria. And also our teams, they have been working in Afghanistan, where, as Mr. Vivek had mentioned, so we are using the owner-based technologies and supporting the vernacular constructions. This is again the 2023 Afghanistan earthquake. So in the Ukraine as well, for war-induced damages, we are identifying the light and moderately damaged structures, including schools, and we are providing the retrofitting solutions for them as well. We have more than 100 people team sitting in Ukraine, and we are providing the retrofit designs here from India. Similarly, again in Morocco, we are working for the masonry structures and their retrofitting as well. And so recently we have been working on the remote sensing damage assessment in Gaza, and we have identified the most damaged areas, and we could put together a team on the ground, local lights, and hopefully after the ceasefire we'll start working there as well. So these are some photographs from my Turkey field visit. So as you can see, there are like few observations I would like to put here. So we can see that 135-degree angle stirrups are not tied properly. Then they had used soft aggregates, not the rough aggregates during the construction. In this building you can see that it was a poor construction. The building next to this structure had a very light damage. In this photo you can see the soft story, the weak columns, there is a collapse of the building here. In this photo you can see the next building is standing tall, but the neighboring building is collapsed. It shows the poor quality of construction again. Again we can see the damaged column here. This is like floating column, weak columns example. Again no adequate steel reinforcement. So this is one of the interesting thing I observed on the ground. Like this was one of the hospitals, like standing tall after the earthquake. So this hospital had base isolators and designed for the earthquake, and this could remain operational after the disaster, and victims could use it in the post-disaster response. And buildings next to these hospitals, like they were totally collapsed. They were not as per the built as per the codes. So on the ground we use ATC-20 rapid assessment methods for post-disaster assessment. We tag buildings for unsafe, restricted use or moderate use. This is again for the existing buildings, we have this process flow of doing the seismic evaluation and the retrofit measures. We also use the methods of ASC 41 to evaluate the existing buildings and propose accordingly the seismic retrofitting measures. This is again the process overflow. These are some example retrofits from our this project was in Fiji, UNOPS, where we had proposed addition of shear walls, and you can see the mesh. And this is a very simple and cost-effective method, which is proven effective in worldwide in different areas. So some of the important lessons learned from our on-ground experience is that there are significant reforms are needed in the licensing system of engineers, also the inspection process. Obviously there is the importance of code compliance, like we discussed, the proper good construction practices such as 135-degree angles, use of the aggregates, correct connections, these are very important. One more important factor in Turkey earthquake was the soil amplification factor, which was missing in most of the buildings. Like the soil was soft at most of the location, and that was one of the main reasons. And it is also crucial to translate our scientific understanding of earthquake safety to the level of implementation. And science policy engagement and the flow of information to the public is also very important. So I'll stop here. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Now I invite, would you like to speak now? Huh? Okay, so you would like to have any impressions on the maybe you can speak about the general point?
Okay, so there are a couple of points. So first of all, thank you NDMA for inviting me for this workshop, for which actually in the area I'm working for more than 10 years. So there are a couple of questions actually thrown at me that what are the points you have to consider to take a decision on the whether the building has to be retrofitted or strengthened or not. So the first of all, if the building is not, kind of serving its purpose, or the expected performance is not actually guaranteed, or the building design before the code has actually come up. So these are the consideration first. That is the first thing. The second one is, of course, the cost factor. Then the question is how much the cost. Why should not actually rebuild a structure, reconstruct a structure, go for the retrofit? Typically, around 25 to 30% if your cost is expected that will be spent on the retrofit, then one probably go for the retrofitting rather than a reconstruction. And of course, why one has to go for the reconstruction? There are many aspects, social heritage and all these things. So some buildings need to be retained, so you can't actually demolish. The second question actually I want to highlight, like what are the work is being done at academia related to the retrofitting, strengthening. So there are many IITs and NITs that are working on the experiment and numerical tools for the either the member level strengthening, or which is column jacketing, steel jacketing, for the concrete, steel, or maybe the global level strengthening, for example shear wall, the braces, the BRBs, or the seismic isolators. Or it can be actually also some kind of modular construction we are coming up, like which can be installed in the some of the building as the energy dissipation devices or the supplemental dampings. I think I can see the chairperson and vice chairperson are actually anxious to wind up this session. I will take this opportunity to thank you. If there are any questions, I will be happy to answer. Thank you.
Can we have one or two questions from the floor? Please. One minute, we're getting a mic to you. Please use the mic.
Sir, I have a question. So it may be pertain to Professor Murthy or other structural engineers from IITs. The thing is that, sir, in Gujarat state or also in other states, now there are the specific guidelines or some instructions that we have to go for the retrofitting of the critical structures, like dams for the examples, which were built 50 years or 100 years before. And at that time, generally the seismic design factor or LFH, whatever is there, they have considered like, let us say 0.1 G or 0.05 G. Now when we are going there, now there is change in the methodology and extra other things are there, or new knowledges are there. The site-specific studies are giving more site-specific seismic coefficient. Apart from that, the flood is also being revised. So my first question is that, so are there any specific guidelines regarding specifically for the critical structures like dams, be there available or published by the BIS or any authorities, which we can use for the retrofitting? Or also we have to suggest something that, okay, now the structure is 100 years old, then you have to rebuild, not retrofitting, not, but you have to rebuild. So whenever we do or wanted to have, I am not able actually, so to get the specific guidelines regarding that. Secondly,
You can finish the first question, then we'll forget the question otherwise.
no, okay.
Because your questions are very long. If it was short, I would remember. If it is long, then I have to close it and then start the next question. I hope that's okay with you.
Yeah, it's okay.
So, quick answer for you. Guidelines are being prepared. Bureau of Indian Standards is having a standard related to dams for both design of new and for assessment and also for retrofit. So, please get in touch with us offline and we'll share with you documents.
Sure, thank you much.
Yeah,
And
second question.
Yeah, second question, okay, it was related to only
It
that.
is long, yeah.
Just keep it brief, Anas.
Yeah.
Yeah. So actually, there are some guidelines which are being available from the US, the military guidelines or something. So is it okay that we use them?
For the time being, before you get the new guidelines from within the country related to retrofit of dams, you will use the best available practice internationally. But the moment we come out with a standard from within the country, you are advised to use that.
And sir, in addition to that, the new BIS seismic hazard map,
Yes.
the seismic zoning is going to be updated.
Right.
Now again the factor will be more, I think, which is in the draft.
Yeah.
So what impact is going to on the critical structure? So,
Yeah.
so,
Don't
specific
yeah.
guidelines will be there again for that.
Yeah, don't worry too much about it because it has a clause which says you'll do site specific for the purposes of dams. So it will still remain almost the same for you. For new dams, there is a requirement. For existing dams, we'll do site specific.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all. I would like to thank our esteemed panelists, chair and co-chair, for sharing their insights on the session. Now I request Shri Krishna Atswatsa, member NDMA, to kindly hand over the mementos as a token of appreciation to all the panelists. Now I request all the experts to kindly join for a group photograph.
We have reached to the last panel discussion of the day on earthquake risk insurance. It focuses on a crucial yet unexplored aspect of disaster resilience. Effective risk transfer mechanisms such as earthquake insurance plays a vital role in mitigating the financial impacts of seismic events on individual, businesses and governments. This session will explore global best practices in earthquake insurance, including successful models from countries like New Zealand. It will also address challenges in ensuring expansion of effective insurance scheme. The moderator for the session is Shri M. Nagaraju, Secretary, DOFS, who will be joining us shortly. And we have Shri Safi Hassan Rizvi, Advisor NDMA, as co-moderator. The discussants are Mr. Louis Alton, Senior Financial Sector Specialist, World Bank, Mr. Scott McHardy, Head of Risk Financing, and it's in New Zealand. Both the experts will be joining us virtually. Next we have Mr. Shailendra Sapra, CEO, Reinsurance Solutions, Indian Aeon, Mr. Nikhil Nayak, Property Treaty Underwriter, Munich Re, and Mr. Sumit Gupta, Vice President, Swiss Re. I request you all to please join me on the stage.
So, Mr. Sumit, yes, come, please. Okay, thank you. Sorry for making you wait, especially in, the World Bank, which is most likely in London, and Mr. Scott Hardy, who is currently in New Zealand. We have been kind of running around and trying to squeeze our sessions, some really technical sessions, into a short time frame. So I will introduce the three panelists we have here. Our chief guest, who is the Secretary of Financial Services. Can we shut that door, please? Ranu, ma'am, can we shut that door, please? The three panelists we have here in person are Mr. Sumit Gupta to my right. He is Vice President of Swiss Re. We have Mr. Nikhil Nayak, who is the Property Treaty Underwriter of Munich Re. Welcome. And to my left, I have Mr. Shailendra Sapra. He is the CEO of Reinsurance Solutions of the Aon Company. Welcome. And online, we have Mr. Louis Alton of the World Bank. He's a senior financial sector specialist. And we have Scott McHardy, head of risk financing, New Zealand, from New Zealand, virtually. And ma'am, I am unable to introduce you because I'm slightly lost on the introduction. So when I finish, can you please introduce yourself, ma'am? So I will. This is a discussion. We are not using presentations. So we are going to start with some we have like 45 to 50 minutes. Start with the very provocative question, primarily aimed at India. First will be on retail insurance. That we have a distinguished professor, Professor Ravi Sinha, with us. He's from IIT Bombay. So he was reminding me just now, a while ago, that customers who bought house insurance, property insurance in India, they were getting a 50% discount if they had done proper earthquake risk reduction measures, or they had just bought the earthquake part of the policy. So my question to the Indian participants, if they can answer it, otherwise we can leave that open for a later discussion, that is it something that is compulsory in New Zealand? I will start with New Zealand, Mr. Scott McHardy. Is the retail part of earthquake, is it compulsory? If so, do you think that Indian government should also have compulsion in property insurance for earthquakes?
Namaste. First and foremost, thank you very much for the invitation to participate in this discussion. Very much appreciate the opportunity. Look, rather than I'm going to probably fudge a little bit and defer and leave the questions on Indian government policy to yourselves, but I can certainly speak to the New Zealand experience. Our scheme is coming up to 80 years old. It was formed on the 1st of January 1945 in response to a series of large earthquakes in New Zealand. One of the key features of the scheme is that natural hazard insurance in New Zealand automatically attaches to a home fire policy. And so, when the scheme was established, that was the most common insurance policy in New Zealand. It wasn't by any means compulsory to have home insurance in New Zealand, but if you had home insurance with a fire policy, our scheme attaches automatically. There are certain conditions within the New Zealand market that support increased insurance penetration. So, for example, if you want to get lending or mortgage finance from a bank or a lending institution, you're typically required to have insurance. And so, again, you take out a fire policy and our cover automatically attaches. And the private sector collects our levy and pays it to us. The other part, which I should just add, is that the scheme, the natural hazards scheme in New Zealand, has always been a first loss scheme. So from a government intervention perspective, that has always been an intention that the government, through the natural hazard scheme, takes care of that, the most likely loss from a scheme, which actually then hopefully makes residential insurance for provided through the private market that much more affordable because the government is taking that first slug of loss through the natural hazard scheme. As I said, from a New Zealand perspective, the compulsion is that it automatically attaches. Individuals still have the opportunity to choose whether or not they want to insure their dwelling on their own. But as I said, there are certainly in the lending space some factors that help push insurance penetration in New Zealand to greater than 90%.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. So I'd like to bring in Mr. Sumit Gupta of Swiss Re to give us a little bit of a perspective on how the retail insurance and earthquake has played out in India.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for inviting on the rise. Essentially, I wanted to make 2 points here. One, from the international perspective, and second, on the trend which has gone within India. If you talk about Turkey, we have TCIP, everybody knows. It got established in year 2000. And the reason why it got established was the havoc it, felt in 1999. And if you see in 2000 till now, at the beginning, the earthquake there was sold just like an elite product along with fire and engineering. So at that point in time, the penetration level was just 5% in Turkey. Now if you see, they have made it mandatory. And the penetration level there now has reached up to 60%. So that's the kind of change we have seen in that country, because there's a lot of activities in terms of promoting the earthquake insurance, and all other activities have gone behind that. And now they have reached to a level where people understand that it's actually a need. I mean, it's just not that fire and engineering attaching the earthquake is important. I think taking standalone earthquake there has become more important there. Now from India's perspective, if you see past 10 years trend since 2015, if you see various events, starting from Nepal earthquake, then you also see, the flood which has happened in Kerala, the cyclones. Every year or every second year, whenever there is an event, catastrophe event which has happened, the premium income of the fire and the engineering policy has gone up. For example, in Kerala in 2018, when there was a huge flood, the premium income next year has gone up by 20-25%. But at the same time, it is very short-lived. I mean, if you don't make it compulsory, people will take it for 2 years, and third year, then they will recede their memory, and then probably they'll drop it out. So what I actually wanted to say is, let us make it mandatory so that the insurer, the reinsurers also get the spread in terms of risk and be able to price it better and more cheaper.
Thank you. So in the Indian policies, as I understand, property insurance policies, STFI is covered: storm, tempest, fire and inundation. Yeah. These are covered compulsorily. Yeah. And earthquake is an optional. Yeah. Okay, so if earthquake, why was earthquake made optional when it was already a part of the policy system? Maybe we can go to Mr. Sapra for a response to that.
Yeah, so I think just connecting it back to the earlier compulsory thing in India, I think making any insurance compulsory is from an insurer's perspective, but also from a state's perspective we have to take into consideration. So if we take an example of PMFEY, Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana, a crop insurance scheme which was touching the poorest of the poor. Initially, it was compulsory, and slowly it was made very non-compulsory in nature, because that was a state subject that came into account. So I think from an insurer's or a reinsurer's perspective, definitely making it compulsory, etc., will help you to get a lot of diversification, will help you to keep the premium rates down. But does it really lead to extra penetration is a bigger question, in India, because in India, making anything compulsory, it's a state subject. It's not necessarily an insurance or reinsurance subject.
Okay, interesting. So we are getting two very interesting points here. At one end, we are hearing that when you don't have compulsory earthquake insurance, the penetration remains very low. Whereas in Turkey, after they made it mandatory, it moved up from 5% to 60%. And then we have the case that Mr. Sapra just explained, in which where the crop insurance, when it was compulsory, it was high. the number of people who had joined it, and then it became more difficult to join it once it was made voluntary. That's the point that you're making.
No, I'm saying that making it so it was compulsory before, penetration levels were quite high, but it was made voluntary because the state demanded that. So what I'm trying to make is you just can't make anything compulsory, you have to educate the buyers about insurance.
So we are currently caught in a kind of a warp where suppose we don't make it mandatory. Yes, I understand that not everything cannot be made mandatory. Then you are caught in a low supply, low demand type of economic situation, and you want to go to a high supply, high demand situation. So a conversation with GIC Re, which is an Indian reinsurance company. So they told us that we asked them, why don't you have a risk pool, a disaster risk pool? So they said that we basically need express demand from the insurance companies to be able to initiate a risk pool. For insurance risk that their companies are unable to cover, that risk they bring to us and they share with us, and we charge a slightly extra premium for that, which is why we eventually think of making a risk pool. So the point is that there's no express demand only because the demand for property insurance, the actual penetration is very low. So how do we break out of this kind of a warp? So I'd like to bring in Mr. Nayak here from Munich Re, if you'd like to comment on that.
So first of all, thank you for having me here. I believe insurance is more like a push product, and for a peril such as earthquake, which happens for many people, particularly in India, maybe once in their lifetime or twice in a lifetime, it's very difficult to perceive the kind of risk they face. So it needs, somewhere it needs to be mandatory, or somewhere it needs to be pushed down, either through incentive or through compulsion. So unless these kind of motivation or force is there, there is bound to be short-term memory of, so let's say Bhuj earthquake happened in 2001. So people will take earthquake insurance right after that, maybe for 5 years or 10 years. And then the generation would change and they will forget the impact of earthquake. And now India is a very diverse country in terms of geography, as well as, so there is a breadth of the country. There is a region which is quite exposed to earthquake, let's say the north part of India or the Gujarat. But there is a region in the south which is not so exposed to the earthquake. Now to have a more stickiness to the insurance, we need to have a more comprehensive product which people can, can relate to, feel that it is solving their problem, solving their risk factors, and that is how the stickiness can come in, that people are motivated to buy insurance for their protection. And before that, there needs to be an awareness among people and acknowledgement that we are facing a risk, because these risks don't happen on a daily basis or annual or 5-year basis. So the memory is very short term, and there comes the importance of awareness, and a lot of education needs to be given.
So what you're saying is that the need to bring in mandatory is more important in low frequency disasters, low frequency, high intensity disasters like earthquakes.
This is one thing, and the other thing is to make it more comprehensive, so that some kind of stickiness to the insurance is there, either through, let's say, be it flood insurance, be it cyclone insurance. So let's say if I am insuring someone in the southern part of India, now they don't face earthquake, they might face a moderate earthquake maybe in 250 years. So why would they buy insurance? They have never faced it, they don't even foresee it to happen. So, but if you insure it for flood or cyclone or excess rain, they may find it more motivated to buy it. But at the end of the day, I would say that insurance is definitely a push product, because people in general, in the absence of fear factor, people are more risk taker. They feel they are the luckiest one. When we drive on the road and we don't wear a helmet, we feel we are the most luckiest one. The other person may get into an accident, but I will escape it. So
thank you. So we'll go to Sumit, but just to kind of pre-warn Mr. Louis Alton, we'll be going into the reinsurance discussion shortly. So Sumit would like to say
Just
something more.
a comment on the risk pool. I know NDMA is also working on the constructing the risk pool piece. I essentially wanted to mention is that why do actually we need the risk pool? If there is enough and more capacity available in the market. So, like Nikhil mentioned, something like which is very critical nowadays for corporate, something like hydropower dams, where we see some paucity and companies struggling to garner the capacities in the insurance market. We can have critical assets, the grid lines, things like those should ideally be formed and should be included in the risk pool basically.
Thank you. Yeah. So we'll now move slightly from retail insurance. Given the shortage of time, this is a subject where we can lots of people have written their PhD thesis on it. We will go to Mr. Louis Alton. We've earlier had discussions with you and Mr. Hardy also, and we would like to hear from you as to how, at say the Government of India level, how should we take this subject so that the global reinsurance industry gets interested? How should we scale it up? What is that we have to do? Mr. Alton.
Can you hear me, first of all?
Yes, yes.
Okay, great. Well, thanks for having me, first of all. It's an honor to be on this panel. And I was kind of itching to jump into the earlier discussion point, just to caution that even compulsory insurance in many countries hasn't led to high penetration rates. So there's pretty much more that needs to be done, even if you make it mandatory. But anyways, how can you garner the interest of...
Could you please speak a little like slowly, because the seismograph of your talking is a bit quick. So, yeah. So
I will try.
Yeah, yeah.
So in terms of getting the interest of international reinsurers, I'm not that familiar with the Indian market, but obviously if you create schemes which provide volume, like for example if you manage to make it compulsory or get uptake of earth reinsurance up through subsidies, and you pull the risk of states, and then you're able to pass it on to international reinsurance markets, I think the volume would help in garnering interest. I think generally what we see is that from markets where international reinsurance markets have less exposure, and the biggest exposure of these markets is often markets in Europe and North America. So in general, we would expect there is interest in a market like India just because it provides diversification opportunities for some of the big reinsurers. I think I would expect there would be interest because it's a business opportunity for reinsurers in India. One thing that's always important, or it helps, is to have obviously good understanding of the risk. So I don't know what the status of the risk modeling of earthquake risk in India, but there are models which I think would be acceptable to the markets. But anything that can be done to improve information on risk itself would be useful. And obviously that goes hand in hand with developing the market, right? The more you have a market, you have events where insurers pay out or not, that helps them to collect data. And I think there's almost a virtuous cycle that would happen where you get more capacity for the Indian market. So then on the regulatory side, there might also be issues, which could be helpful or not. I haven't looked at this. We don't know the details of the regulatory framework in India. But there are also questions sometimes around that we see in many countries, which make a difference.
So you see, if it had been so easy, the Government of India would surely have gotten into this much earlier, especially disaster risk insurance as a larger body of insurance. And if it had been so easy, the private sector would have already had policies floating around, and there would have been ready-made policies or bespoke policies available for Government of India to invest in. However, that is not the case. So where do we go from here? Like, what is it we do? We've spoken to most of the multilaterals. We have spoken to the big reinsurance companies. We've spoken to the Indian companies. The Indian companies and the reinsurance companies say, we are ready with a product, we can design one for you, but yes, please come to us. So that means that the Government of India puts in premium money. Government of India doesn't want to do that. Government of India at best can incubate it, but it cannot continuously keep paying for insurance for every individual in the country. So how do we bridge this gap? Would you have any ideas on that?
I mean, it's not easy. It's not easy anywhere, right? And if we look at insurance penetration rates for earthquake insurance, they're very low. If you look at a market like California, most households will not buy earthquake insurance. And that's exactly why countries have come up with strategies of making it compulsory. I think basically I think there's two big things that can be done. One is subsidies, but you just mentioned that there's no appetite to have an open-ended subsidy scheme. And the other one probably is compulsion. The third one I can think of is really information, right? Providing the people risk information, educating them, creating a culture of insurance. I'm not sure if beyond those two threes that there's any silver bullets. I think countries across the world, they struggle with it. People mentioned the TCIP, the Turkish insurance scheme, which was a big success, where the World Bank happened to be involved. But even there, it's compulsory there, but it doesn't mean that everyone is insured, right? There's many compulsory schemes where penetration rates remain quite low because governments are not willing normally to turn off, a person's electricity or a water supply if they don't buy insurance. Even if you make it compulsory, often there is reluctance to really enforce that. So it's more of a signal than anything else. So I don't think there are any silver bullets. I think you have compulsion, you have subsidization, you have education. And then obviously there's maybe the easier things, which are around risk information, regulation, etc. But I don't think it's easy, to be very clear.
Thank you. We also have Claire on the call, Claire from World Bank. So would you like to step in here and make a comment, ma'am?
Yes, thank you very much. Yes, and just to introduce myself, I work a lot with Lewis. My background is in catastrophe risk modelling and management in the global reinsurance industry. So yes, I've worked on this problem quite a lot globally. I mean, I think in addition to what Lewis said, the other thing I would add to the conversation is some of the interesting innovations that are happening, for example, in both New Zealand and California, where there are new products coming to market which cover, I mean, they're really very low coverages, so they're not complete replacement for full reconstruction levels of insurance, but they're typically parametric based, and they provide a very quick, instant amount of money to help the householders through the initial shocks. So I'm not saying that that's a replacement for full insurance, which covers the total cost of the damage, but it could be part of a strategy, and it could be part of a strategy where we've seen it come in California. I think it exists in New Zealand as well, using technology to give very quick payments that helps bridge the gap to bigger, longer-term funding coming through effectively, hopefully through insurance, but potentially through state aid and so on. So some of the technology could help significantly, especially in a country like India where you're very technologically driven.
Thank you. So I would like to go to Mr. Sapra to ask him this question, that initially I had mentioned about making risk pools on disaster risk, which many countries have, which the Caribbean has and others have. So what is the scope you find here, and how do you think we should initiate it? Should it come entirely from the government, or is there other ways of doing it?
Yeah, so I think first of all, before we go into risk pools and designing it, I think India needs to understand what their total exposure is. So what is the earthquake exposure? If let's say 1 in 2 year, 250-year return period losses, how does it look like? I think that's the first question. And then we have to drill into different areas. So should it be industrial, commercial, residential, or dwellings? So after you have divided that, and then I think the focus should be what we are trying to protect. So India has models. India has RMS, AIR, impact forecasting as an earthquake model. So you do have decent risk modeling in place already to quantify that risk. So first is the quantification of risk, and then deciding where that risk resides. So let's say you have industrial, commercial. I don't think the government should get involved. Our industries and commercial buildings should have enough money to pay for their insurances. But it's the dwellings, residential, kirana shops, or the really far off and flung areas, that is where the government should come. I mean, we cannot expect, poor people to pay for this insurance because it just can't be paid. It's that expensive, severity is quite high. So I think I would request to restart the conversation with the government is, does the government really understand the risk that's on the books if an earthquake happens? So for example, again, a Bhuj earthquake happened in 2001. If the same earthquake were to happen now, what sort of economic and uninsured loss we are looking at? India is looking at a GDP growth rate of 7+% for the next 10 to 15 years. Yeah, that's the target. One disaster, an earthquake like that, can really stop us. And I think that's the question the government needs to answer. It's that long term. And all the modeling that's done, whether it by all the actuaries, all the CAT models, it takes into consideration long term. So I think I would request a conversation to be restarted. Does the government really understand what the exposure is at play here?
Yeah, okay, thank you. So, government is a very large set of people and institution, and this is a subject that has been in discussion for I think 50 years. Several attempts have been made. We have Director of Financial Services over here. If in a minute or two she'd like to step in with a question or any kind of response, we would welcome if we can bring a mic here. While she makes up her mind, we will go to another question. And thank you for your intervention. He's asked the question that if an earthquake happens, then what? And industrial and commercial are already most likely covered. So in the private insurance space, to Mr. Nayak, do you think the private companies, the industries and the commercial establishments like these big towers in Mumbai, are they all insured completely against earthquake?
So when we come to commercial or industrial sector, they are largely insured. But while saying commercial, we ignore many small commercial, small SME or MSME kind of setups where there is a lack of insurance. When you talk about large towers, definitely they are mostly covered and there is no need of government intervention or any kind of intervention. They are sufficiently covered. But how much percentage of the overall exposure they reflect? I don't think so. I don't have a number, but they are not too many.
So just sorry to interject. So you're saying that all these tall towers which have commercial offices on Mumbai skyline would most likely be insured?
Yes,
against earthquake and various other things?
All the perils.
Okay, great. Now we've also heard from some of the professors who were here in the day that the largest risk of earthquake lies essentially with these multi-storied buildings which are most likely commercial, or the ones that we see in Gurgaon or in Noida, which are coming up as condominiums. So the largest risk is there. And there the insurance is incumbent on the flat owner. So the flat owner is insured against earthquake, but the building is possibly not, is it?
So here we are talking about the commercial or the residential?
Residential condominiums of people who can afford it. I've just shifted the goalpost a bit.
So for the building structure, usually the building society takes the cover, which is usually in place for most of the societies. But when it comes to the household, within the household, the items and the household stuff, those for that the flat owners has to take the cover from the insurance. But as such, the structure itself is covered by the society.
Okay, so we're going to Director first and then we'll come to Director NCS. So Director Financial Services, would you like to make any comment?
Good evening to all. Sir, the only point that I would like to put forth is, I personally feel that there is indeed some merit in bringing out some kind of a legislation making insurance compulsory. However, that alone would not solve the problem. Motor vehicle insurance is compulsory in country, but the outcome remains to be supported by other measures also. So it is also a question of enforcement. Then of course, we need to have some kind of extensive educative drive and some kind of awareness and some kind of financial literacy so that people see merit in insuring their assets. Another point that I would like to submit to the House is, that unless the earthquake component is made compulsory, the component of earthquake insurance is made compulsory, there is very little value in having the building insured, whether commercial or industrial. So the business houses or the industrial estates or even the homeowners sometimes skip the earthquake part, because that is a part where they do not get discount. The fire insurance premium, the property insurance as we call it, is heavily discounted. But the discount is not applicable on the earthquake aspect, which increases the premium. And this learning has been arrived at based upon the industry experience. Post Bhuj, post Nepal, post Uttarakhand, and of course it includes the urban flooding and all other scenarios also. Since India has been facing these scenarios recurrently, the industry has learned from its experience, and these rates are flat for everybody. There is no discount on them. The industry sticks to a certain rate. So this kind of an education that your insurance is only half insurance unless it is covering the risk of earthquake, the risk of flooding, inundation as we call it, is also to be looked at.
So you would be saying that when the banks are, say, giving a loan for a property, the insurance they should look for should include that of earthquake and these others.
It should.
Currently it is not the case.
They are happy if the loan amount is covered.
Yeah.
The banks are not intending, they are not making the person buy an insurance policy bearing his security in mind. They are worried only about their part of the finance. That insurance policy is a collateral only for the finance. What perils are being insured and all, they rarely get into that. But this is something which only the education, the awareness can help.
So okay, so we need a deeper discussion on this, in which we can possibly bring the banking sector and we can.
Sir, I think during the the payment period they insist on the insurance of the property, but beyond that they are not interested.
That's just the loan coverage, which not.
So that's a good point. Yeah. So now, Director, National Center for Seismology, Dr. O.P. Mishra.
Thank you. Most things are covered by my just previous speaker. I just mentioned to my friend, Mr. Sapraji, right? Actually, it is very difficult to quantify the risk, particularly earthquake risk. And recurrence, are you telling, it is really fictitious. So based on that, it is not possible. You have to go for the risk auditing of the buildings. That what is the condition and what is the age of the building, what type of the typology, engineer can give a certificate. That is most important to decide this. Risk transfer, that is insurance. Second point, as the Nayak ji rightly said, that society, it is not mandatory that they will do the insurance of the building. Because we have got the building in the Noida, prospectus telling that it is earthquake risk resilient. We all are the NIDM personnel taken the buildings and all, even the earthquake engineering IIT Roorkee, Paul Saab was also there in that committee. They are not following. We are insured our building because we are getting the loan from the bank. So bank don't want that my money will go wastage if something happens in disasters. But again the insurance company posed the case that no, I will not pay you money, entire building is damaged. If the building was not insured, your house is insured. So these all are the cumbersome of the law. So you have to come out that in case if any dwelling or any flat is being insured by the owner of the flat, then what will be modality in the case of the disaster happens? Is it any hurdle that if the building and society is not insured, then you will not cover their insurance in the case of the disaster? That is the thing is there. So that's why the flat owners are not interested, or they are not being attracted to do buy the insurance, because they are in the very in dilemma or in confusion. So it is a duty that it should be convinced either with your prospects or at your what was the promotional activities, or maybe you have to make them aware. This is the insurance company has to make them aware. Now mandatory is okay. Just like a good question is asked that tallest buildings, if the business complex is the private owner, they take the insurance. But in the government buildings, I think the insurance is mandatory. It has been done or not, I am not sure. So I think this is the problem, as Madam said, that legislation is important, that almost all building must be insured. Just like a health insurance in the abroad country, you cannot get a medicine without the health insurance, right? So this type of the things, I think the time has come. because it is well said, everybody knows that earthquake does not kill the people, it is the poor structure that kill the people. So you know that where is the building is, in the which zone, and what was the propensity of the seismicity and all these things. So zone wise, I think you have to do the must, that insurance is there, and then you can get a completion certificate from the promoter. Real estate, if they will not give the insurance, then they will not get a completion certificate. Then there is the pressure of the flat owners also. So this type of things is able to be done so that we can create pressure. Thank you,
sir. Thank you. So that's a good set of points have arisen. We basically need that, we find that there is some kind of meeting of both sides on this subject, but there's a very small gap remaining which we need to discuss and take that further, possibly with the banks. So I will go to ratchet to a completely different subject of insurance, and we'll go to Mr. Hardy for that, on something that we have discussed in the past. I believe New Zealand has recently come out with its second catastrophe bond in the international markets. I believe you floated one in the New Zealand market, in the Singapore markets. So could you tell us something about that and how something like that can be replicated in India?
Yeah, so we were very fortunate in June of 2023 to place our first cat bond in the Singapore market. You know, if I take a step back, we've been in the international reinsurance market from since 1988, and so to the point that I think has been made a couple of times around why we first approached the international reinsurance market in 1988, it was really an acceptance or an understanding that the financial risks or the financial losses from the type of earthquakes we could have in New Zealand was not something that the New Zealand government's balance sheet could bear. And it very much was, you know, an honest conversation that said we have some large events that that could seriously impact on the New Zealand government's books. And I think, you know, we spoke a week ago when we were having a bit of a chat about this. You know, the Christchurch earthquakes from 2010 and 2011, you know, in total probably were a cost of around 20% of New Zealand's GDP. Now they're rare events, but as your panelists have rightly pointed out, they are significant. So from that perspective, you know, our reinsurance program has grown since we first approached the market in 1988, and we now purchase around 9.2 billion New Zealand dollars. So that's about $5.5 billion US dollars annually in reinsurance. The motivation really for approaching the cat bond market was very much about increasing, I guess, the diversity of capital sources that we faced. You know, we have great relationships with Munich and Swiss, have great relationships with Aon and a range of other traditional reinsurers on the panel. But at the end of the day, you know, New Zealand's quite a small market, and there are limits to how much capital and capacity they are going to want to put in New Zealand, despite the fact that we are a good diversifying risk from Californian earthquake and Florida wind and European windstorm. And so very much it has been an exploration in the cat bond market to see what the attractiveness is for New Zealand to that market and vice versa. And so very much the first cat bond, which was only for 225 million New Zealand dollars, so it makes up a very small proportion of our overall reinsurance program, was really to dip our toe in the market and to see what the reception would be. And I'm pleased to report we think this is a market that has capacity to grow for us, and but we do very much see it as a complementary source of capacity and capital alongside our traditional reinsurance partners, who we have these fantastic, long-standing and tested relationships. You know, we've secured or received more than 5 billion New Zealand dollars in claims paid from the Canterbury earthquakes of 2010, 2011. They say the test of insurance is receiving payment from your insurer, and I can put my hand on my heart and say that we've certainly tested the international reinsurance markets, and they have performed as you would expect.
Thank you. So I will ask a question to Mr. Nayak. So suppose in the event that there is for price discovery, because the whole thing at the end of the day goes down to the pricing of risk. So for pricing of risk, the best means available as per government rules is to go in for a tender. So if the government of India were to go in for a tender for a catastrophe bond, you think there would be interest from Indian and foreign reinsurance companies?
So, India is a large country and potential to offer a very good sized risk to any foreign investor. So, I think that definitely will invoke a lot of interest. Yeah, that would be a very short answer.
Yeah, so I think, as I mentioned earlier, when we actually look towards the catastrophe bond in India, we essentially wanted to check whether there is a need or not, because we have enough capacity in the local market, and do we actually require a cat bond? Now, if we actually want to, I would say, come up with a cat bond, I think the investors would be attracted towards it because of two reasons. I mean, catastrophe bond market has evolved over a period of time. It has become about $40 billion market now. Last year in 2023, they have given a yield of about 16.2%. Investors would definitely like to diversify themselves because most of this capacity lies towards the US, and if they are willing to come to India, they will diversify themselves.
So we've heard this comment many times that 85% of the cat bond markets, which we've been told has reached $46-50 billion, is essentially focused on US. So most of the reinsurers are very happy, and also the investors, to invest in risk that comes out of South Asia and East Asia and possibly Europe. So yes, I understand that there is a great market there. But what about the fact that the cat bond market was last year in 2023 known as the second most high return market for the investors? So if it was the second most high return for the investors, obviously the payer of the premium is not at much of a advantage.
Yeah.
So how do you respond to that?
Yeah, so I think I'll respond to your question and connect it back to Sumit. So what he mentioned, first of all, we need to figure out if there is traditional capacity available or not. So if you look at the example of New Zealand, they went to cat bond market because they wanted a lot more capacity or reinsurance capacity. So traditional players will always be cheaper than the cat bond market. That's something that happens, and cat bonds are based in the US, so their return required is a lot more. So that's something that we have to keep in mind. Now, another hurdle I would say that India has, so India has the diversification to offer to investors, so investors will be very interested. There are modeling, which is RMS AIR, that's available, very happy, more investors will come. But there's one challenge, which I think we have to identify. Quite a lot of cat bonds also get issued, a lot of capacity also comes from Bermuda. And India doesn't have a double taxation agreement with Bermuda. So something to consider as a challenge in the future, because Bermuda, a lot of cat capacity is available, and that's where a lot of investors also sit. And to your question, cat bond, yeah, they will ask for bigger return compared to the traditional markets.
Okay, thank you. So we'll go to Mr. Alton of the World Bank. You've been seeing a lot of cat bonds, maybe 30 odd issuances from the World Bank. But I do believe that the issuances of World Bank in this stock of $46 or $50 billion is a smaller percentage than what is available to other private insurance companies. So why is there a difference in the percentage of business that World Bank is looking at versus what the private companies are looking at? Is there a difference of market, or can you just define that for us, please?
So you're asking about the size that we have engaged in?
Yes, yes. I hear that World Bank is maybe about 5 billion of the 50 billion or slightly less. So what makes up this 45 billion? Who is issuing the other 45 billion of cat bonds?
So, I mean, first of all, the World Bank has engaged, we're demand driven when it comes to that. And a lot of the demand that we've seen is from smaller or medium-sized developing countries, right? So by nature, I guess the risk that was transferred there was not huge. But I guess it's quite, most of the cat bond market is driven by commercials, right? Not by the public sector. So I think for the World Bank to engage in this and help sovereigns to transfer some of their risk is quite new. The World Bank has been in the business of helping sovereigns to transfer risk for a long time. We created some of the regional country risk pools where risk was transferred to the reinsurance markets. And that cat bonds came a few years later where the World Bank got involved. And it's still quite incipient, right? But that can change. Like if there are bigger client countries of the World Bank that are interested in this business, then I think the World Bank would be ready to try and facilitate that. And obviously, presumably, if a country like India were to issue a cat bond, the size would be much larger than for a small island developing state, say. So that might change. And just to emphasize again, what we do see also this diversification benefit. You mentioned that the prices have been very high in the last year. The pricing is cyclical, right, in insurance markets, and cat bond pricing kind of tracks insurance pricing. So prices could come down as well. So I think maybe there's also scope to be opportunistic and to not necessarily issue a cat bond always, but think very carefully about the alternatives, and maybe in some instances it makes more sense than in others. Yeah, I think the size in terms of what the World Bank has issued can change depending on the client countries. Just to plug, we are planning to come to India in a few weeks and to really discuss in depth with some of with some of our government counterparts what a cat bond could look like in the Indian context, and present some of our price findings, etc.
Okay, great, thank you. So I'll go to Claire and ask her this question: that do you see that the interest that you are seeing from sovereigns in cat bonds globally, is it rising? Is it falling? Is it like, what are the problems that you face whenever you go to these countries and they tell you that these are the things we need to resolve?
Yes, so in general, interest is increasing for a variety of reasons and for a variety types of cover. The recognition of the usage of this type of capital, like was said in the New Zealand context, is increasing. There is more capital becoming available because the investor community continues to grow. So there's both supply increase and there's demand decreasing. And I think, as Lewis said, certainly on our analytics that we've seen, we are now past the peak pricing, so the hard market. We have past that, so pricing is getting more sort of preferential from some perspectives. So, and as risk levels are continuing to increase, there is that limit in reinsurance capacity. So there is interest in the alternative capacity and the willingness of the investors, because of that diversification benefit they get, to invest in the bonds from developing countries in particular, or middle-income countries. It's quite high. So there's quite good supply, which is also influencing demand, I think, actually. Demand influences supply, but also supply influences demand.
Okay, thank you. So I'll request our member of NDMA for an intervention on kind of defining the concept of bringing in a risk pool into India, and possibly through whichever means you would suggest. So what is the understanding that we should have on introducing risk pools? So can we bring a mic here, please? Dr. Krishnavats.
Since we have a huge quantum of public assets at risk, and there is a significant commitment of resources towards risk management, which is right now managed externally, there is a need for creating an internal risk pool through which some of these risks could be managed. So as a result, the governments would not be paying out paying the premium, and would be actually utilizing the premium towards creating the risk pool and making it grow. Now, the thing is why it may not just work like that, because if the risk pool is created, then of course it has to be created through a legal mechanism. It has to be managed professionally, and it should also be supported by the actuarial expertise. We need to understand what is the kind of level of risks, what kind of contributions do we expect from various government entities, and how big should be the size of the risk pool. The risk, the extent of risk that we are covering and the size of the risk pool, they are correlated, and it's very, very important that we are ascertaining the risk, and at the same time we are building a risk pool that is able to respond to the risks that the government entities are exposed. But I think this is the principle on which the risk pools are being developed world over. We can also, there are different models of risk pools. There are sector-based risk pools, which we can call captive risk pools. And there could be some, there could be a smaller risk pools, and all the risk pools could also be brought together as a pool of the pools. So what is very important there is that we create the culture or create the system of setting up risk pools, smaller risk pools for different kinds of risks. But at some point, we need to bring together all these risk pools within a larger risk pool, which is the pool of pools, and that should be able to provide risk coverage for most of the public assets. And one thing is this, as you set up the risk pools, your capacity to subsidize the premium grows. See, for example, we were discussing the earthquake insurance. Now, what we are talking, have been talking, and not many takers, that the property tax, the municipal corporations ask the property tax. So if the insurance is bundled with the property tax. Now, if a large number of houses are actually buying at a subsidized rate, say for example, you are paying 2,000 rupees property tax, and the municipal corporation offers that for another 500 rupees, we will be offering you a comprehensive house insurance. It will be part of this. So you pay 2,000 rupees, but you also pay 500 rupees, we will have the insurance. Now, this bundling is very, very important. We need to think of these bundling mechanisms. Now, some of these things require some upfront investment that we should be able to subsidize it to make it. So one thing, awareness, compulsion, but we are not talking of incentive. How to incentivize the insurance? We can incentivize the insurance through reducing the premium, making it affordable for the people, and bundling it with the house insurance, property tax. So this is how, and if you are, say, we have 20 crore residential dwellings, think of, say, 2 crores coming within this pool, just 10% of that, and think of the amount of money that we can get through that contribution in the pool. And you look at the payout would be much, much lower. So you will help the risk pool grow. So this is how the earthquake risk pool can be developed. But it requires a good design, actuarial calculations, the size of the pool, and all those things.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. So, Mr. Hardy, I hope you haven't fallen off to sleep, given it's very late there in New Zealand. we can kind of wake you up and not allow, and you can go for a morning jog after this. So just to ask you, since you are the only other actor on the government side, how would you react to what Dr. Vatsa said about a risk pool? So does it require legislation mandatorily, or can it be done through executive fiat?
The rules in New Zealand are probably a little bit more flexible in that it could be done through direction, and particularly thinking about this from a public sector management. If that was the risk pool that you were looking at, it could be done through something probably less structured than a formal legislative bill, and there certainly is interest in looking at the pooling of thinking about risk transfer in the context of better asset management. So in the context of a better risk management framework for public assets. And I think we often, certainly where we are in New Zealand, we often think that insurance is the easiest lever to pull because there's a market there and we can price it and we can move quickly. But oftentimes the benefits of better asset management, better planning, better utilisation are perhaps slightly harder to come by, but are actually more beneficial. And the role that insurance plays at the back end of it for managing some of those catastrophic risks is perhaps secondary to an overall goal, which the last speaker was talking about basically being better managers of the assets that are owned by the state or the government.
Thank you. So I will go to Sumit and to Mr. Nayak to ask them this question, that in Turkey there was a very successful risk pool of several $1 billion. In New Zealand there was one which was there, built over 50 years, which in the Christchurch earthquake was almost liquidated because there were so many claims. Then they started building it again because they have their legislation in place. Turkey also had legislation in place, and as Sumit mentioned, it was mandatory. So they had a risk pool. They had funded it by $1 billion from the World Bank, I think 20 years ago. So I understand from our Turkish partners that they have now discontinued their risk pool.
So they're still...
are they still funding it? Do you have any information on this?
In fact, they're still, I'll have to just check, but then they're still subsidizing a bit of it. Because of that, the premium to the end customers has also become a little cheaper and hence affordable. So large part of the premium is coming from the consumer themselves.
Okay. Would you like to add to that?
The idea of the pool... Sorry, thank you. The idea of the pool is to kind of create a culture where there is an absence of that particular culture. So earthquake insurance, where in a place something where it is not already available, the ecosystem is not there. The idea is to create that ecosystem first, and then gradually it has to become self-sustainable. So subsidy, any kind of subsidy has to come in the first place to establish it, but gradually it will disappear. The idea of the pool is not that government continues to fund it for 10 and 15 and 20 years. It should become more self-sustainable. So one good example would be, I feel, the little that I know of it is My Park in Indonesia. That pool has been performing quite well, if I know it correctly, the little that I know. So that pool, the latest that I know, is more self-sustainable because that is priced also properly. A lot of information goes in, and it is another reason that pool is sustainable is that the shareholder of that pool, that pool is basically a public liability company, and the shareholder of that pool are the cedent itself. So they have a vested interest in the performance of the pool. So that is one key thing that if we have to have a pool, should be there, that the pool, the institution that takes care of the pool should have complete focus on the pool. So it's a public liability company, so there's a dedicated resource to kind of who takes care of the pool, and then there is the vested interest of the shareholder. So that kind of system needs to be there so that it becomes gradually self-sustainable, so that pool is not overly subsidized and overly low priced, or the premium are low, so that should there be a major earthquake, again it becomes liquidated and it goes off.
So we'll now head towards closing this session. We've been joined by our chief guest, the Secretary of Financial Services. Not a problem. So just to quickly brief you, we were just about winding up the last session, which was a detailed discussion on earthquake insurance, and then we jumped into various insurance measures, not just earthquake. So I'll give you a quick briefing on that, and then we'll close this session, and then we'll go to the final, the chief guest's valedictory address. So just to give you a briefing, so we had participation from New Zealand by Mr. Scott McHardy, who is basically a government person like all of us. And they have just recently launched their second cat bond in the Singapore market worth $225 million. So he was telling us about that. Then we have two officials from World Bank, Mr. Louis Alton and Madam Claire. They were here. They have been talking to us in advance earlier on catastrophe bonds and various other reinsurance options. So this was possibly our third or fourth interaction with them. We had a good interaction session. And then we have Mr. Sapra from Aon, Mr. Nayak from Munich Re, and Mr. Sumit Gupta from Swiss Re, where apart from catastrophe bonds, we spoke about retail insurance, whether there is a need to make it mandatory or not, the disadvantages or the advantages of that, whether there should be a subsidy to create a risk pool or not, what would be the role, who would run the risk pool, essentially those three elements that we have been talking about with the Department of Financial Services. So we will close this session and merge this session into our closing session, which is going to be a really short session in which we will have the chief guest's address. So thank you to our participants from the World Bank and from New Zealand. Thank you so much. Thank you to Swiss Re, Munich Re and Aon for participating in this. And we will now request Dr. O.P. Mishra of the NCS to come on stage and Dr. Krishna Vats of the NDMA to come on stage. Thank you. So we'll take a small photograph and then we will wind up this session.
Very good.
To prevent the shakes.
So, so since we are like running short of time and there's a thank you so much for everybody for having come today. We are very happy that the Director of Financial Services has always been a great support and a guide also for us at NDMA, and leading us into this world of insurance on disasters. It has been an excellent journey, and we are very happy to welcome the Secretary of Department of Financial Services, who has great international experience. He has experience of working in the states and Government of India, and he has Government of India experience on various subjects. So I will, without any further delay, request him to deliver his valedictory address, either from here or from there, wherever is comfortable. This is good.
Good afternoon, everyone. Let me express at the outset my apologies to all of you for not able to join the last session, panel discussion. I was supposed to be here, but you know, the financial system sometimes we could not leave, and then there is a traffic jam. I got stuck up. Sorry. So my apologies for that. And again, I'm grateful to NDMA for inviting me to join the discussions and also the valedictory session, and Mr. Rijvi for having a dialogue with us on how do we ensure that the vulnerable people are insurance proofed. No, since I have not participated since morning, in fact, so I am not going to give you any jnana in the sense that I'm trying to talk about what actually DFS can do, help the objective of National Disaster Management Authority in ensuring that the people at risk for the earthquake or other natural calamities are protected by the financial systems. That I'm going to talk. You know, this is relatively new dimension in the world, in the globally, of ensuring the risk of natural calamities. While US, it has been very long experience, I think every one of us know, but the rest of the world, it is relatively new. And then we also have seen the global experience has been greatly advanced in the last 10-15 years on several models. There are several models. It's not that one model that is working for a country, but there are several models that have been tried and tested in different countries, including some pilots in India. So I'm also very glad that you have global experience here. New Zealand and then World Bank and others have joined to share their experiences of how they are actually handling. I also noted that you have reinsurance here who participated in the discussions. Now, one small data point I want to share, which has been given by my insurance division, was the insurance gap. In 2022, the world has suffered the natural catastrophe loss, $275 billion USD, whereas it was only covered by 125, leaving a gap of 121 billion. While this is almost 60%, when it comes to India, it is only 92% is the gap. Only 8% is covered. So every 100 rupees that is required for insuring a person, now it's only 8 that is likely income we are actually covered. So there is a great gap in the country. Now, I heard Mr. Rijvi talk about catastrophe bonds and also risk pooling. And now, parametric. There is one more topic I think we are talking is, I think, parametric. Now, I am also, while parametric is much simpler to pay compensation for the loss if it insured, but it can actually work on the digital mode. We have now models, banks we do, a lot of banks we both assessing the credit worthiness of individual and institution, and We do that, it's possible, but the only thing is it reduces employment opportunities for people to go around, assess the loss, and do compensation. For a country like this, I think we need to take a look at it. Well, that is efficient, but it is not be this thing. But we would, the financial services, we will be very happy actually to do, to work with NDMA, to design and develop products that suits the Indian natural calamities scenario. In fact, the last time the meeting, when we had organized, we have had discussion with our insurance companies to come up with products for the Indian market. Now, insurance itself is actually pooled risk mechanism. Not this insurance itself. The whole business of insurance is that 100 people come together and one person will have loss. 100 actually, rest of the 99 will pool the money and then pay it. Now, country like us, the natural disaster, I think those of us who have been monitoring the country's progress, we have seen the natural disasters in the last 1 year, 2 years. They are actually many, varied. And we had disasters at the places and times completely unexpected. And you have Delhi, something not expecting we have happened here. Or in Hyderabad, something we don't accept that is happening. Not only here, it is all over the world. Europe, we have seen floods in Europe. I never heard of floods while growing up or visiting so many times. Never heard of floods in Europe, but we had floods in Europe. And we had floods in Middle East, some places. A completely surprising element to think. So these are kind of natural disasters are increasing because of the climate change or other changes in the world. At least Indian context, we will be very alive to the problem, and we would like to join hands with NDMA in designing products that actually suits us. We are also, let me also talk about our insurance sector. Insurance itself in India is not very big. It's only, life is 3%. Life is 3%. Non-life is 1%. We are 4%. Whereas that is one of the lowest in the world. And the number of persons, you can imagine, both penetration is very low and coverage is also low. We need to improve that. I think some of you must have gone, we are bringing out insurance reform bill. If we are lucky, we will bring it to this session of the parliament. If you are not, then next session. We are going to change that landscape. We want to enhance both penetration coverage of the Indian people to little higher, at least not less to the global level, but a little less than the global level. We need to do that. I don't want to take much of your time, but to assure the NDMA that we will work with you to develop any insurance product, any kind. I'm not limiting myself. Anything that actually suits the nature, the scope, the damage, so that we will be able to cover the at-risk people fully, so that their livelihoods are ensured. With these words, I thank you once again, and again, I genuinely apologize for my being delayed. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful words. Now we bring this insightful workshop to a close. I would like to express our heartful gratitude to our special guest, Shri M. Nagaraju, Secretary, Department of Financial Services, for his inspiring valedictory address. I would like to thank all the participants for the insightful remarks related to the earthquake risk reduction for this workshop. Thank you. So, I request Vatsa sir to kindly appreciate with a token of appreciation to Secretary DOFS.
No, I would just like to echo what Ranu just mentioned. Just would like to thank all our participants, particularly our overseas guests, our distinguished delegates from Japan and Taiwan. Your presence in the midst of us has been a source of inspiration. We always learn from Japan, and there is so much to draw upon. So thank you very much for being here. I would like to extend my thanks to some of the leading academics in the field who have left now, but their presence again was a great inspiration for us. And all the participants, there is so much of interest in earthquake risk reduction, and we really appreciate that you are with us in this journey, and we will continue this quest for reducing risk in multiple ways. NDMA has been working, piloting several initiatives, but it is time to take it to a certain scale, and that is what we are trying to do. And I'm sure that this workshop would prove to be a great milestone in taking this to another level. So thank you again, and I again express my sincere appreciation and gratitude for your presence and for your encouragement. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Really, it was a really thought-provoking workshop today, and we have the various field personnel from the policy planner to scientists, engineers, architects, and also the financial services experts. We just listen. And this was actually idea taken by NDMA, and this was the conference 6 of the NDMA mission when the NCS becomes a partner of the National Disaster Management Authority. And whatever the deliberations today happened, so much discussions nice happened, I think we have to translate into reality and action. And I'm really thankful to NDMA member head, Sri Rajendra Singh ji, members Dr. Basta ji, and the advisor, Sri Hassan Rijvi Saab, who has taken a lot of initiation since beginning, and now it is going to be concluded. So it is 100% successful, sir, because so much knowledge gain we have done, but this knowledge now we have to disseminate in action. And I'm very thankful to the NDMA actually organizing group who worked like a pillar, and I think NCS is really surprised at how the NDMA team, very quality team, done in a collaboration with our NCS team, where the scientists are there and they learn a lot. So all teams of the NDMA and NCS, I give my hearty thanks to them. All my delegates, particularly from here present from Taiwan and Japan, all delegates attended from the online. We are very thankful for their knowledge sharing, and we think that this is just the beginning and we have to take the action. Let us suppose that next time we have to have some fruitful model for the risk resilience for the country, and then this was the right step for earthquake disaster risk reduction. Thank you very much. Jai Hind. Thank you very much for coming and inspiring us.
I've accepted so.